Hey everyone, in this video we're going to be starting a new series on the channel. We're going to be doing a rating climb with the Jobava London as white, and with black we're going to be playing the Karo Khan and the Slav defense. So enjoy. We get a white game, gonna go d4, and yeah, pretty much playing knight c3 against most of black's moves. And let's see, we have knight f6, gonna go bishop to f4. And we have knight c6, which as well as according to the Lichess database, I've actually had a look on this position. This is actually quite a frequent mistake because you can just go knight b5, and yeah, black is no longer having a good way in defending that pawn on c7. Believe it or not, e5 is like the only move, and yeah, we can just take, hitting the knight. Knight h5 is best, but I'm expecting opponent to play knight e4. And against knight e4 we will have a pretty beautiful tactic that yeah, I'm quite excited about. Hope we get it on the board though. Opponent is taking his time on this one. On knight h5 I think we're gonna be playing e3, just defending the bishop and yeah, reinforcing the e5 pawn because we can just take and defend it. Opponent plays bishop e6, which is just giving up the knight. The tactic that I wanted to mention was, in case of knight e4, we could have actually collected the pawn on d5, because after queen takes, we can win back the queen after knight c7, hitting both the king and the queen. And funnily enough, I have a TikTok about this trap. I think was like one of the first ones, and yeah, I can actually check it out on Snapchat. So just please bishop e6, gonna be taking. He takes with a queen. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about taking on c7, going for the fork. He's gonna move the king, we take the rook, and then he's got like this queen b2 move in the end of the line. I'm wondering if that gives him any counterplay, but I guess not, so I'm just gonna go for it. So yeah, we're just cashing in the the rook pretty much. Can get the bishop as sort of compensation, but I'm thinking about somehow blocking this check on b4. That is like kind of annoying because it also manages to win the b2 pawn in the process. So actually contemplating about a move such as like c3, take away this square. And like if we count the pieces, actually have like 3 minors. He's got 3 minors, but we do have the extra rook, which should count for something, I guess. Yeah, other than that, I can play queen d2, forcing queens off, like bishop b4. There's like simply c3 move, but I think keeping queens on can actually be helpful for us, since black's king is also a bit vulnerable, I think. So just gonna play like knight f3, e3. Okay, bishop c5, he's just hitting this pawn, but first of all I can play e3, hitting the queen, but I will just go like knight f3. I think it's better because it's like developing. In reality it might not really even matter that much, but yeah, we're gonna be playing e3 anyways, most likely. Does go queen b8, trying to go after the knight, but yeah, I mean the knight is trapped. I can also play e4, try to like create a counterattack. I think we're gonna go for that, also opening up bishop's path and yeah, threatening to take on d5 and go for the fork. Yeah, a3, the thing with a3 in this position is that, well, it was fine, but c3 is a bit more useful in a way, because after I played c3, I'm also sort of taking this square under control, and you know, like with single move, I'm controlling 2 squares instead of 1, if that makes any sense. So after e4, opponent goes d4. If I take with a pawn, his idea is to go bishop b4 check, and we're gonna be having a pretty hard time defending against that. So for this reason, I'm actually considering just developing with the bishop on b5. He takes the knight, we do take, and then we take on d4 with a knight. I think that is like cleanest here. Queen takes on 8. We can take and take on d4 as I was saying. We can also just like castle with the idea of taking with a pawn, and then there will be an additional threat of going d5, simply forking these two pieces, which I think might be even stronger. You can just take. Really want to take. I mean, at this point, pretty much anything is winning. This is also winning as well. Also just like moving the bishop away. I guess just taking on c6 feels so natural, and then we just like take with a knight on d4. Yep. Hitting the bishop, threatening all kinds of discoveries. Have king e7. Also thinking about maybe like going knight f5. I think we just take though, because like king e6, we've got like queen coming in with check on g4. If he like takes with a pawn, maybe with like same queen g4 idea. I think that is fine. He just takes with the pawn. I think we're gonna go for like queen g4 as I was saying, just hitting the pawn on g7, and when he plays king f7, I'm gonna be bringing this guy into the game, threatening rook d7. And among other things, I could have also played something else, and this simply allows queen g5, hitting the king and the bishop, and then like king d6, we can bring the rook with check. So this is pretty much game over now after queen g5, because we're winning another piece. Honestly, the position was like completely winning anyways, but you still had to be like a little bit careful. Now we just collect the free stuff, then we can just bring the rooks. His king is super weak as well. Just bringing rook, probably taking. Not in this case. I'm just gonna go rook d6, trying to show a nice tactic, because if he goes queen b6, we have rook d7, deflecting the king and winning the queen. So that would be nice to get on the board. Otherwise, like we're taking the c6 pawn, and on queen b7 we can just double up. And he doesn't really have a good way in dealing with rook d7 move. Does go queen b5, but this is sort of winning. Rook d7 should also be winning. I guess we start queen a7, and on king c8 we can like either go queen a8, pick up the rook. We can play this move and play for the checkmate. Might be even better. Big threat is here. Queen b8, like only move, but then we like take on a6 and on b7. Yeah, we can just collect that, take on b7, and that's game. Okay, that is GG, I guess. This is a very common trap that you can get in the Jobava. Pretty much all the low rated players develop the knights, because I guess they've seen a video where they say you should be developing knights before bishops, but that is actually just running into knight b5, and all of a sudden Black does not have a good way in defending this one. And yeah, the trick that I wanted to show you earlier was knight e4. We can just take on d5 and win back the queen while we are up 2 pawns with a completely winning position. Here we get the white pieces, meaning that we're gonna have a Jobava London, gonna go d4. Yeah, knight f6, knight c3. Idea to play e4, so he stops with d5. Getting the bishop out on f4. Let's see what my opponent does. And already like second Jobava game that we get, second time they do this blunder, so you can like really take advantage of this, guys. There's like a lot of free elo. Just go knight b5. You're simply winning that pawn on c7, I'm telling you. And opponent goes for e5, which is sort of the best try. We're gonna be taking that pawn, hitting the knight, and I'm really hoping that we'll see knight e4 on the board. I think best move in this position is actually knight h5, hitting the bishop, where I'll have to play e3. But yeah, okay, opponent goes knight d7, but here we have another juicy move. Okay, go e6, hitting the knight and the c7 square once again. He still has like knight e5 to defend against the disaster, but as I was expecting, we managed to get that knight onto c7 eventually. Have king f7, just taking the free rook at this point. And yeah, I mean, when you play the Jobava London, I guess you've got to be feeling comfortable winning positions, if that makes any sense. So like you're up a rook, and then you need to have like the technique to just like finish developing, trade pieces, try to stop counterplay. It should be good to go. I think if you're playing Jobava London below 1000 elo, you're gonna be getting into this trap quite a lot, and as you can see, you can just get free wins from the opening just like that. So my opponent just like hitting the bishop, which we will be defending. Again, you have the opportunity to give a check, but it's not like, you know, whenever you have a check you should go for it, right? I mean, just go for the check if it wins something in exchange. Also, there's this saying that whenever a patzer sees a check, he goes for it. You gotta keep it in mind. I do go for the checks quite frequently, but you shouldn't. So after knight c5, I'm thinking to just try to bring the knight back into the game. There's also b4 idea, but then queen c3 comes as an intermezzo. I think at this point what we should really do, try to ignore the unnecessary complications and just try to get castled first, and yeah, then we can look for fun lines. Okay, so my opponent goes e5, hitting the bishop, but it also allows me to collect the pawn on d5, which looks pretty juicy. Also with check. Expecting bishop e6, queen e4, and we'll see. If he takes, I think we just take back with the pawn. If he takes the knight, then we actually have knight g5 as a big move. Takes there, as expected. This is also quite a powerful move. I think I'm gonna go for that. Creating a direct threat of taking and then knight g5. I think I like that better than e takes on f4, since it's a bit more forcing. And one of the like golden rules whenever you're like up material is that you should be trading as many pieces as you can. Try to get into like rook against knight endgame, or even if it's like a winning king and pawn endgame. Well, whenever you're like up a pawn, all the king and pawn endgames are generally won, so that is also like a super useful tool for converting more games. I think I'm just gonna be taking now, reinforcing the knight g5 threat. I'm not really like worried about the spin, because he doesn't really have a way to move the bishop away, because he is pinned himself. The only diagonal he can move the bishop to is literally these two squares, and now we can just like take with check. If he blocks with the rook, that runs into knight g5, as well as if he blocks with a queen. Yeah, just gonna be playing like knight g5 now. Also keeping an eye on the h7 pawn. Maybe we can actually get that queen. And among other things, this could be a thing. Closing the king and then mating it on h7. Pretty much just catching the black king in a mating net. Let's go queen g6. Think we can just bring this guy over. Need to bring all the pieces into the attack. The other rook was fine as well. It's just that sort of out of reflex I'm using this move, because sometimes when they take, you have like an intermezzo, which you want if it comes with a check, obviously. Okay, you can just take there, and on queen takes, there's knight h7, and then we win the queen, and on king takes, can bring the other rook with tempo. And then I think knight e6 looks really appealing. Can also give a check. How about we zigzag? I think this would be a nice way of getting closer. Yeah, just like queen d5. Just going for the little zigzag here. Still can't play rook e8 because, well, queen takes, but how about we go queen f5? Trying to sort of deflect his queen and be like, oh no, my queen. My beautiful queen on f5. He can just take it. We have knight e7 by my opponent. Well, I can just take the free knight, I guess. Same motive. Oh, actually take the queen better, because then we get the mate. Yeah, just mating now. I won't pre-move it, because actually some people get get frisky about pre-moves. Like, I've had someone on YouTube saying that they get a bit confused when I have all those pre-moves. So I'll actually try to play this speedrun without any pre-moves. I should actually like disable them somehow. So I just like had this reflex of doing them. I'll actually like disable them right now. Actually, someone asked me, why am I not like playing e3? So if you're actually trying to compare this to like a main line, let's say they play e6. I think here you can go like knight b5 as well. Even though I believe Hans Niemann gives e3 in his course, if my memory doesn't fail me right now. He gives e3 as his main move, even though he also mentions knight b5, and there's like this line where I think there's this super nice cheese after, I think it was like a6, that you go b4, ab, and then you take here, and this is kind of nice because of the spin. I don't really remember what the refutation was, but I would definitely play knight b5 because I think it's more fun. And also I expect a lot of people to play knight a6 rather than giving the check. And these positions are like interesting, I've looked them up. This knight on a6 is actually like quite stupid, and even like let's say line could go c6, knight c3, there's this threat usually, so they play like knight c7, and then you can just go like knight f3, knight e5, bishop d3, queen f3, try to castle long, g4, and so on. But I'll better try to get this in action rather than showing it on the board, right? And gonna be starting with d4 once again. d5, playing knight c3, going for the Jobava London, going bishop f4. And I have a video about knight f6 in this position where white can play knight b5 and we just win. Play z6. Yeah, well, we can still go knight b5. He's gonna have bishop d6 as a defense. But okay, I mean, we can at least win the bishop pair in that scenario, so we're gonna be taking that. And yeah, now just try to play a normal game. Go e3, bishop e2, castle, trying to say that the bishop pair is a long-term asset. He just goes e5, which is losing a pawn as far as I can see. Can just like take twice. Yeah, we're up a free pawn while also having the bishop pair. And now I'm gonna be taking on g7, winning the rook. Yeah, just keep taking stuff. He's got a knight on e4. I'm guessing we can take the pawn on d5 as well. He's got like a check on b4, but we can just play c3, I'm assuming. Apparently we just ended this game. Not really like a lot of history behind it. We're gonna be opening up with d4, and then on d5 we play knight c3, going for the Jobava London. You play bishop f4 next, and yeah, against e6 could have gone e4. Yeah, going back into the French defense, but that's not really the point. And when I'm playing with bishop b4, pinning the knight immediately, which is kind of taking me out of book because yeah, normally would like to jump with the knight over to b5 and yeah, create threats against the c7 square. So yeah, against this, I guess we're just gonna be playing e3, allowing him to take on c3, and if he takes without me forcing it, then we sort of win at least half a tempo, I would say. Play knight f3 now. Not sure about the development of the knight to e7 overall, because just seems a bit more active to f6, maybe controlling the square on e4. And now he could be potentially looking for this idea, but I'm gonna be playing bishop d3 anyways. Goes bishop b7, and I think we can simply castle, and I'm kind of waiting for him to go there, and we might be able to go for the Greek gift. Combine with knight g5, queen h5, and yeah, I don't think he can actually defend there. Now opponent plays c5, but all of a sudden knight b5 becomes a playable move because, well, we're no longer pinned because we have just castle. And against c4, well, He's pretty much, I think, kind of lost at this point because this is a double threat in c4, covering d6, but then it allows us to go knight c7, and I would say it's really important that after king f8, we don't take, okay, he takes with a queen. We have a bit of a queen sack. Yeah, I guess he just missed the fact that the knight was defended. But what I was trying to say in this position is that, well, it was important after he moves the king, we just simply drop the bishop and then take the rook. Because if we take the rook first, he can actually take this guy here, and the knight on a8 remains sort of trapped. And he would have got like 2 minor pieces for the rook. So it would have been important to play bishop e2. But okay, now we're just up a queen. He plays knight c6. We can just keep the bishop, just retreat to e2. And yeah, we're up a queen for a knight at this point. Just take, play like rook b1. You can simply take that pawn. And take with a bishop, hitting g7. This is also a threat. He does castle. I'm gonna, yeah, try to make things uncomfortable for my opponent and pin him. And now I'm pinching this rook. You can still play like knight c6 or bishop c6. But I think we're being pretty annoying. Now we can trade pieces. He's forced to like take there. He can take back, winning pawn on d5. Collecting it with the rook. Play queen d3, hidden threat of taking. We can just like push the pawns. Just get it like e5. Push f4, f5. Okay, taking the bishop. And now I can just trade a pair of rooks. Yeah, we do see the trade, and then yeah, next step would be to trade his last piece. I think I'm gonna, yeah, just like activate my rook. Next, playing queen c7 and rook d8. This is like easiest way to win all the time. No need to, you know, actually try to go for the mate immediately. You can just like trade off his pieces and it's gonna be a really easy win. Yeah, rook d8 coming in next. Okay, I mean, now that we'll just grab that free pawn and, you know, can even double. Rook g8 like only move. Okay, and we get a mate. So yeah, we had a pretty tricky opening. Like, this was a bit surprising that he went for bishop b4. So he kind of surprised me a bit in the opening, and then the thing that I wanted to like mention in this position, if he castles instead of going c5, I'm wondering why the board color has switched. Is this normal? So yeah, like point was here to take on h7 and then play knight g5, and the pieces are coming in. I thought this should be like mating, like rook e8, and like easiest win is just to force his king to like f8, then he can take on e6, pick up queen next. Hey everyone, thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and in case you're looking for more content, make sure to check out video from the previous London rating climb that I did, or perhaps one from the French defense. So I'd like to thank you for watching. I'll see you around on the channel. Take care. From this video, you're gonna be learning the following themes of the Jobava London: how to deal with the early Benoni, how to take advantage of the early 2 knights, what to do if black stops our common knight b5 idea. Last but not least, we're gonna have a look on the typical exchange sack against the kingside fianchetto. Okay, let's go d4, knight c3. Okay, we do see this sort of super early Benoni with c5, and yeah, sort of the trick of playing against this is to not go for c4, even though that's perfectly playable as well. Probably just transposing back to the main lines of the Benoni. Have this little idea of playing knight c3, and then we get e4. I think it's even better. We see d6, just gonna be playing e4. Yeah, just developing against e6. Perhaps there's like d takes on e6 is an idea that might be doable as well. But like knight f3 is still like perfectly fine. So I'll just keep it simple. Like ed, g6, there are some lines like that, or like even bishop e7. Yeah, I think bishop e7 is like main line. And we play bishop c4. Against this, I think we play h3. Bishop takes, we just take with a queen. We're having a pretty nice position with a bishop pair. And I think the key square to develop this bishop is on like c4. It's pretty hard to explain why, but it's doing a great job in keeping this pawn well defended. And we've got to like watch out for knight e5, so just developing the bishop so we can take there in case he goes for it. He's gonna be playing bishop b5 check now. Okay, he plays the other knight with d7. I think can simply castle. And on a6, I don't really think it makes much sense to take, and then we just play bishop to d3. There's also a line we can play rook e1, and then ab, take on d6, which is pretty juicy, so I think we're gonna go for that. And like, the punchline is AB, bishop d6, knight c8, we take on e7, and there's d6 at the end. So we can still like play short castle and avoid that. But we have managed to get an additional square to retreat to on f1. He simply takes though, and we can take on d6. And I think we're just like completely winning. So he does castle, and we can just take on e7, hitting both queen and rook. Will I be covering the Jobava London in my next London course? Probably not super in-depth from like a theoretical perspective, because I'm gonna be focusing on a normal London, but I think we're gonna be having a lot of positions that are sort of an improved Jobava London, because whenever they play like, let's say the quick queen b6 lines against the normal London, then the universal reaction would be to just play knight c3, and oftentimes we'll just get into the typical Jobava positions, just that black's queen is like a little bit misplaced. So yes, there's gonna be like Jobava content, but it's not gonna be mainly about the Jobava. So queen c7, we can just like take that pawn, hit the queen. Yeah, I mean, can collect the exchange at any time. Yeah, I shouldn't really forget about collecting the exchange like I did in the previous game, right? Should actually cash in that exchange. Even though I could just like play d6 as well. Yeah, you know, let's just play for domination. Don't really care about that exchange. Knight e7 is also coming. We can take it like sooner or later. Okay, we do see rook c8, trying to save the rook, but we can just play like knight c7. That looks like very unpleasant for my opponent. He's just like sacrificing it himself, which I guess is fine, but his position is still like so bad. No reason to give up the bishop of your dreams. Exactly. Well, probably it would have been better, but it's fun playing it this way. Just gonna be bringing the rook over, and on knight e5, maybe we can even take and take on b7. Or like at least there's like queen g3. And on knight e5, I was counting on bishop d6, and then we just end up taking the piece. But we'd have to give up the dream bishop in the process though, but it is what it is. We are up a full rook at this point. Okay, hitting the pawn and also threatening mate. Just gonna be trading rooks, keeping it super simple. And we do end up getting this one. So, okay, we're gonna be playing d4 and then knight c3. Yeah, going for the Jobava London. And again, the most typical mistake I would say, below 12 or 1400, because you can just go knight b5 and you're like completely winning out of the opening. e5 is like best move at this point, but it's just like still just like terrible. Okay, opponent trying to figure out a way to get out of this mess, but there's none. And we can just like take, hitting the knight. Best move is now knight h5. Expecting him to play knight e4 though. I had a previous game where one of my opponent plays knight d7. Okay, on knight e4 there's like a super funny tactic that you need to remember, guys. Like this is also interesting, but by far the best move is to go for the queen sack. Because after queen takes on d5 we will be winning it back. And funnily enough, I also made a TikTok about this opening trap, teaching specifically this trick where we take with the queen. So yeah, we're just gonna be getting completely winning position out of the opening. But it's just like not over yet. I mean, we still need to come up with some moves, even though we do have a large advantage. So for example, we shouldn't, I guess, go bishop e6, castle long, because there's knight f2. But on bishop e6, rook d1 looks very promising. Keeping the f2 pawn defended, yeah, just like rook d1, defending that knight. Plays king c8, we can just like develop, could also play c3. Do we need to be afraid of like knight f3, bishop takes, and bishop b4 check? Just play like c3 and there's like no card play. Bishop c5 hitting f2, but we can just play like e3. And on rook d8, I think we have a choice between bishop c4 and pawn c4. But I mean, opponent played some good moves. Should give credit to him. He played very well so far after blundering in the opening. Just gotta take the mature decision, I guess, and play knight c3. Rook d1 we take with the knight, and I think that is fine. And on like knight c3, I think we take there first, and then we just take back the knight. And we're like still up a pawn after he takes on a2, so perhaps still better, but the transition wasn't as smooth as I wanted it to be, for sure. Do we play king e2 or we castle? Like king e2, then I want to play like bishop e4, and then this could be annoying. So I think we just castle here. Perhaps activate the rook this way, or like rook d1. I don't really like g6, I would have preferred h6 instead of that, because now this is pretty annoying move with this weakened dark squares. Bishop d5, c4 or e4 I think are both good moves. Could also maybe play rook b1. Rook d1 seems interesting as well. Like knight g5, I've got so many candidates here. Like knight g5, h6. Okay, and then maybe I play knight e4. I mean, anything is good, but I just like knight g5 because it's hitting this pawn. And I wanted this. Still not loving this maneuver. Initial idea was to meet h6 with c4. So like hg we take with a bishop, but okay, then I didn't really like it. Do have two bishops. Rook coming into d1, I think we should be good. As long as this pawn doesn't get to like a2, I think we've got this. g5, just bishop g3. Maybe rook d1, rook d5. Okay, so we do see bishop to b6. I'm thinking about something like rook d1, with the idea that on king c7 we have e6 ideas, and also like king c8 there's bishop f5, super annoying. But on like rook d1 you can still play maybe king e7, and it's not that clear. Because bishop f5 he's got rook d8. Also bishop d5 could be a good move, just like centralizing. I really think we need to bring the king. I think the plan is this, and then we break with f4. There's like no other way of doing this. We just gotta do it the old school way, pretty much. And now we can actually play f4 directly defending, because this pawn will no longer be hanging. So now this pawns connected with like the bishop pair are actually just devastating. I think we're like easily winning right now. Another cute idea could be rook b1, rook takes on b7, because after rook takes there will be this fork. But on rook b1 he has bishop b6, and yeah, we don't really get into that. So knight a5. Could advance. I'll just play bishop h4. Just dealing with that, and if he goes knight c4 we have to watch out for the fork, but we can simply play king e2. Yeah, knight c4, but we just play king e2, dealing with this fork. Starting bishop b6, but can just take, as I was saying. Like rook b8 sort of only move. There will be a check. King f8. We could like start advancing those pawns eventually. I think I like this, followed by rook d7 and bishop d5, and we're winning f7, I think. Yeah, just this, and then bishop d5, winning the f7 pawn, and I think that is pretty much game. I don't really see any counterplay, like perhaps he can try knight e3, stopping bishop d5. Then we can maybe, yeah, he's going knight e3. Okay, I mean, at the very least play bishop a4, bishop b3. Is there anything better? Can I like somehow play e6 myself? Going for some tactics? I don't really think so. Yeah, I think we're just gonna be using that idea. It really looks like the simplest thing for me. And we're gonna be meeting knight f5 with bishop f6. Simply defending the bishop, and then like bishop b3 is coming, and I don't see a defense. Okay, he does take that pawn. I have to say I forgot about it. Funny enough, but like position is still winning after bishop g3. Yeah, I actually forgot about that pawn. That was my bad. But this is still a pretty huge threat. He can actually play rook d8 to swap rooks, because the bishop is no longer on h4, but we could have traded and trapped the knight with king f2. So now we're just winning after bishop b3. And then he's got like no way to defend f7, and then we're going to be having these two connected passers combined with the two bishops, and it's going to be an easy way winning this. And yeah, I mean, the time shouldn't really be an issue since we get 5 seconds each move. I think that was like a pretty clever strategy, and yeah, out of sort of, you know, he's running out of options, and there is the blunder coming made. So yeah, he does resign, and we do manage to win this game. And we're gonna be playing d4, d5, simply knight c3, e6, and now bishop to f4. And I actually made my homework. If bishop b4, I would have played queen d3, like Hans Niemann recommends in his course. So yeah, by the way, huge shout out to that. I highly advise you to check it out. We see a6 just stopping knight b5. I'm thinking to just play e3. I'm gonna play g4. Whenever you can play g4, generally you should. And on bishop b4, forgot what the answer was. Okay, he does go e5, which is a nice try, but I think it's just bad after the e, because bishop g4, we have f3, and also knight g4. We can pick up the pawn on d5, as well as playing h3, forcing knight back where we can take it. I think I like just taking with a queen there, trading queens and going for an endgame where we are up a pawn is generally a solid strategy. And yeah, now he also has issues with the pawn on c7. He might have to simply move the king to defend it, but then maybe even e6 is a move. Could also castle long. Gotta be careful about the pawn on f2 though, before castling. Okay, king d8. Is e6 a good move? It's definitely very tempting. I think I'm just gonna go for it, just illustrating a pretty common theme in the Jobava. Because if he takes with a pawn, might even take with a bishop, I think that might be better. Because on king d7 there's knight b6 and we just pick up the exchange. And yeah, like knight c7, he's got rook a7 as a move. Barely surviving, I mean not really, but trying to hang on. So I think this is like simplest. And king e8, knight b6, rook a7, we just collect the knight and then the rook. So this is only move, but it just runs into knight b6 and will be up an exchange. Yeah, I don't think there's anything better. Just gonna go for that. Taking the rook, and king c6 can simply be met with bishop g2. Yeah, activating the bishop, making sure we save the knight. And on king d6, I think we start with knight b6. We do see king d7, just gonna be playing. I'm thinking knight b6 check, forcing like king to stay close. Maybe going rook d1 was a bit more precise, but okay, I mean, just gonna be taking on c8, and we're entering the technical phase of the game where we are up an exchange, but we still need to win it. So first of all, I'll try to get rid of this annoying knight, and after that I'll try to bring my rooks in the game. While doing that, I'll be also constantly looking forward to trade as many pieces as I can, but in such fashion that it won't really misplace any of my pieces. Or, you know, you always hear this rule that whenever you are up material, should be constantly trading, but there are like some positions where if you actually go for sort of the automatic rule and you trade, Yeah, you're misplacing some of your pieces, or you're trading something, you know, like one of your best pieces for one of his yeah, worst pieces, and then the position could become tricky. So you have to, yeah, think twice before doing that, but it's generally a good rule to sort of yeah, help yourself while being in this situations. So just knight d4 hitting the pawn on e6. Bishop takes on d4, rook takes on d4. Like knight e6, I think you just like take it. And we do see a resignation as well. Alright, gonna playing d4 and then knight c3. And against e6 we could go for the French. Do you guys want to play the French? I actually haven't prepared myself for meeting this, because I thought, you know, we'll play e4, but so if we're gonna play the Jobava London anyways. Okay, opponent plays g6, and I guess we will just be playing, yeah, let's actually play it as like in the King's Indian, just with h4. Yeah, just h4, h5. Okay, he plays b6, it's gonna be going h5. So okay, we have knight takes on h5, and I'm gonna be going for the thematic exchange sack, just sacrificing for compensation, castling long, playing knight f3. Yeah. The thing is, these positions are kind of tricky to play as black, because you don't really have a safe spot for the king, and as white you're pretty much playing this on autopilot. Does go d5, I guess we just play knight f3, knight e5, I guess, or something like that. He still needs to be careful because I have knight b5 ideas. That is what I was about to say, but okay, just knight e5 now. Hitting f7, and if like queen f6, there's like bishop g5 that he has to be careful about. Maybe there's queen f2, so maybe we start f3. Okay, we see queen e7 defending the f7 pawn. Okay, queen e7, how do we deal with that? Do we just play like the super standard bishop d3 move? Can also throw this one in. He's got like bishop f6. It's not so easy to play. I think I'm gonna be using bishop e2. Thinking about a way of keeping the knights. I don't really see a great one though. Yeah, not an easy position. I think I'll just try to keep knights with like knight f3. I was thinking the bishop on e2 could actually activate via h5. Bishop on d3 is not really like hitting anything. That's why I chose e2. And he castles. The idea was to play queen h2, pinching on this pawn on c7. For this reason, I think black has to play like knight f6. And then maybe we play the knight back to e5. Okay, c6 looks actually very scary to play. Yes, bishop c7, bishop d6, all kinds of ideas. Yeah, I think we start with this. Expecting queen f6, then maybe like a4. If a5, I don't think we want to play b4. I think maybe could even perhaps try g4. Idea to play g5. e4 could have also been an interesting idea, although I'm not sure I want to really like weaken this diagonal. I like to have this pawn defending in case he ever plays c5, you know. So yeah, he does go c5 immediately, so I guess it kind of makes sense what I just said. Can play a5. Try to create some weaknesses. If cd, I think even rook takes this could be interesting, but okay, there's e5 and he wins. So cd, I think we'll have to just play ed. But there's queen h6 trading queens, so I don't want to allow that. But on like cd, knight e4, e5, that just looks bad. So I might be a bit in trouble after that. Okay, he just plays c4. Trying to close things down, but we can take, and I think he might have missed the fact that there will be bishop c7 and we're forking. Okay, bishop e5 can simply play queen g6, and I don't see a follow-up. Opponent should just move the knight now, like knight d7. But okay, maybe we don't take the rook and we play bishop a5, playing for checkmate. I think that is even better. Like, he should save the knight, because if I take on b6, he's just kind of over. And there are like two moves to save the knight, either that or knight d7. So I don't really see opponent playing knight a8. Even though maybe it's perhaps best move in this position, I don't quite see it happening. Okay, knight d7, and as I was saying, we're not rushing with taking, but we're playing for mate. And he's got like e5 as only move, but it's not an easy move to make. Okay, he finds it. Can like pick up the rook, can take on e5 like twice, even like trade everything there. Yeah, let's take. Could go for the endgame. Could also play like knight d4. I guess endgame is fine. Like just taking. They may be going knight a4. Like even bishop f3 is much better. He's gonna have to give up the bishop, and we have a really nice positional edge. And okay, in this case we're winning the pawn. Oh, I missed bishop g4 by the way. Winning the exchange. Take it this way. Oh wait, we're down an exchange. Forgot about the fact that we're down an exchange. This game is actually really strange. This is a very strange game, but I think we're doing very well. Yeah, I think I forgot to take. Might have forgot to take there. I think I literally simply forgot. Like in my mind, I already taken there. Sometimes it happens, but okay. I mean, this position is still like super nice to play. Goes f5. That's a good move. Playing bishop d4, stopping bishop c5. We've got already like plenty of pawns, and bishops are quite strong in this position. Opponent just flagged. Yeah, I literally forgot to take here. So yeah, like he played e5 and I somehow like forgot to take. This was like so dumb by me. Should have taken obviously and played bishop f3. Like that's what I had in mind. Super strange. But other than that, I think was an interesting game. He made a mistake, I think, with c5. I think he should play a5 at this point. And I think he's better. So my exchange sack didn't completely paid off. Maybe it was more annoying for him if I played queen h2 in this position. I'm actually curious. I'm just gonna be turning on the engine quickly. In that position. After a6, I think queen h2 is best. Yeah, you can see it. It's like plus 2 almost. If you can see it on the screen. Queen h2 was like super annoying for him. I knew this motive, but I thought I just like played on autopilot now. And then it wasn't that clear. Yeah, again, like queen h2 is the critical move. So whenever he's like moving the knight, like let's say he did in the game, I can take and then take the pawn on c7, and we're doing well in these positions. Yeah, I should have played queen h2. I knew that, but I played it like too late. And then he was like fine, sort of. Okay, c6 was super ugly move, by the way. No, the sack is beautiful. It's amazing. It's like plus 2 almost. It's very good in like the main lines, but here he's got this sort of weird e6 b6 setup. I mean, the sack is amazing in general. If you play it properly, like just queen h2 here, and it's like really hard to make a move as black. Because imagine this pawn is hanging, and let's say you play c6, okay? But then a move like bishop c7 comes, you have to play queen c8. You don't need to start bishop c7 by any means. You can play queen g3. It's like super tricky to play. I mean, you go rook g8, then bishop e5. You're pinned, f6, okay, bishop c7. Yeah, this is only move, but now this is actually like really annoying. Sacrificing the exchange is definitely super sound, but if you're not comfortable playing this way, I think you can by all means play like bishop e2 and then h5. If they go h5, you just play like knight f3, knight g5, pretty much. Hey everyone, thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and in case you're looking for more content, make sure to check out a video from the previous London rating climb that I did, or perhaps one from the French defense. So I'd like to thank you for watching. I'll see you around on the channel. Take care. From this video, you're gonna be learning the following typical themes for the Jobava London. How to expand the king side against the bishop f5 lines, how to deal with the quick bishop d6 move, how to play against the annoying pin with bishop b4, and in the later part of the video, we'll be covering the King's Indian / Pirk structure. Okay, we get a white pieces, gonna be playing d4, d5, just going for the Jobava London right away with knight c3 and the bishop to f4. see what my opponent wants to do against this. It looks like he's just playing this left setup. We're just going to be getting the bishop to f4 and then playing e3, f3. That is generally the way to deal with this. Bishop on g4 with the idea to just try to fully expand on the king side. Bishop g6 only move now. Gonna be playing h4, threatening to win the piece, and black has a choice between either going one step ahead with a pawn or play h5. The difference though is that we play g5 now, and then bishop's coming into like d3, and with the pawn on g5 we will have ideas of pushing g6 after the bishop trade. Yeah, in the Jobava London, generally after they take on d3, most of the times you will be taking with a queen, even though in my London course, which is gonna be about like the positional London, not really with like the Jobava. I mean, we're gonna be playing the Jobava London sometimes when the enemy queen lands on like b6. That is sort of the universal approach to play knight c3 and try to get into a sort of an improved version of the Jobava, if that makes any sense. Yeah, in my course, you'll see this move recommended quite a lot in like some positions. Definitely not with opponents like this. But here, yeah, in the Jobava, yeah, commonly and yeah, like more often, you're gonna see like queen takes on d3. This is like big threat, by the way, that some people tend to forget about. And opponent plays c5. And I think in this position, he was already supposed to play d6 himself, because on c5, I think we could be potentially getting into some really annoying attacks. I've had some games with this idea. People normally react with like f5, but then we can actually like castle long and then either play knight h3 g5 and like break with e4, and I think we should be, yeah, doing well. I'm not like super sure about the specific details of this right now. Maybe it makes sense to play knight b5 first, trying to like get into the c7 square, but I'm just gonna be castling because I don't really know anything in this position. I'm just a guy playing on his own that's just trying to get his pieces out and break in the center. Try to say that this king is perhaps a little bit misplaced. We do see c4. Gonna be playing queen d2. Funny idea. Maybe queen h2 could be useful in some lines, keeping an eye on this diagonal. But yeah, most likely we're just gonna be playing e4, trying to open up the position and then use the e-file. Normally, I used to be quite afraid of this pawn being on c4 as an e4 player. Normally you see that theme coming from some lines in like the French defense, and whenever black gets like this kind of c4 move, yeah, just like b5 next and they're pretty much getting made at. But it's not really the case against the Jobava from what I have seen so far. And yeah, whenever they play with c4, you generally get very good play in the center with this e4 break. So threatening to win a pawn, really expecting some kind of knight b6 move, and yeah, then I guess we can simply play it slow, since the knight on b6 is kind of sitting in the way of his play with b5. But he does play bishop b4, which makes some sense. I think we have ed as a super clever move. He's kind of forced now to take, because taking with a pawn would allow me to unpin with tempo and then win the pawn. So I think this was kind of only move for him, like taking this way, and after queen takes, he's recapping, but I think we have like rook e1 with like much better position anyways. But after this, I think queen e3, just unpinning with tempo. We can play knight e7, but we can just like take the pawn and use the fact that he's pinned, and I think we're just like straight up winning right now. He does play king f8. Queen e6 could be a nice idea, trying to go for the mate, but he still has queen e7 to defend, so simplest is just taking the pawn, hitting the bishop, and yeah, simplest win would be to just take there and go bishop d6 check next, followed by like either pick up the knight or queen e6 mate. So yeah, I think he's in trouble right now. Trying to actually understand why queen e6 is not like completely winning, but it does look to be winning, because like the only way for him to defend against the mate on f7 is by playing knight d8. but that is actually still running into, yeah, queen takes on d7, among other things. Maybe bishop d6 wins as well, but just gonna be playing queen e6. Yeah, defending the knight, threatening mate, hitting his knight. Such a multi-purpose move. I really like that move. So we do see knight d8 played, and this was, as I was like saying, maybe this is also sort of winning, but I think simply as just like cashing the knight. He can take that pawn. I mean, mate, you can have it. Then we can just like either go for the bishop check, and I think we're getting like mate somehow. I don't really see the mate, but I mean, could also simply take there, and there's like only one check because king can escape. So yeah, just gonna stick with like simple chess in general. Perhaps there was like a forced mate that I've missed, but this, yeah, just looks completely hopeless for my opponent. And yeah, like what I really love about this opening, we have managed to just win this game playing pretty much down a rook and a knight. I mean, also his rook is out of the game, but yeah, I think it's like kind of a nice picture. We do get the final touch with bishop d6, and then we are having the mate on e8. So yeah, that should pretty much do the job. And as I was like saying, I think in this position, instead of like bishop b4, he is supposed to like defend d5 with knight b6. But the problem whenever he plays like knight b6 is that, well, how is he ever gonna get like his queenside play? Like this would be like the desired play, just pushing pawns and trying to get some attack. But with the knight on b6 is not really gonna be the case. We have a super nice pawn center, and yeah, could just play like knight e2, perhaps bishop g3, knight coming into like f4, and then rook h e1. And I think, yeah, white is just like much better with his super soft pawn on e6. That's why like on g6, I think he was first of all supposed to play g6 himself instead of c5. And we're like still better after the same sort of typical motifs, e4, knight e2, castle long, and so on. But here at least like play f5, and yeah, I mean, we're still better, but not that clear, at least like this plans, I think. Okay, we're getting the white pieces, gonna play in d4, just going for the Jobava London. Knight c3 pretty much on autopilot, and e6 bishop f4. Are we gonna see the same bishop b4 queen d3 line? That would be interesting. We see bishop to d6, which I'm actually not super familiar with. I'm guessing we can take and play e4, which should be fine. Yeah, I think we play that, and we're just trying to claim that we have sort of a better French. I think that's the play. I'm not like super familiar with it though. You can still play bishop g3 as well, I think, but I think taking and d4 is like the most direct approach. So he takes for a pawn, as I was saying, just going e4. Trying to open things up and say that we have a little bit of space. This bishop is like a bit more active than this one. And on d5, I think knight c3 is playable. Knight c5 as well. I kind of like knight c5 because we can actually maneuver it to like d3, and the knight is kind of nicely placed there. It's kind of insane right now, but I think you're gonna understand me later. Could also just, you know, I wanted this in the first place. Maybe we should just stick to this. Maybe we're sticking to knight g3. It's just sort of simple. This is like a little bit, it gets a bit sophisticated because then the bishop doesn't develop to like the natural square on d3. So I think we're just developing like this, playing c3, and we're just saying, well, we have a good bishop against bad bishop, so let's see. I think he should try something like this and then bishop a6, but I don't know if he's actually like able to achieve it. Because like b6, we can play c3, we can just knight there. Starting with c3, so we won't be harassed with like knight b4 stuff. Just bishop d3, and then we like castle and play, yeah, try to get a grip on d5 square pretty much. Opponent does play the move knight e7, I think trying to read out to like g6, but I think he just played like knight e5. Activating this knight, and on knight g6, I think taking with a knight should be what the doctor ordered, but taking with a bishop is also not like that stupid. But definitely gonna be taking it with a knight. he just goes back. That is kind of strange. Get to set up like the sort of reverse stonewall with like f4. It's not really the reverse stonewall because we have no pawn on e3. It's like even better, but we just like reinforce the knight on e5 with f4, just take back with a pawn, castle, and the knight on g3 is not really an issue, I would say. You can play knight h5 at some point. Maybe after castle show, you can even like reroute it like knight h1, knight f2. Probably not gonna do that, but it's like fancy maneuver sometimes, more typical for like the Zemish lines in the King's Indian / Benoni. So okay, opponent taking his time is like really hard for him to play with this stupid bishop on c8. That is really like the only issue that he has. If let's say he manages to trade off these bishops, I mean, still easier to play as white, but complex game. But okay, I mean, with these bishops, it's just like so easy to play for white, and yeah, I think we're having very good chances, and you should be having very good chances going into these structures. Okay, so we do see a6. Opponent might be preparing some kind of b5, b4 minority attack in the future. We don't really mind it, and we just go for short castle since like supernatural and very useful. He can't play b5 yet because the knight will drop. So he has to either defend the knight or take on e5. I think taking on e5 just speeds up my initiative. He will play like bishop d7, I'm assuming. But then ideally we would be able to play g4, g5 and the rook lift. But with the knight on g3 we might just play knight h5. Let's go h6. I think just knight h5 seems to be a natural move. Again, just trading pair of knights should also be fine. He takes, which is even better for me because it's bringing my queen into the attack, and now I can perhaps just rook lift. On queen f6 though, just g4 might be better. I need to play g5, and yeah, I mean, I've had a student where I told him that generally it wasn't like this particular position, but it was, I would say, with like queen instead of h5 being on e2 and with like queen d8 and then on knight on f6. I told him that the key in this position is to play like g4, g5 and open up opponent's king side. And I feel like he was afraid of the fact that his king might be getting weakened, but you have to think about it as, well, yes, we're kind of overextending a bit, but if opponent has no pieces to attack us with, then that is like no longer a weakness. So can even use ideas to play king h1, rook g1 and use the g file for the attack and so on. So white is just getting really beautiful play, and on something like knight e5, if we take with the f pawn, he might be getting queen g5, trying to go for the end games. He is still like much worse even in the end games, but I think probably better take with a d pawn and force queen back to like e7 and then maybe go for a direct attack with like g5. Plays rook e8, but we're just gonna strike with g5. I think opponent is in trouble right now. Also like queen e7, there are motives, knight f7 and bishop g6, winning exchange. Okay, so after pawn takes, this only opens up the f file for the rook, and then yeah, we're kind of catching his king in a mating net. Is gonna be a funny checkmate after queen e7 check and then knight g6. So yeah, I think opponent is pretty much doomed at this point and has no counterplay, and we're gonna be seeing exactly that on the board. After king f8, we can go knight g6. It's gonna be a checkmate since the pawn is unable to take the knight because of the pin, and we do end up getting this win. And yeah, I think it was a very nice game overall. In the opening though, after knight bishop d6, I think maybe it's a bit more critical to take with a queen. I was a bit afraid of going e4 because of this check on b4, but I'm not necessarily sure of how those lines are working. So I think on queen d6 I would have just played knight f3 and then gone for like a slower setup, but I wasn't like yeah, super familiar with it. Anyway, so we get our white pieces against a 1250, so we're actually raising up the stakes a bit. Gonna be playing knight c3, going bishop to f4, heading right for the Jobava London against bishop b4. I think play queen d3. We do see the exact line that I was actually talking about, and I've noticed this move recommended by Hans Niemann, I think, in his lifetime repertoire on Chessable. That is actually a super nice repertoire that I highly yeah, advise you to have a look on, at least if you're not familiar with it. I think it's yeah, dealing with like the latest trends in the Jobava London, and Hans also played it quite extensively against like top players with amazing results. So I think that's kind of telling it's a good course already. So gonna playing a3, questioning the bishop, and in case he takes, I think we take bishop there. I think I'm gonna start knight f3, and then the idea might be to play b4, knight a4, and then have like d4 defended. That's why I played knight f3. Plays knight f6. Yeah, just like b4. I think this is kind of the idea when they play with bishop a5. Then just get the knight to like a4. Yeah. Notice that if I would have gone for this immediately, he was able to take the pawn, but now it's actually well defended by the knight. And we have ideas of getting rid of this bishop. We could also like play knight c5 in some positions. It kind of depends. It's not the most standard thing ever. But another tricky plan that comes to mind that I've noticed usually with this queen placed on d3 is that you go g4. But I don't really think it works that well in this particular case. Because let's say after the g4, if he takes, sure, maybe we get interesting play. But if he doesn't, we play g5, he plays knight e4. Not sure how we're actually gonna get rid of that knight, and I don't think we're gonna really enjoy the game there. So perhaps I'm thinking to just play it slow with like e3, bishop e2, castle, try to play with like 2 bishops. I think that's more of a like solid approach. Yeah, just going for like the positional play. Eventually play c4, grab the bishop, and play on the queen side. I think that it's pretty much the plan now. Okay, so he does go h6, which does not really concern me that much. I think I can just castle, and if he plays like knight h5, which could be the idea, we have like a choice between either bishop e5 and bishop g3. So now bishop d7, keeping an eye on this knight. It feels like a bit loose. It kind of makes me want to take on like b6. I'm not like forced to, but I think just for sake of simplicity, I'm gonna be doing it, and then I'm gonna be castling. Maybe again, I was not like forced to play that move yet. I could have still waited, but now okay, you have to watch out for it. Like knight b4 tactic, because rook is undefended. Just castling, connecting rooks, and yeah, I think you can just pretty much break with c4 on the next move if opponent doesn't do anything crazy like b5, which maybe was interesting move because like queen b5 there was knight d4, so maybe b5 was the way to go for him to keep the position closed. But now I think you can just play c4 and get like free advantage, because dc we play queen c4, b5 will be already a threat, problems on c7, and bishops are just way too strong I think in these positions. This guy's also kind of passive there on d7, and we're doing really well. Maybe b5 still interesting, but worse because we can just drop the queen. Knight d5, just bishop g3, never really allowing knight f4 if we can, just like avoid it. And yeah, e4 ideas now. Additionally, probably bringing this rook over to like c1, because this one is doing a fine job defending the pawn on a3, and I think we just got a very nice sort of long-term advantage. Perhaps we can look for ideas to okay, he plays that rook. Maybe we can actually use this one now because it no longer needs to defend the pawn. Maybe now we get ideas to bring the bishop to b1 and set up the battery. That could also be a thing in this position. Even though maybe it helps to get a pawn to like e4, e5 first, because he will no longer have like a simply knight f6 move to defend. Anyways, like many plans, I think simplest is just to play like this and then d5 and break in the center. But if you're trying to get creative, setting up the battery could be an idea. Have to watch out for this move. He's probably trying to play bishop to b5, getting in some trades. I don't think I can actually avoid that, but it's not really a problem, I think. Yeah, I think we just play queen b3. It just looks like a very nice, solid move. Bishop b5, I think we trade and play like a4. Just looks super common. Also, okay, so he plays c6, but that is like such an ugly move. I think we just like could play e4, could centralize. I'm really thinking about some kind of ideas like this, getting the knight to like d6. Also could play e4 immediately. So like e4, knight f6, and then what? Like this, there. I can't draw arrows, so like knight f6, and then e5, knight e5. Okay, like set up the battery. Okay, you know what, guys? I think we're just gonna be playing like this. Just going into really slow. Setting up the battery, just trying to get a maneuvering game. Hopefully we can like finish everything with a nice mating attack thanks to this battery that I'm like about to set up. Again, sure, you can play e4 and be much better. Like, thing is, for my opponent, just look at this knight on a7. It's just so ugly, has no squares. That is like really the biggest issue that he has, and I'm just gonna be improving this bishop now, playing bishop b1, queen d3, as I said multiple times already. Rook is hanging, but we don't even take it. We don't really care about exchanges here, just playing for the mate. Sure, he can take, but like position is much better anyways. Okay, now he freaked out about the blunder, but okay, we just play e4, hitting the knight. Plays knight f6, e5, knight d5, queen d3. He might be defending better there, so maybe just start with this. Try to push e5, and then queen's coming over to h7. So maybe you need to start with g6 already, but then bishop h4 could be pretty annoying. g5, maybe even sack the piece with knight takes. So yeah, he finds g6, but maybe bishop. Now this is big threat. g5, I think, can like just sack the piece. Yeah, g5 as I was saying, but just like the piece sack, it just seems defenseless on the king side. Bishop takes e5, huge threat. He goes e5 himself, but then I think queen g3 wins. Bishop f6 and like d as well. So he just resigns, and yeah, I think that was like a pretty funny game. We already hit 1200, and yeah, there's like pretty much no way for him at this point to just deal with this like super powerful battery. So you can actually remember this construction. It's not like super typical, but when you have like a lot of time and space for maneuvering, ideas like this of like bringing the bishop around that it's, you know, currently not doing much on e2, give it the moves, and it's already like a beast on b1 combined with this queen. So yeah, the innocent looking bishop on e2 is actually the one that won this game. We're gonna be going for d4 and then playing the Jobava London. He does go g6. Playing knight c3, f4. Just gonna be going for the Austrian attack. Let's play knight c6. I remember covering this move, but I don't think it's great. Particularly after, I think, bishop g4, bishop e3, and then bishop f3 we take with a g-pawn. And knight f6. You just play d5. Okay, knight b8, I think. Could play bishop d3, castle short. Could also go bishop e3, queen d2, long castle, but I think this is like normal. Maybe this idea is bringing queen over like queen e1. Against c6, I think we'll take. Play like king h1. Black already losing? No, not really. It's very unclear position. I don't think I'm even better. It's an interesting opening like what he played. It's not that easy to understand. Like he played a sideline against the Austrian attack. Just h3. Taking with a queen. And now queen f2, hitting the knight. Knight d4, it's a bit pointless, I would say. Because it's a good square for the knight, but after queen f2 the knight is not really doing much and he just has to go back. So knight d4 was, yeah, pretty silly, I would say. Just has to go back and we get another tempo, bishop e3. Still, like, the position is not simple. Rook d1, maybe e5 ideas. The bishop g6 potentially. Like this, and then the discovery. Okay, on knight b4, that is actually a pretty clever move. e5 with a knight on d4, by the way, wasn't great because I can take with the f-pawn and then pin the knight with bishop g5, and I think he's dropping material. So yeah, he just had to go back. And after knight b4, I think we just play e5. Like knight d3, We take with the rook, and then he's gonna be pinned on the d file, so he's unable to like take like that. And if he takes, then we have this discovery and we're better. I think we're just better after e5 now because we are up too many moves simply. I think if he moves the knight to like e8, well, among bishop b6 ideas, could also simply centralize with bishop e4 and just be much better. Knight d5 I think can be met by taking, and then perhaps simply bishop d4. Not sure though on that. So okay, on takes, as I was saying, I think this is a very important pawn that we take with a discovery attack against the queen. And on queen c8, well, we can simply move the bishop back, could also take with the idea to take the knight. Like, the thing is with taking, I'm afraid he takes with the f pawn, opening up the rook, and then it could complicate a bit. So I'm thinking to just play like bishop d3, allow him to take with a knight, and then his king is like sort of weak. Yeah, I think that's the play. Taking with the rook. Can rook d8 just take, and it's resignable now because after he moves the knight, then pawn on f7 would hang, and after this we just take, and same. Knight is under attack and we take f7. On the next move with a winning position, yeah, only move king h8. But, well, d4 seems to be like simplest, keeping everything defended. Wondering if there's more of like a concrete win, but I think this is like good enough. He can try queen f8, but all the endgames will be winning for me since I'm already up 2 pawns. Could also like queen f8, keep queens on with queen c4, defending the rook, but yeah, I think trading is also completely fine. Yeah, he's going for it. I think just go for the endgame. Okay, if he trades with 3 rooks as well, it'll just be an easier win. Knight d5, hitting the pawn. ev6, then just knight f4. Even knight c7 is good. I like knight c7 better because on knight f4 maybe he had bishop h6 sort of pinning me. So keeping his knight tied down to defending this guy, but okay, just like g4. Bringing then king over to like e4. Yeah, and now the plan is like this. King f3, king e4. Yeah, just like activating. Can play knight d7. Maybe there's like a funny tactic like knight e6, king e6, d5. Because on king e7 there's like bishop g5 and e6. Not sure that actually wins, so I'm not gonna go for it, but it's like a fun thing to keep in mind. So his idea is to play like knight b6 and knight d5 maybe, but knight b6 will have d5 ideas, so I'll just go d5, and on knight b6 we're playing d5. And like ed, take with a knight, and we have winning endgame. ed5 in some positions, if needed, you can even play king f5, and I think that wins as well, but I think just taking is perfectly fine here. Knight c4, but bishop d4 simply. Defending pawn on b2, and I have a threat of e6, and then we win the bishop. If he checks me, we can just play king f5, and no more checks. Okay, against that, simply we're checking him, and king e7, maybe bishop c5. Could also play king f5. Then we go e6 and we win the bishop because of the discovery. Okay, he resigns and we get a win. Okay, so we do get a white pieces. Gonna playing d4 and then just gonna be going for the Jobava London. Knight f6 just playing knight c3, threatening e4. Okay, we do see g6, and if he's playing the Pirc, I think we're just gonna be playing like the Austrian attack, because I have a chessable course about this. I have like extensive analysis. I've been playing these positions pretty much like my whole life as an e4 player, and I think they are quite deadly. And already I think knight d7 is quite an inaccurate move in view of e5. Yeah, I mean, really awkward for this guy on f6 to find a square. Knight h5 kind of runs into g4, and he has to go for the shameful retreat to g8. That is not a happy knight, I can tell you that, at least. A common theme that we have in the chessable course, by the way, is going for the positional approach, taking with a d pawn that I think it's like sort of underground, and not like many people play like that, but I think it's like super effective and yeah, engine approved and very strong. But I think in this case, could take with this guy as well. I think I'm just gonna keep it like super positional though. Just staying true to the theme of my like chessable course. Only move is like knight g8 and play like bishop e3 next. Still very hard for my opponent to like develop. Problem is that his bishop is also kind of passive, restricted by my pawn on e5. And yeah, okay, he has knight g4. I've actually forgot about this move. Completely forgot about this move, but it's not really an issue since we can just like play h3, sending this knight home to like h6, and then we have ideas of either go g4 immediately or simply play bishop e3. I think just bishop e3 in this case, not really afraid of knight f5, since we can just drop the bishop to like f2, and then we have g4 ideas. For this reason, he could play h5, but then get a square for the knight on g5, which is like super nice. I think we'll start with like castling like this. Could also consider bishop d3 taking on f5. Again, like knight could be jumping on g5 any moment. He's trying to get like bishop to b7. I'm trying to evaluate whether throwing in e6 makes any sense. Probably not, because we're opening up his bishop. Bishop here would be kind of nice. He has c6 though. Knight g5 with the idea to take on f7 and then take on d7 could also be very interesting. But what I like the most, I think, is just going bishop out, and then we're sort of forcing my opponent to close his bishop with c6. Then we can just play like bishop to d3 and threatening to take on f5. This bishop is now passive. That was kind of good, because I mean, imagine he had the pawn on c7. The bishop was quite annoying on the long diagonal. And I think now opponent is in like a lot of trouble, because among other things, g4 I think is also a big threat. So opponent plays knight h6 in this position, sort of anticipating my move of taking. But now again, e6 looks like super juicy, because after pawn takes, we have bishop takes on g6 with check. I think we should like pretty much go for that. Here's also like knight f6 though. Trying to understand whether we can actually gain big advantage. I think we just take, and like knight f6, bishop g6, like winning endgame. King f7, like knight g5 wins the pawn on g6 again. We're like probably winning position. Do I have anything like better and making it trickier for my opponent to play? Something just like sort of activating like knight e4. No, I think we should just like go for e6. I think it's just the kind of move that you should be doing in these scenarios. Hitting the knight and yeah, just reminding him that he's got some pretty bad weaknesses around. So I'm just trying to combine some tactical ideas with positional concepts sometimes. So okay, he plays knight f6 as I was expecting. Gonna be taking, and after knight takes, we want to take with a bishop, because that is a free pawn. Perhaps in this position was even better to start knight e5, but I think he would have castled, and I sort of wanted to avoid that. And now I think king takes is a pretty bad blunder in view of knight e5. I'm also like considering to take on g6 immediately, but then I don't see like an immediate win. Maybe there's like some kind of f5. Just knight e5 is such a simple move that we should go for it. And yeah, winning g6, pretty simple stuff. Yeah, opponent doesn't really have any counterplay, and I think we're just doing very well. Okay, so we do see king g8. I'm actually considering bishop c4 check, but then king h7, and I don't really see the mate. We could definitely take, that's completely winning, but we do allow the queen trade, so I think it's best to just first of all play this. Okay, I mean, he just pre-moved king h7. I mean, he's kind of doomed anyways. There's like no way to defend this pawn, and we're keeping queens on, and he's gonna get mated. But on this, we're just like winning the queen thanks to this discovery. And he also presses the resign button. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. From this video, you're gonna be learning the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to exploit the double pawns on the queen side, how to expand on the king side against the bishop f5 lines, what to do when they stop our main knight b5 idea, and we will be closing the video with the Nemtsov setup. And we'll be opening up with d4 and then playing knight c3 against pretty much all the like standard replies, and he plays d5, stopping me from getting e4 and just developing the bishop, keeping an eye on this pawn. Plays e6, just gonna be playing knight b5, hitting c7. Let's see, are we gonna see another knight a6 game, or we're gonna be seeing the most critical bishop b4 check to a5? So on knight e6, it's actually important to play e3. So on c6, we can just play knight c3, and then the knight will be under a big threat of bishop takes. c6 is like most common move in the position. Kind of hard to live with this knight on b5 for a while. Keep bishop d7, I guess, is doable as well, but just playing knight f3, and in case of knight h5, this time we'll be playing bishop g5. I think we actually had that position previously, where I played this crazy piece sack after bishop e5, f6, I went g4 and took with a knight. This time we'll keep it definitely more casual, just meeting knight h5 with bishop g5 for sure. If he plays bishop e7, a4 I think is also fine. I think you have like many moves in this position. I don't think it's like super important what you play here. I might be wrong though, but I feel like you have many ways of dealing with this not so critical bishop d7 setup. So he takes, we can just like take, and against c6, I think we're spoiling the structure. Even though like that knight is kind of dumb. I have a feeling spoiling the structure is the right thing to do. And then gonna be castling. Just try to play it positional. Bishop d6, I think we're just taking, and then maybe breaking with c4. I think that's sort of the play there. If it gets to bishop d6, just trading and going c4, with idea to bring the queen out to like a4 as soon as we can. Yeah, bishop d6 kind of has to be played because bishop is like super annoying. They're controlling b8 square, so the rook can't really activate, so we do get to see it, and just gonna be taking and playing c4, opening up queen's path, perhaps even threatening to play c5. Opponent can't really take on c4 because he's gonna be left with like so many like ugly pawns. Pair of double pawns, you don't see that every day. And in case he doesn't, then he does go c5, but I think we have a very nice trick here. We have some kind of queen a4 and then queen a3, pinning that. I think we do it this way. I don't think queen d7 works because of queen takes. We're up a pawn. And knight takes also seems to be bad in view of like dc or like either knight e5. I think both moves are dangerous. King e7 also looks ugly to like dc5. And then cd, and we activate rooks. I think he's in trouble now. c5 was definitely a very aggressive move. Like maybe he can do that after he castles, but still very tricky. Yeah, he tries king e7, but I think we just like taking and then take on d5 with the idea that his gallery captured the opponent, and we're also threatening to bring the rooks with tempo like this. Can play queen b5, but there will be a check. That's like really annoying. Should also not forget about the queen lift, which can also be very powerful in like a lot of situations, but I think here the simple queen a3 should be good. Maybe also queen h4 check is fine. With the idea to meet f6 with e4. I actually like that idea quite a lot. Gonna go for it. Such a long move. I think those are like the nicest. And knight f6 allows rook c7. Like that's the issue with it. And just look how safe this king is on g1 compared to like this one. This is like so nice. Is he gonna try king d6? I mean, we just take on f7. So he has to play like king f8, I'm assuming, but then he's in like a lot of trouble after knight g5. Okay, so opponent does play king f8 as expected. I think we just go knight g5, sort of forcing knight d7. Pretty much only move that I can see defending f7, but he's gonna be losing that somehow. Question is how? Maybe like the simple rook d1. That should be good enough. And like knight e5, we have knight takes on e6 with mate to come. And I think that's like simplest. That's genuinely the simplest. Yeah, knight d7, just rook d1. I think he's gonna play there, but okay, rook d8 is just bad in view of knight e6. And then also like queen's coming into the attack and we just mate. Okay, he also resigns, which is like pretty nice. I'm gonna play in d4 and knight c3. But it looks like we're seeing the Slav defense, and this is definitely getting super interesting, especially when they develop the bishop to like f5. Because then we play with f3 and we're gonna be having this pawn storm on the king side that is just like super typical for these lines, and I think white is getting a bit of an easier position to play. Gonna be going g4. He usually has a choice between like h6 and h5 setups. Yeah, I think we're gonna be playing bishop d3 this time. Then take with a queen. Okay, I don't think e6 is like a great move because it allows us to take on h7 and he has to like make a pretty awkward recapture, something like queen d2. I'm not really bothered by the check because there's bishop g3, preparing to castle long, and I think we actually got a bit of an improved version with the queen on d2 because queen on d3 is like fine, but it usually has to step back to like d2, so I think it's like a small improvement for us. I think next up we just play knight e2. I think maybe just taking with a knight on f4, and then we're pushing pawns with h4 and g5. Taking with a pawn could be like interesting, but I think just knight takes is so natural and so good. Opponent plays knight d7 in this position. I think we're gonna be going h4. Idea to play g5 next. We see queen a5. Just gonna be going g5, going directly for the initiative. And I think problem for my opponent is that g6 is also gonna come next, because he can try to play like knight g8, keeping the position closed like this, but then g6 is like coming. It's like pretty annoying. Opponent plays this like ugly looking knight h7. I think we can perhaps go same g6, but then problem is after pawn takes, we don't really get to take there. I mean, we can, but it's not that amazing as it looks. And also g6, pawn takes, knight takes, he has rook g8. And not sure how he may progress. So perhaps taking and creating a weakness might be better. Or simply playing e4, expanding. I think taking and playing like rook g1, rook g7 is like the easy way to deal with this, so I'm just gonna do that. So he just takes. I'm gonna be activating this guy. I don't think there's like much point using this rook since there's not like much action going over the h file, so I'm gonna be using this one. And we're just trying to infiltrate next. Trying to put some pressure on this f7 square. He's forced to defend with the d rook because the h rook is defending the knight. And a logical move could be to like double. Do we play king b1? They say I should always play king b1. Should we trust them? I'm not sure king b1 is like ideal here. It's kind of useful still, because we could potentially have some knight d5 tactics. But we might want to use this tempo to do something else. I think e4 though is like such a good move now. With the idea that, well, he's gonna play knight f6 eventually, but then he's gonna get hit by e5. So I think that is like really important. I think we're getting like a really nice push right now. I think this could be potentially like a very instructive game for the Jobava if I don't blunder like a rook in a move like I usually do. So let's see. Just trying to like slowly squeeze my opponent with e5. So yeah, he goes knight f6 as I was expecting it, but now e5. He has knight e8, but knight is looking really passive. Sure, he's like getting rid of my rook for the moment, but at what cost? I think it's like a pretty high cost. Do we go rook g2 or rook g4? Because like I'm kind of trying to invite h5 because we have rook there, but I guess we're gonna be going rook g3 with the idea to like keep queen g2 as sort of an alternative. Gonna double up, winning the file. He can't really contest. And this is kind of the problem for my opponent. We're gonna be putting a lot of pressure on that weakness. He does go c5. That is like really ambitious. Maybe it's a good move, undermining my pawns. Okay, I think knight e2. Just making room for f4. Making sure this pawn is like well defended. We'll need to speed up a bit now. Okay, he goes c4. But I don't think there's like much attack going on. Maybe I'm wrong. Just a3 so we can meet b5 with like knight somewhere. Maybe like knight e4. So yeah, I think we're gonna be rerouting this knight to like e3. Yeah, I just need to like speed up with this. Potentially play queen f4 in the next move. I think I should have just played queen f4. Knight d1 was so bad. I mean, if he trades queens, it's gonna be like a really nice squeeze. But he can play queen b6 and maybe it's still tricky, okay. I should have played queen f4 and I think we're just like much better after b5 in this position. Because like b4 there's like no attack, right? We can take. And anyways, I think it's gonna be like a nice endgame. It's sort of a thematic endgame. Like, if I made a Jobava course, this has gotta be like a thematic endgame. So I think we play h5 or like knight f4, stopping that knight reaching g6. Maybe this was also fine. I just wanted to like activate first and then just gonna play like knight e3. And then this knight actually might be used to like h5. Okay, I think we need to block that pawn. Sooner or later, fixing the weakness. Should have started with it, maybe. If he plays knight h7, trying to reach g5, I think we've got a nice idea. How about trying to get a lot of pawns? I'm sure you guys would like that idea. Not sure it's good though. I don't promise this is good, but it's definitely fun. Okay, he's got knight g5. Because I can't go f4, but I'm gonna play king e2. Okay, this next. Thing is, we're gonna be getting either f4, f5 or f4, d5. So with like the two connected pawns there, it looks interesting. It's definitely not something that we were forced to do, but I kind of like to go for this fun ways of playing. I think it shows sort of a new perspective to the game, even though it's probably bad. I think it's very entertaining. Just gonna play like rook g6. Pinning. Could potentially just play something like f5 next or like d5. f5 has the perk of, let's say if they go to e7, we have knight d5 as a move. And he goes to f7. Just like that, but knight f5, and we're hitting this pawn as well, so it's gonna be the third pawn. Not saying we need to rush with taking though. Might be better to wait and play d5, e6. So he takes, and I think we just take, which way? I think this way. Just because we want to keep the two passed pawns that are like rolling now. Even though he gets an additional option with knight g5, I think that's bad in view of knight h6. So I think not only like the pawns are really strong, but also his king is really weak, and now suddenly he cracks under pressure. But I think position was also getting super close to winning now, objectively speaking. And he also resigns. Okay, I think that was nice. I don't like the fact that I have played knight f4 instead of h5 in the endgame phase. So yeah, we can go there. As I said, I played knight f4 is still like good, but h5 such a technical move, just making this knight passive and also fixing the weak pawn. This is just like crashing with f4, f5 now, knight e3, knight f4. Not sure why I play knight f4. It was just also kind of a time trouble, so didn't really had much time to consider my options, but let's check out the piece sack. Okay, apparently it's only equal if opponent finds best defense. But I should play knight c3, hitting pawn on b5. And okay, here f6 was just a bad move because of f4, and I'm just like much better now, and it's just so easy to play as white. Taking with a d pawn also fine. Then yeah, rest was simple. Okay, get a white pieces. Just gonna be playing d4 and knight c3 on the next move. I don't really think, by the way, you gain anything by playing bishop f4, trying to trick your opponent, thinking that you're playing in standard London instead of a Jobava one. I mean, sure, maybe you win a few things, like let's say, for example, if the game starts with like d4, d5 and you play knight c3, sure, it's gonna be more obvious you're playing the Jobava, but I don't think it's like worth doing that. So yeah, that's just like the overall answer. He plays e6. Again, e4 is going for the French. I could do that just for fun, showing you a French, but I don't think it's really like the goal of the series. So I think we're just gonna be sticking with the bishop f4 ideas. And yeah, okay, he plays a6, anticipating my knight b5 move. I'm just gonna be playing e3. Could have maybe considered e4, even though I don't think he was necessarily best. Goes b6, not like queen f3 is sort of an interesting move. Playing for long castle, but it's like getting into like super weird games. Yeah, could definitely do that. Pretty sure you guys want me to do it. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. This is like doable also in like the normal London, but more so in the Jobava, I would say. It's not like any theory here, we're just like freestyling pretty much. Maybe should have played queen h3, that's kind of true, but I don't know, e4 felt natural enough, like d5. e5, knight e4 could be tricky, but maybe d5 we just play bishop d3. So yeah, I think just developing this way should be fine. And castles, queen h3 with idea of e5 and mating. I think that's sort of an interesting idea. Plays knight c6, hitting the pawn. I think we'll just develop and defend. So notice that we're always sort of multitasking, finishing development, defending the pawns. We're trying to, yeah, do many things at once. That's how you, are usually very successful in the opening phase. And among the fact that he has less space, this rook on a7 looks really misplaced. But okay, I mean, if he plays knight b4, I don't think it's such a bad position for him, because this is a potentially very dangerous bishop. I don't think I want to play a3, stopping knight b4. Feels like a bit of a loss of a tempo, even though this is an important piece. a3, on the other hand, is giving him ideas of b5, which, sure, it's not gonna be that important, but I don't think we need to allow such things. Just gonna be playing solid king b1. He plays knight b4, so be it. Maybe we just play g4. If he castles, I think, yeah, just queen h3 with this idea. Maybe knight b4. Yeah, I don't really like bishop c4 because of d5. But I think knight b4. Yeah, he goes for it, but maybe we just like start the attack now with g4. If knight takes, obviously we take with the c pawn, reinforcing the center. Thinking with the rook was definitely not really a good option because of d5 and then knight e4. So now d5 we can just play like e5 and mind our own business on the king side. And yeah, this just looks very nice for white overall. See, it's really a question whether he's actually gonna castle short or not, because he like needs to commit at some point. He can't really play with the king in the center forever. So plays knight d7, Might be thinking of ideas such as e5. Maybe we could like put on the prophylactical glasses on, but I think we can just like go h4. Maybe he actually takes it, who knows. I don't think we actually need to gamble like that. Maybe just play queen g3. I think it's a useful move, like preparing h4 and also stopping e5. I think I like queen g3. Also preparing g5. If he plays that, just queen g2 and then threatening g5 and bishop can get trapped in some lines. Yeah. Can play this move. I don't think it really matters that much. Just h4 and then g5. Could have started g5 as well. Again, probably there's not big difference, and I think we have a lot of play against the king while he doesn't on the other side. And yeah, I think this makes it one-way traffic pretty much. Yeah, g5 next. He still cannot break in the center, which is nice. Just gonna go g5. So opponent plays e5 in this position. I could like really go greedy, and he wants to take, and then he's got like bishop pair. He's down a pawn, but like the bishops could compensate. So I think we don't really want to go greedy in this case. Just playing bishop e3, making room for the f pawn, and in case he takes, we're like happy to take with a knight. Idea to bring it all the way to f5, and yeah, I think it's just really important to realize that grabbing that pawn was not really helping our side. And same against c5, it doesn't really give us anything if we take either of these pawns. So it's just like really nice to play d5, closing this bishop. Notice that he has the bishop pair, meaning that opening our position should be benefiting black. We have two knights, and yeah, I mean, we're definitely looking forward to close down the position, making his bishops passive. I think if you can actually like understand the small nuance, it will sort of improve your understanding overall of any chess middle game. And we've got like the extra space. He's got like a super passive position. Yeah, we're just like playing f4, taking with a knight. He goes f5, kind of pressing the panic button. I think just going for the en passant is really nice, threatening mate in one. Think any capture is bad after like f5. Yeah, note that again he's trying to like take and then open up the bishop and also use the e5 square for the knight, so we should just not allow that. Just play f5. All of his pieces are like so passive, and yeah, just use the g file next. Perhaps even use this rook, and yeah, like bishop g5 ideas. Like simplest thing would honestly be bringing the rook, because it's like supernatural, and then we just like need to bring this knight in the attack. Another nice maneuver would be like bringing this knight all the way to g4, but I think just simply bringing the knight to like h5 might be better. Okay, if he plays b5 with the idea to play b4, I think I'm just gonna go knight d1 and then get it all the way to g4, just anticipating his b4 push. Perhaps could start with it as well. Also, like a super useful idea might be to push the h pawn, but okay, because he's doing it, just gonna go for what I've promised. Knight f2, getting it to g4. If c4, we can actually just take, because he's unable to take with a knight because the rook will drop. Another downside of having placed the stupid rook. And I think at this point, his best practical chance is to like take on d5 and sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns. Sure, it's still gonna be lost, but I think it's this way he's like at least kind of complicating things a bit, because now he's just like super one-sided and he's just like devastating. Knight h6 is, by the way, a huge threat now, just like winning the exchange. He sidestepped that. Okay, the rooks are kind of coordinating nicely, but I think he's just like doomed after getting the pawn to like h6. Bishop g5 is not helping because of knight e5 tactic, and we're winning a pawn and like position is collapsing, because like we have intermezzo on f7, and also like after pawn takes, we win that bishop. So yeah, this is a huge threat. He can't really play h6 because of knight takes, I think. And it looks kind of mating. Maybe it's not working yet. Still need to prepare it, but it just feels losing if he plays h6. Need to come up with maybe like a precise solution. Okay, he goes bishop g5, but it's just losing to this, as I was saying. because we take. I think h6 was losing as well. I just haven't really found how just yet. Just like collecting the bishop now, winning the free pawn. h6 is coming next, opening up the position with decisive effects, I would say. I think he plays queen e8, just defending the pawn, but just h6 I think should win. Or queen d6, gonna be doing this move if he takes. There's nice mate with bishop f6. He can try g6, but it's still lost. Yeah, just like pawn takes, I'm assuming, queen takes, and queen h4 or something. Okay, g6, pawn takes, queen g6 is actually losing because it's dropping e5 pawn, and like g6 takes, pawn takes. I think maybe even h7 to open things up is nice. Just a little bit of a pawn sack. Pretty crushing right now. He goes c4, trying to create some kind of counterplay. It shouldn't really work. I guess it's just like way too slow. I guess like a really nice move is just to play d4 because it's like pinned and we're threatening to take on e5 with the pawn and just create like a massive center. So yeah, this just looks like optically really nice. And objectively it's also crashing. Yeah, opponent also kind of timing down. Not really much he can do about us. He is just pretty much defenseless. Would be nice if he takes on h6 because we get a nice checkmate with bishop f6. Yeah, sacrificing the bishop and then getting checkmate on g8, but I don't know. I don't really think he's gonna allow it. He plays knight d7. Could take, rook takes. Looking for like the final blow. Obviously anything wins. Probably. Okay, actually like a super fun line is this. Pawn takes and then queen g7, rook takes, pawn takes, king g8 and then rook h7. And I'm like threatening to maybe it's not winning. Maybe I'm just talking nonsense and I shouldn't do this kind of things. I think easiest is just like dropping the bishop somewhere, like bishop there. Even. Okay, perhaps to d2. And there's like a deadly threat of taking, and the only way to defend is like moving the knight, but then e5 drops. So I think bishop d2 is like cleanest, maybe bishop c1 even better. Okay, you can take and then rook h7, that's like clearly simplest solution. Yeah, I can't take because then we mate, and this is also checkmate on h8, so I think that was like a pretty clean game. I don't know. I actually am curious about the percentage of this game, even though I don't really value the score that much that chess.com gives you at the end of the game. But I just have a feeling that this was a pretty precise game. Okay, so we're getting the white pieces. Gonna be playing d4 followed by knight c3, going for the Jobava London. Ideas of e4. We see e6 inviting e4, and then maybe they will go for some kind of a French, but just gonna be playing bishop f4, asking my opponent to play d5 so we can get back into the Jobava lines. And in case he doesn't, yeah, it's gonna be like pretty strange if he's trying to like deviate. He goes bishop b4. I guess we're getting into some pretty weird stuff. I don't think this is like really fury, but I think maybe just queen d3 should be fine. I've noticed queen d3 being a common move against this quick bishop b4 lines, but I'm not sure it's great here because yeah, it works better with like the pawn on d5 because black's got some additional ideas of taking and playing knight d5, hitting not only the queen but also the bishop. So maybe if he goes for takes, we take with a pawn. Queen is kind of nice, it's supporting e4. Goes knight d5. Obviously we can't take because of the pin, but we can simply step back with a bishop, I think. And I think I like this position now because the queen can potentially swing over to g3. And also we have ideas of playing e4. And now it's really important to actually like keep bishops on the board, because we have a little bit of a space advantage and trading pieces would definitely help black. So we need to like keep the bishops, I think, and then just expand in the center with e4. He's forced to like move this bishop, and then we can just get up some space with e4. And I think white has a small edge. Yeah. Queen g3 could be a nice idea, but he can simply castle, because on bishop h6, they can simply defend with this move. So just gonna be going e4, and if they castle, then queen g3 could be potentially an idea. Also not forced to go for it, but kind of like it, making room for like the bishop to develop to d3. I think this is like a nice move. In case he plays there, maybe we just go bishop d3. The idea is that on bishop b7 takes, he's got this annoying move. Maybe we can just play queen g4 though and hang on to the pawn. Maybe that's actually takeable on g7 if he does not defend. So I think he should maybe play g6, but it looks kind of ugly. Because problem with castle is bishop h6, and now on bishop f6 we have e5. And I think white wins. We have bishop to f8, and it seems like opponent is taking some like really drastic measures dealing with his threat against g7. It's sort of a good move just because it's not committing, but it's like terrible because it's yeah, keeping king in the center of the board, and yeah, all this kind of stuff. So he's just like not prioritizing development, and I don't necessarily see an immediate way of punishing this, but I guess we can simply develop normally. I'll start with knight f3 just in case he plays bishop a6. Maybe we can just take, because if I started bishop d3, maybe he has that and I have to like spend another tempo taking. Not necessarily true, because I can just leave the bishop on d3 as well, but trying to highlight some of the potential differences between these two moves, even though I think it shouldn't really change much. We're just playing e5. We're pretty much getting into a French, and now we get a position that I was mentioning, and I'm like trying to understand whether we need to take on a6, or it's better to play bishop d3 and try to invite our opponent in taking that, so we can take this way. I think I will just go for this because it just seems like a bit faster. I think bishop d3 was anyways going to be met with some kind of c5, and then he either takes on d3, takes on d4. I'm like not sure it makes a huge difference. Maybe it was playable, but I felt like this should be easier, and we could definitely castle. That is sort of the supernatural way of playing this, but maybe going h4 is a bit better. Idea is to play h5 and then like bring the rook over. This does not really achieve much because you can simply play queen d7. Maybe an idea of a4, a5 should also not be neglected, but I don't think it's like critical now. Just gonna do this. We're actually getting into a position that is super typical for the French. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a very interesting version for my opponent. But I don't really like the fact that, you know, he's playing with us like passive kingside, but maybe he can simply make a living by playing queen d7 and long castle. Queen e7 is not really the square though for the queen. That is a bit of a positional mistake, because queen belongs onto d7 in like these lines, and he's definitely preparing that. Maybe some queen a3 ideas as well. So I think a4 is like what the position is calling for here, with the idea that if he's going there, maybe we have a5. He does go c5. Just gonna continue h5 maybe. Another potential idea of my opponent in this position could be to take on d4 and then play knight b4. There's not really much we can do to stop that, and yeah, like playing rook b1, stopping knight b4 there, I don't think it's really worth it. I think we just like continue with the normal plan. So he goes like cd and then he plays knight b4, I think. I might be looking insane for saying that, but maybe king d1 is not such a bad move. But okay, I mean, I thought rook c8 we have c3, but then knight d3 looks really unpleasant, so I don't think that's a good move. That's coming. And we'll need to like defend this pawn somehow. Maybe we can actually ignore it by castling, because he's also kind of behind the development. Yeah, strangely enough, castling might be best here. Just gonna go for it. Because knight c2 we have rook c1 and I think we're having the initiative. He's gotta play knight a3. Will he play it though? I feel like we should be having something there. Knight a3 is sort of only move, bringing it to c4. Because knight b4 we can take and play rook c7 and then it's a disaster. So he plays knight a3, I mean. Opponent's finding like a lot of good moves. Okay, so I think I've got a trick. I'm gonna be playing this and then h6 next. And if he takes it, we're gonna be having this trap, playing bishop f6 and like winning the rook. I think he just goes there, idea to like hit the pawn. But then I think h6 is... I mean, h6 is anyways unstoppable at this point. I think it's giving us good play. I mean, it looks juicy, not sure it is. So opponent playing f6. Can we just like take and then play rook c7? He's got like... Can he survive with queen d8? Kinda doubt that. Got like rook e1. I think we've got to play something like this. And then rook c7. I think maybe this is better, but okay, I mean bishop f4 and it just looks like terrible. And like queen d8. I think we've got like rook e1 and bishop d6. There will be rook e6. That looks just crashing. It's okay, queen d6, but... I mean, first of all, taking on f6 is also doable. Also need to mention that this move is fine. But I'm thinking it can be better to just play like this. Forcing... I think maybe like queen d8 and then we play rook e1. Yeah, I think this is just like winning now. Because his king is getting exposed. After this move, hitting the critical weakness on e6. Yeah, rook e1, hitting the pawn. Problem for my opponent is that knight can't really come back into the game now. Also, his rooks are not really participating either, and his position is just like collapsing right now. Okay, so he tries bishop e7, but I think he can simply take, and then this is gonna be played on the next move. But I think my opponent played much better than his reading for some reason. I don't know. To me, it felt like I had to find a number of good moves to actually win this game. Even though it's actually like a pretty quick win, I really had to like come up with some ideas. Like from the opening, then it got to like the French. It was kind of a tricky game. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. In this video, we're gonna be breaking down the following typical themes for the Jobava London. How to attack the Grunfeld setup using the h-pawn. How to play with the bishop pair when black answers knight b5 with bishop to d6. How to deal with the England once and for all. And at the end of the video, we're gonna be covering some typical endgames showing how we can take advantage of the backward pawn. So we're getting the white pieces, gonna be playing d4 and then knight c3. We see d5. Gonna be getting the bishop to f4 and see how my opponent will be dealing with this, and he does so by playing g6, and we're gonna be getting into some Grunfeld type of positions, and I'm gonna be playing h4. And the trick about it is to play bishop g7, bishop e2 and not rush with h5. Because this is a bit of a tricky line, because then the exchange sack is not like super effective. It's like not so simple to explain. It's just that it's not working. Like this pawn defends there and some subtleties that makes it good for black. It's hard for me to explain it in like Blitzscaling here, maybe in like the analysis tab later. So okay, on h5, knight f3, knight e5 is definitely like a good plan. And if he goes there, bishop e2, he takes, that's good for us. We see bishop to g4, just gonna go to like e2, idea play knight e5 as I was saying. I think he's gonna like give up the bishop here at this point. Yeah, knight e7, just gonna play knight e5. So we see bishop takes on e2 by my opponent, and I think we're just gonna be taking with a queen generally, castling long. Whenever they take on e5, make sure you take with a bishop, keeping an eye on this diagonal. Yeah, just castling, and then the plan is pretty straightforward. If they castle f3, g4, if they keep like messing around with, I don't know, queen a5, staying with king in the center, maybe we can even play e4 directly or after f3. So he's doing that. This is very useful. Still waiting. We have a choice then between either this or that. Can still play king b1, sort of a waiting move. I'm just gonna do that because he's unable to castle long because f7 drops. Just waiting to see what he wants to do. So he commits finally, but that's actually just a blunder. So yeah, it's just like bad because we're hitting the queen and also like pawn on b5 drops. Can go for the endgame. This could also be nice with knight c7, but I think this is like simplest, just heading towards the endgame where we have 2 pawns advantage and just like crushing. Don't really like because we're winning because of a blunder, but it was like a very unpleasant situation for my opponent, so blunder was kind of expected. And now we're winning the exchange because c8 is like only available square, not course. But then we have a fork on e7. It's gonna be taking that, I guess. And how do we make progress now? We need to like open up files for our rook. I guess b3 is a nice way to start, preparing c4 at some point. Maybe could have also played bishop e5. Just gonna like fix the weakness, I guess. And then bishop c7's coming. Okay, gonna go for that. Has this rook c8 move, but okay, just collect everything on that diagonal. He goes knight d7, maybe just like knight e5 now. Trading a pair of knights seems just fine. Knight e5, I think taking with a bishop is simplest. Taking with a pawn might also be fine. I like this better now because of knight d7, there's e4. Using this motif that the rook is active. He goes there. I think just gonna go e4 regardless. If d4, maybe just bishop d6. If pawn takes, simply taking is winning. Could also take there first. Okay, just gonna stick with a simple move. So opponent plays rook c8, just attacking the bishop, but I think now it's like perfect time to trade rooks with rook d8. After this, and bishop takes. First of all, I think we're gonna be playing just bishop c7, defending this pawn. And then we could just go bishop d6 check, perhaps, trading bishops. Taking. No, just time to push. Could also bring the king. Like king b2. Opponent plays knight e5. Just gonna be playing like c4. Just defending with rook d1. Playing king c3, b4 next. I guess knight g4, we're just gonna be playing c5 with idea to play c6 and then d7. So on knight e5, just gonna be like activating the king. We see f6, just gonna be playing like b4, ab, take with a king. King b5, next. Pawns are just gonna be way too strong. We're gonna be advancing the a pawn very, very soon. Like ignore that. King b6, idea push pawn all the way. Keep pushing. Just taking there. I mean, he's just like way too slow. He's like not even close to do any counterplay. He's got to check on c4, but I guess not more than that. Just king a6 and no checks. And we do see a resignation. Okay, that's pretty nice. Okay, we get the white pieces. Gonna be playing d4 with the idea to get in the hyper-aggressive Jobava London. We see d6. I think, I don't know, we could actually play e4, but let's play knight c3 first. See what my opponent does, because that's like the Jobava move. And I think now time to like step in the center. Maybe d5 is also okay here, because knight e5. I think maybe just go like f4. Try to play in the center. Because if we go e4, I'm pretty sure he'll go e5 himself. Yeah, I think we'll try that. Let's see. I think I'm gonna be playing something that's like typical for yeah, my chessable course. I think we're gonna be playing the positional line. Just gonna go like 90 to end. Try to get like a fianchetto. Okay, he takes, which is definitely questionable, and then plays queen f6. Yeah, I think that's like quite a popular way of playing in like the lower rated brackets. I think when I've made my course, I've stumbled across this idea. I don't really remember what I was supposed to play. I think anything is fine. I'll play queen c4 because it seems natural, just hitting this pawn. But again, I think you can pretty much do whatever and be in very good shape as white. So opponent played c6, which is actually a very good move because it's stopping knight d5 and also like dealing with that threat. Nevertheless, we're gonna play bishop e3 with the idea to castle long. And against queen e6, sure, you can play like the endgames if you want. If you're like a big endgame geek, maybe you're practicing your endgames to become a successful Caro-Kam player. But yeah, I mean, I would like to keep queens, but I think I'll just let him take on c4 because we've got some pressure in the long run. Because that pawn on d6 is a backward pawn. With the pawn on c7, I'm not sure I would have allowed this, but just because there's this sort of backward pawn, I think that's what it's named. On d6, we can put a lot of pressure on it in the long run, doubling rooks, and then it's gonna be really hard for black to protect that, because yeah, if this pawn could move back, that would be amazing, but it can't, at least last time I checked. So we see bishop e6, and I have a choice between going bishop b3 and taking. Not sure I like taking that much, because then it allows him to play d5 and it could get messy, so just gonna be playing the simple move. And my game plan, it's all going to be directed towards this weak pawn on d6. Also, this is like sometimes interesting, but not sure we need it in this case, because like you could take advantage of the c file somehow in some lines. Yeah, I don't want to confuse people. I'm just gonna be taking towards the center. I think everyone's gonna having like a weird look to me if I take this way, even though I think it was perfectly fine in that scenario. And gonna be preparing to double, I think. Could also start this way, but I think just doubling is super natural. Bringing the rook next and this. I have a very simple game plan. I see a weak pawn, I keep attacking it until we win it, and yeah, that's like pretty much it. You don't really need to do anything ultra sophisticated, I would say. Yeah, just attacking the pawn, forcing 98 if he wants to like defend, but what an ugly move that would be. Okay, so he wants to, yeah, get the e4 pawn in exchange. You should not get fooled by the fact that there's rook d8. I mean, sure, there is a move, but he can drop back the rook and it's not a checkmate. But I think playing that endgame could be instructive after rook d7 with like the super aggressive, super active rook. So even though I think objectively best is to play f3 and he literally has no way to defend that pawn, I think it can be very instructive to show you that endgame. Yeah, just like taking, he takes with a knight on e4. We go for the back ranker, but he's got rook e8 back, defending. Now we take the rook and then we play rook d7. And we've got like a really active rook here. And the only thing that we need would be to bring the king in like a good way. Something like this, I assume, would be good. But the thing is, we have to always meet king 8 with rook c7. And he's like never getting rid of it. Like never. Yeah, I think king d2, king f8. And then maybe just like so I need to be careful because f4 he's got there, and then check followed by rook d7. That's drawing. So not sure I love that move in hindsight, because now if I play king e3, he's got check and then rook there. So I think I'm like forced to play king c3, which is perhaps not ideal, but maybe fine. And now rook c7, it's important, and it's super unpleasant to deal with this rook, because he would like to play king d8, but then the pawns are dropping, and also his rook is stuck there. So yeah, he has to do something like h5. That is correct. And then I think maybe we play f4. That feels super natural. g6 and just like g3, slowly pushing. Whenever he goes there, rook g7 is gonna come, start collecting stuff. It just like feels super unpleasant for him overall. Maybe could also start pushing b4. So our opponent plays king f8. I think he will eventually do this move. I don't think he will try to wait like that forever, but maybe this is like a good time to play king d3, because if he can no longer go rook d8, rook d7 like in the previous stuff. But okay, like after the check, if I go to e3, then he has rook 8, rook e7. So maybe now it's time to play b4, and if they play rook e8, then we start taking, and rook e2. I'm assuming rook a7 should be winning for us. Although it's gonna be kind of a race. Like he takes on h2, play rook c7, he goes to h3, we take there, he takes on g3, we check, and then the h pawn is like pushing. So this could still like be very tricky. I don't like that. So b4, rook e8 takes, he plays rook e2. I think I kind of have to go for it. I mean, plays there, and then I've got to like go for this whole race. I think he's like fine in that endgame, objectively. Okay, he's like playing waiting, but I think that might not be the best strategy. Push the king. Like this is his resource, that's like fine. Maybe king c4 was inaccurate because it's making that even stronger. I think I'm totally messing up this one. But he's like simply missing that idea. So now we get the ultra active king, and I think we should be winning. Objectively. Play c4. Guess we take this way and we push. Okay, on rook h2, I think maybe this is nice. He goes there, and okay, so he plays rook there. Maybe king c5, because if rook a2 trying to defend, we have b5. Just push the pawn. I think we should be ahead in this race. King d6 maybe. Threatening mate. Okay. King e5. Not sure I had to play king d6, by the way. That looked a bit unnecessary. I think he should like push his own pawn. This is just a gross loss of a tempo. And now king back to d6, I think, or like d5. Don't want to give him rook e6 check. Rook b3. I think we can just push the pawns. Pawns are gonna be deadly together. I think king there once again. Threatening mate. King c7. With the idea to push the pawn. Okay, we're threatening to promote. We check. Just king c6. This is big flat. And on rook d8, it's quite precise to make this move, even though I think there are other wins as well. Okay, I don't think he has much of an alternative at this point. Okay, rook d8, but now really nice to throw in this move, and we're gonna be taking, and like everything happens, we check, get a new queen, and get to stop his queen. What is like super cute way to end this game? I guess queen e5. And then king d8, something like king d6. Even though I could get rid of the pawn. if I want to. And we do see the resignation, but yeah, I believe he would have played rook e8 when I played king c4. I think he was maybe even slightly better. I don't know. He played a lot of good moves, like h5 is a good move by him. g6 again felt good. I played b4 and king c4 was kind of bad. Okay, it's apparently still like a +1. But the key move, I guess, okay, you can play anything here and you're still better as white. Not sure if you guys can see it, yeah. To me, it looked really strange, like these positions. But apparently c3 is strong. And then you win these pawns like this. And apparently I'm somehow ahead in this race. Don't ask me how. I knew it's gonna be like a huge mess. So like, I'm curious how this plays out. I have to play this to meet h3 with rook d2 and okay, like with this, the pawns appears to be winning. But I mean, kind of a crazy outcome it would have been. We're getting the white pieces, gonna playing d4 followed by knight c3. Bishop's coming out to f4. And we see this super common e6 move, gonna be going knight b5, applying immediate pressure onto c7. Expecting knight a6 in like a lot of games, or bishop d6. Main line is considered to be this check, followed by bishop a5. Really interesting play. Now we're just kind of, yeah, taking the two bishops. We've got like a pretty long-term initiative. It's gonna be sort of a slow game compared to what you're used in the Jobava, I would say. But I think white has like a pretty healthy long-term advantage with the two bishops. And we just play e3, bishop e2, castle short. Important to not play like bishop d3 because he's gonna play with like e5, e4 at some point and you're getting forked. So bishop belongs to e2. Okay, b6. Makes me consider bishop b5, but I don't think it's really achieving much. Can just go bishop e2 and castle. Knight e4. Maybe he's got this type of ideas. Should we bother? Like if I castle g5 and then h5 could be annoying. Because I don't like touching the h-pawn because of knight g3. fg, it doesn't really look that bad to be fair, but I just think it's a bit unnecessary to allow that. So maybe just a move such as knight e2 is what the position calls for. And then if g5, I mean simple answer could be something like bishop g3. Even though maybe knight e4, gf, knight c3 could also be interesting. Yeah, could also play maybe h4 just to stop all g5, but it's not really the move that I'm trying to play in this structure. So I just think knight e2 is sort of a good move in general. See if he plays g5. Would be actually a bit surprised if he did. And if we trade knights, that's totally fine by me. Also fine with f5. I think we just trade. Then we can castle. Just mind our own business. Maybe if they take this way, we have d5 as a strong move. I think that's like important to mention. Because ed, queen d5, we're opening up the position for like the two bishops. It's actually kind of huge. Yeah, I really like d5 move. Maybe starting this way is also nice. Because this is sort of only move. And then d5 forcing ed. And then queen d5 and he's like dropping stuff. So I think this is most precise. He can't play there obviously because d6 would drop. And now d5. ed, queen d5 will be a double attack. And I think white is just like completely crushing. I mean it's actually a triple attack. While the king is also sort of stuck in the center. Such a nice position now. Rook c8. I think this is like easiest with the idea to go queen e6. Plays queen d7 stopping that, but well, I think can simply castle long. He's still sort of pinned because we take on d7 with check. Or like play queen e6 as a cute move if he moves the knight. Plays rook d8. Now I think something like g4 could be potentially very strong, just opening up the position. Maybe taking is fine with like queen e5. King f7, bishop c7, sort of winning the house. Yeah, that's like the easy way to solve this. Like this, like it's getting a bit sophisticated. You're kind of doing more work than you should. Just this, and then queen e5, only move, and then bishop c7. Hitting the queen and the rook, and it's just like winning. Has queen e7, but can either take or like pick up the rook, so I'm just gonna go for that. He can't take with a queen because of the mate on e6. And yeah, this is just an easy win then. King f7, bishop there. He's got like a lot of problems on the d file. He's losing at least the exchange. Okay, so we see queen e7. We can trade queens, go for like a winning endgame. But I think even better to include taking the free pawn with check and then taking on d8, or if you place queen f6 with trade queens and pick up the free rook. Actually, we're like winning everything now. There's not really much you can do. So opponent plays queen f6, but yeah, simplest is just to like take his queen and then like pick up the rook. We're gonna be up a full rook in an endgame, which should be enough generally. Plus we're trading all the pieces, which is also nice. Just gonna bring the rook into the game with rook d1. And opponent also resigns. And just jump right into another game. And we get the white pieces. We're playing d4, followed by knight c3. And then bishop comes out to like f4. We see e5. What is this? Like the delayed England gambit of some sort. I don't know, you guys. But I'll teach you how to deal with this England once and for all. You just give them back the pawn, okay? You can have it. I don't mind your pawn, okay? You can have that pawn. That's fine by me. It's not really a Budapest, is it? I think Budapest is like a cool gambit, but it's like against c4. With a knight on c3, I guess it's just like worse. I mean, I had better ways to like keep the pawn, but this is just like really, really easy. Yeah, just taking with a queen. We have like 2 pieces developed. He only has 1, which is nice. Could develop either to f4 or d2. I think d2, unpinning, castling, bishop d3. Sort of easy game, I would say, for white. Just castling, no need to get scared of such moves as knight d4. I think just like queen g3. Queen doesn't really belong to like g3 forever. So gonna be going there. Ideas to push f4, e5. Whoops. Also bishop h6 in some lines. Maybe you could jump with a knight. Maybe just like f4, bishop d3, e5. Many plans to choose from. I think we just develop. I think you should just keep it simple and develop. Can pretty much play knight d5 anytime. Problem with bishop h6 is that he can take and then play queen f6. So not rushing with that. And okay, queen f6, it's really inviting us to play knight d5. Go for the bishop trade. He plays queen back to d8. And then maybe we just play like f4 with like a better position. Could also go this first. And then maybe 5 ideas. Many interesting options. But I think this is like simplest again. Just trying to keep it as simple as I can. Knight e5, forcing bishop trade. We take with the rook. He's gotta go queen back. And we're like slightly better here. Not anything crazy. But that's not like the goal with us. It's just like trying to play good moves consistently. Just like easy solutions. And yeah, I think trying to keep it simple will give you pretty much best results. So he's gonna play queen d8, defending this pawn that is now under attack. Obviously queen's also hanging, and then I think we just play f4, trying to expand. Do you think playing rapid is better than blitz to improve your game? It like really depends. I would say if you can't really focus in blitz, sure, play rapid like 10+0. You can maybe start with like Slower blitz, 5+3, something like that. As long as you play like a lot of games, I think you should be good. So we have queen d8 as expected, just gonna follow up with like f4. Controlling the square on e5. Expecting him to play bishop e6. Then, yeah, we might just play c3 type of move. I think I like that. Even though it gives him ideas to trade and then go knight e7. I think we still have a very small advantage there. But it's not like that simple. I think maybe keeping knights with knight e3 is nice. Even though it's sort of a retreating move. And I don't like it for that simple fact, because we have to retreat. And generally you shouldn't retreat for like no reason. But I think maybe it's like okay here. Just c3. If he takes, that's fine. Plays knight e7. I mean, we just go like bishop c2 or something, defend the pawn. Maybe queen f3 and then push these pawns. I mean, bishop's like a bit better than the knight. We have extra space. So the idea was with this c3 move is that maybe he has some kind of knight b4 jump planned. So I just played c3, dealing with that. And now I'm really expecting him to take on d5, because now, I mean, I already have a super tempting knight f6 move, among other things, which he might have missed. He's getting like a bit lucky though, because I don't see a great follow-up after king h8, only move. So I might just very well play something else. I don't think keeping the knights is that great. Maybe you can even take on a2. Maybe just bishop c2, as in the previous lines. Or to c4 even. But I like it to c2. Okay. Just like this. If he takes with the knight, I think it's even better for us, because I feel like he should be giving away this bishop. And c6 is like really creating a weak pawn there. I don't like that move at all. And you see that you don't really need to make any impressive moves. Just play sort of solid chess, solid logical moves. And opponents tend to just create a lot of weaknesses, just make a lot of unnecessary mistakes pretty much. Because now, for instance, we can take, go f5, and then pawn on d6 will be hanging. And even the endgames after bishop takes on a2, I think, are clearly better for us, and we're gonna go right for that. f5, hitting bishop and hitting the pawn. He can have that, like I don't really mind it, because his bishop will have a pretty tricky time coming back into the game, and my rook will pretty much be dominating the d file. Perhaps in this position, you know, I could have played b3, trapping his bishop, and might have been winning as well. But I just feel like, again, going for the endgame is a bit more instructive. He goes queen g5. Can throw in h4. Could play queen g3, that was like my initial thought. Again, offering the endgame. I think I really want to go for the endgames, guys. I think showing you how you want to be dealing with endgames in general is a really powerful tool. Has to pretty much trade. Otherwise, we might really catch his bishop. And then if he goes for that, we're going to be getting huge pressure along the d file with rook d7 to come. Yeah, again, like b3 is a big threat, so he's got to play bishop there, I think. And then we activate. That's like first step, hitting the pawn. I think he has to go back like that. But then maybe bishop b3, we get another target. So maybe, yeah, bishop e6 is just bad, so it's good he played rook b8 from his point of view, but now maybe e5 is a good move. And that would give him bishop d5 though, which I'm not sure I want to allow. Maybe just g4, g5 is a nice way to start this. Even though putting that additional pawn on a light square again, not sure about it, but it feels good. Because if like rook d8 with double, yeah, we're gonna be trading pretty much, and he can't really go bishop e2 chasing the pawn, because then like this is always running into bishop b3 and it's just a disaster. Not to mention I can go g5. And now we've got another scenario with super active rook against very passive one on b8, which oftentimes will just give you a winning position. And this is like quite insane because if we count the pieces, the material is equal and only like a slightly more active rook makes the game winning, which not many people would expect. I'm really considering to sack the pawn here with g5 because first of all it's a double pawn and it's not that valuable. And if he takes, we can go e5 and then this pawn is becoming dangerous, like really dangerous. It's definitely not something that I'm forced to do. I could also consider the somewhat easier plan of bringing the king all the way to like f4 and then either g5 or e5. But g5 now feels like kind of right, because I might be taking there and undoubling my pawn, so I like g5. Bit of a pawn sack, but I think it's completely justified, especially in case he takes. Go e5, maybe we even go b3 first, with the idea that on bishop f7 we go e5 and then like e6 will come with a tempo, because if I play e5 he has bishop d5 kind of ideas. But e5, let's calculate. Bishop d5 f6 has to take, I take, and then rook g7's coming. So like bishop g2, rook g7, king f8, and then maybe we have bishop b3. He's got like bishop d5. Can trade, go rook h7. It's a first line, it's like pretty easy to calculate. I guess we're better, but not so simple. And like b3 maybe has bishop e2 idea, but then e5 again looks very juicy. b3 bishop f1, maybe b4 then, or like, I don't know. I think we've got like many ways of playing this. I feel like advancing is not yet time. I think I'll just bring the king. Bringing king over is very, very useful usually. Yes, we just sacked the pawn, but it was more of like a long-term investment. We're not really looking to get back some profit immediately. And now we take this chance to activate the bishop, and I think we can afford giving up that pawn because the e pawn is very dangerous now that his king has been boxed in the corner. Yeah, e6 just looks completely winning because he's got no way to actually deal with this. So looks like the investment of the g-pawn is fully rewarded. In the end, we can just simply trade and play e7, followed by rook onto the a rank. No counterplay to that. And yeah, you can notice that opponent will resign with this rook sitting on b8. This is like the perfect picture of how generally this plays out. Just gonna go rook d8. And that's pretty much game. Get a new queen, and he also presses the resign button. We get a nice one, I think. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. In this video, we're gonna be breaking down the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to exploit the loose bishop on d6 and win a lot of games with this common tactic. How to crush the annoying Dutch defense by playing the underrated second move bishop to g5. And at the end of the video, we're gonna be dealing with the anti-Jobava London, starting after e6, followed by the super quick second move bishop to b4. Okay, getting the white pieces against 1595. Gonna be going d4, and hopefully we can get a very interesting game. Gonna be going knight c3 and then bishop to f4. But opponent plays c6 in this position, going for some kind of a Slav setup. Gonna be going e3. And I'm expecting bishop coming out like that. Plays e6, playing with a closed bishop. I think now we can, just go bishop d3, knight e5, and queen f3, long castle. That would be the ideal plan. Okay, bishop d6. I've noticed in like the Hans Niemann course, there are some lines where he allows bishop takes and going for that structure, but I think in this particular scenario, it might be even better to play knight e5. Black goes for short castle. Gonna be going bishop d3 and using, I would say, one of the most typical plans for the Jobava. Opponent goes knight d7, and how nice, because this allows a very nice tactical trick. You guys can even like pause the video if you wanna like find that, or pause the stream, because it's all about this bishop being undefended on d6. And by the way, sure, we can play like queen f3 or anything else and be slightly better still, but I think we can either do that or take on f7, and we're winning a pawn with sort of a crashing position. I think just on f7, weakening the king. Can't really decide. I think that's the nicest one. Collecting the bishop now. We're up a pawn. The bishops. Rather color them this way with green. And this one's like quite bad there. And yeah, it's just like looking really nice for white now. Opponent plays e5, trying to open up his pieces, but I think this is just a bad move because we can take the e3 pawn, hit the knight, and yeah, I mean, I think this is just losing because we can take. I don't like knight e5. There's even bishop h7. So yeah, knight e5, it's a nice idea because it's a double attack against my queen and the bishop. But I think just taking is kind of crashing. It's okay, we just have king takes. I think he was supposed to maybe play king h8, but I mean anything loses at this point. His position is just that lost. Queen h5 simply. Yeah, making sure the bishop's no longer attacking it, and then you can take with a bishop. Could take with a bishop. There's like rook f5. Because if I take with like queen, there's still rook f5. But I mean, just queen back. So that's just like best. Okay, we see rook f5. Just gonna be playing queen back. I thought, and then we're like rook g5. There's this move that's pretty much spoiling the fun for my opponent, because then that's gonna be pinning his rook. Yep, there's like no annoying stuff now, no annoying like attacks anymore, and he can't really pick up the bishop because the rook drops. Okay, opponent just doomed. And by the way, this is coming next, and his rook is like in a lot of trouble, not to mention we are up a knight in this position, among other things. Okay, we see bishop f5, just gonna be forcing his rook to move away, and then trading queen. We're up a piece in the endgame. What can you wish for more? Okay, gonna be taking on d8 and gonna be trying to trap his rook there on g2. We see bishop h3, just gonna be castling long. I mean, I could also just start this way. I mean, let's just win his rook, why not? Ooh, he has g5. That is a nice move that I missed, but I'll just do we castle? I mean, anything wins, really. Always say that and then never win. Well, g5. Okay, can go knight g1. This is gonna be a funny picture, guys. Gonna be going there, hitting this guy, and then once he moves the bishop, we might be using the good old king. King getting the job done. That is always the nicest. He just rook g3 sacking, but we're winning the full rook. Bishop g2, but I mean he was hoping I think that way and he's trapping my rook maybe, but okay. Can we trap his bishop? That would be a fun one, playing f3 and trapping his second piece. Goes d4. Just gonna be pinning, or like taking with check and then pinning. Okay, let's actually try to play for the bishop trap, just because it's super funny. Let's try to play for the bishop trap. The king e2. That is what I'm having in mind. I mean, obviously I can do anything in this position, but having a little bit of fun with this. Defending my rook. Big frat. King e2. Also, he's gotta watch out for something like this at some point. He can activate with rook, but it's not really gonna matter. Knight e2. This is coming, collecting. I mean, how can you get two pieces trapped on the same square in the same game? I don't get it. Just gonna be playing rook g1. Like bishop h3, we have that, and we mate. Yeah, we do see the resign. GG. Okay, that was a fun game. Make sure to remember this tactical motive that I've showed you earlier with this knight f7. It's very common in the normal London, in the Jobava as well, it seems. I had two winnings moves, but I think both are relatively same winning. But I liked this one better, yeah, because it's kind of weakening the king more. We're getting the white pieces. Let's try to get a really interesting Jobava London. And what is this? d4, f5. I'll try to show you guys this line with bg5. It's been a while since I played it, but it's on me, okay? Let's see if I still know how to do this thing. Okay, it's somewhat like a Jobava London, isn't it? That is not a move though. I think he's just lost. So like, point with this plan was to develop like this. Queen f3, bishop d3. He's got to defend with like g6, I guess. We castle long. This knight coming into like e2. And then we could potentially just go h4, h5. It's just sort of easy play for white. But like c5, I mean, we just take it and that looks like free pawn. Yeah, I mean, first point should be mentioned that this is obviously not trapping the bishop because of the checkmate. And yeah, like, I think one of his best lines is to just like play knight f6 and then go for this d5 line. And then on knight c3, I think he's supposed to play more of like sort of a solid setup, and it's somewhat equal. But again, it's like been a long time since I've looked this up, so I can't really provide you with a lot of value in these lines yet. Maybe next streams, but right now I'm a bit rusty on it. So now we have, I think, an interesting situation because I can play the natural knight f3, but I also consider the move knight e2 because compared to knight f3, we can not only play knight d4, but we also have knight f4 idea, targeting both the bishop and the pawn. So I think I kind of prefer that here. Because if this comes into play, it looks just very good, and I think it does. Bishop f7. Well, while we can just grab the pawn, I'm not sure that is actually best move in the position because we will, I mean, it will open up for his bishop, kind of. So I'm thinking more of like castling first and then grabbing that pawn. I don't know, maybe it's just me refusing to play a good move such as knight takes on d5. I have a feeling though it's not best here, but like very tricky to explain. It's just it feels like his bishops can open up. But on the other hand, I don't really like the alternatives, but I think I'll go bishop b5 and then castle, and then okay, just take it on d5 if the opportunity is still there. I don't think he has much to deal with it though. This feels kind of precise, but again, it's just like my intuition against a very natural move like taking on d5, so I'm not entirely sure. So I guess shouldn't take this way because of g5. And then we have some problems with the knight. So do we take it now? I think we kind of do. Like, how is he gonna deal with that knight? Looks very unpleasant. Take the free pawn. He goes a6, and there is definitely this move available that's kind of natural, but I somehow want this bishop to go to like b3 and then trade off his bishop if possible. That would be kind of ideal for me, I think. Do we start this way? Or like to a4? Might not really matter that much. So I think just a4 because the knight is defended enough times, and bishop on a4 is like defended, and on c4 was a bit loose. Again, maybe it doesn't really make a difference, but it's something that I'm keeping an eye on when making these decisions that look very close. Just bishop b3. I think, yeah, I'm happy seeing that. Okay, knight a5 is a good move because He's trying to take with a knight. But I mean, it will also kind of open up the rook, so I think we're fine with that. Just knight f4. This is next if he allows it, so he just takes, which is, I think, good for him. I don't think it makes much sense taking, because that will just bring his rook that could potentially activate on the second rank, so just gonna be taking. If he's willing to trade queens, so be it. I mean, I'd like to have an active rook. And also, now that he played b5, this pawn on a6 needs some protection. So maybe he plays queen b6. That looks like a natural move. And then if I persist with some knight d5, he could maybe go queen b7, although I have queen f3 in that position, which looks pretty juicy. And not only I'm pinning, but also having a small tactical trick. Kind of like that idea now. Queen a7, but I didn't really like this move because it's sitting on the same file as the rook. Question is whether we play b4 to like fix this weak pawn, or we prefer to play with like c4 and his bishop remains intact and we have the strong knight. But the thing is, we have strong knight, but he can sort of play around it, so I'm like not sure I really love this strong knight that much. I prefer his bishop to be like weaker, and I think we also have a tactical trick, like if bishop d6, there seems to be knight takes on f6 as a good move. And then we pick up his bishop, so he kind of has to give up bishop pair now, which is not a good sign for him. Like bishop e7 and then you can just like take it. We have an interesting exchange like with rook a6, but okay, he goes to b6. I think we just like take it. And then I can make this move, fixing his pawn. It doesn't really feel right though, because I'm kind of giving him control over the d file. Maybe queen d4 is like a good move. Centralizing while gaining a tempo, because I'm happy to like trade queens here, being up a pawn. And if he avoids the trade with like queen c6, let's say, then I think, well, we can simply defend, but maybe even queen c5 is an interesting move. Because after the queen trade, I have b4 ideas, but I'm not sure that was a good move. That was just a candidate. So now I think we can bring the rook. And yeah, point is, if rook d, we can give up the queen, not only for two rooks, but his bishop would also have to be sacrificed to avoid a mate. So I think now we're like looking really good, being up a pawn and controlling the board. I think this is like a really nice situation that we're in. So pretty much just making sure this pawn is defended, and next up, queen d7 could be a very unpleasant threat. Threatening to trade queens and also hitting the f5 pawn. So if he has to trade queens, I mean, I think we're just gonna be having an easy win in this endgames, and bishop b3 is like kind of nice by him, tickling my rook, but can I go rook d2? Like maybe then he wants rook d8. I still do feel like we should be good with like the two rooks, but I mean, okay, we should be good definitely. Just gonna play rook d2. Sure, we're not gonna be getting like the instant win, but slowly I think we will be able to activate. Okay, let's see. So now queen e4 could be a potentially annoying move, so just bringing the rook there. Rook is like really solid, and then this is the idea, and we're winning the pawn. Okay, opponent is helping us. Knight's coming to c5. Opponent kind of sleeping now. This is a very unpleasant double attack, and also like rook d7 is gonna be a very unpleasant fork. But I mean, the position was completely winning, I imagine. I give you like a +5 after knight d3. We'll check it in the analysis tab after the game. Yeah, his bishop is not really doing much. That is correct. And he also resigns. Fine. I mean, that was a good time to resign. Alright, let's try to get a Jobava London. Facing a 1600, and he plays e6, just gonna be playing knight c3. Not interested in playing e4, getting back into the French. We see bishop b4. Okay, just gonna play queen d3, trying to follow Hans Niemann's recommendation against d5. So like he's giving it through this move order like d5, bishop f4, bishop b4, queen d3. But I mean, we're getting into some like really crazy Dutch stuff after f5, I'm guessing. So I'm just gonna be playing a3. I want to see what he has in mind with that bishop. And if he takes, we take with a queen. And if he doesn't, I guess we just play e4. Okay, he's going there. This is interesting. I think again b4 and d4 is good. Maybe I'm wrong. This used to be like the reaction against like the normal lines. I think I'll just follow it like a monkey. I mean, could also play that. This position is not bad. Like in the main lines with the pawn on d5, it's equal, but here it might be better. Because like then even c4 might be an idea. Well, I'm not sure. It's like interesting. I definitely don't see an immediate refutation to this setup. But it's interesting. Like if I go e4, he takes and plays knight f6. It's not that simple. Maybe I have bishop g5. He castles, I take on f6, bishop h6, rook f7. That looks kind of ugly for him. I think we're going for that. Knight f6 expecting. Want this move. Now that. Yeah, this felt uncomfortable. Maybe it's not like amazing. But okay, so do we play knight f3 immediately, or we throw in this check and then knight f3? The queen seems like a bit isolated in that case. So maybe I'll just play knight f3. It's not like I was mating with queen g3, so no need to rush with it. Maybe also I have an idea of bringing the rook towards g3. That might be super interesting. Do not try this at home. Knight c6, I think he wants this. Is this like ever an idea? Not the way I played it, because this will be hanging. I think castling long is okay. Like a5, there's b5. This one is definitely getting more double-edged. I have a feeling it should be good for me, but can't really tell. Queen g8, opponent probably preparing this move, so just gonna be going h5. And this would be like very unpleasant. Plays knight e7. I mean, I can still go for that. Because I'm also planning to stop this idea. So I think this is not only attacking, but also like a bit prophylactic. Again, it's like a really strange game. Don't really ask me to explain it. Like, why am I doing certain things? I'm obviously like breaking all the common principles. But it's sometimes how it works. That's why chess is not like maths, I guess. And this would be a very annoying idea, additionally, I think. We see f5. Don't we have some kind of like immediate blow with d5? With this in mind. Then also like this comes to mind, but he has d6. So if I play rook h3, is he gonna go f4? Kinda doubt that. Well, I think I want to use that idea. I really want to use that idea. So like d5, how is this? d5, knight e5, knight g6 check, pawn takes, we take, queen takes obviously, and we've got like nothing. That is not nice. Okay, then I'm playing rook h3. This just feels like such a good move. It feels like such an amazing move. If he plays f4, okay, that's fine. It's gonna be like opening up my queen. Maybe f4, bishop f4. He goes queen g4. Not sure what to say about that move. Like rook g3, he wants to take the knight, but I mean we have the simple bishop e2 as an answer. And then his queen is like really misplaced. He's gotta play queen e4 maybe, or he goes back. Yeah, he goes to e4, but this just simply doesn't feel right. We don't even have to trade. But trading is definitely fine. So we can trade and then play c4. His bishop's kinda misplaced. Has to play c6. Queen g3 is also like interesting, but then queen e2. You really have to make knight g6 work in that position to play it. Can we? So we take with a pawn. It feels very risky, but we might go for it. Because I don't really see like a clear refutation for my opponent. So queen g3, queen e2. I mean, that feels winning. Yeah, just like knight g6. Feels just crushing, man. Gonna go for that. Maybe he's got like a better try with this. But I thought we could use the same motive. Can't we? Just feels like we've got too many pieces on that king side. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. The pawn can be counted. Feels like a bit too many, but I don't know. Takes this way. Hitting the rook. So at this point, I think we're only down a pawn, but his king is getting completely crashed. So I think this should be easily winning somehow. I think bishop either g5 or f8 should do the job. I think I like it here better, keeping queen's path opened. He's got like no really good rook moves. In this position, by the way, maybe this was also a thing, but I usually miss this kind of moves. I think queen c7 was maybe best according to the engine, but this is more like human approach, I would say. Just going for the king that way. Queen c7 is definitely not a human move, but I think the engine always plays something like that. Some like really weird queen move, like everyone is focused on like this side. And you're trying to see that, maybe hit the rook somehow. But then the computer is like, why don't we do something here? Okay, it's all good. That's like how computer thinks. Key opponent trying to go for the counter attack. Hitting my queen, and yeah, I think we can like simply move it somewhere. Like simplest way, assume it's queen d3, and then queen trade, rook trade. I mean, take with a rook, and then he plays rook e8, take h7. That's like GG. Do we need to do something better? I don't think we do. Just queen d3, just keeping it very simple. And taking with this rook, I think it's precise, because this one wants to take on h7. Black has to like watch out for a lot of things and keep in mind the fact that these two pieces have not been used the whole game, which is usually not a good sign. Yeah, we also see a resignation, and that's pretty much it. I'm not sure Queen GT was best in that position, but it definitely looked crashing, so we're gonna be having a look on it. So yeah, e4 was best here. Oh, maybe not best, but so the engine comes up with like an interesting move, plays g4. That's kind of always doable in the Dutch, but not really like a big Dutch player. So yeah, I mean, I tend to play it more standard, not really going for like crazy gambits. And yeah, this just felt sort of crashing. I should have played c4. That was like simpler. But even this, okay, h4 may be a bit unnecessary. But like, yeah, all is good. h5 was good, stopping queen g6. And then knight h4 felt good as well. Okay, rook h3 again. Bishop e2. And yeah, like queen g3 best move apparently. There's just like, the attack is devastating. So I told you like queen c7 would be best engine move. I was wrong, this was. But I guess this is also doable. Okay, engine likes it even more now, you see? Plus 13. 14. Yeah, queen c7 is making its room closer to like the best move. It's like second only. But I mean, it's much better than what I played, right? So, told you it's gonna like queen c7 more. And now, okay, I went for this super soft queen d3. It's just only like a +6, but okay, like the thing is, with these positions, it doesn't really matter. You're like +1000 or you're like +6, because it's actually much better practically if, let's say, a line is like +1000, but you need to find like precise moves. And let's say in like a very small percentage of your games, you will be missing that super precise line, and you could perhaps periclitate the result of the game, and let's say you draw. Opponent has like a crazy perpetual or something, or the stalemate, I don't know. But with like queen d3, you're sure you're gonna be winning all of your games, even though, yeah, it's only like a +6. He's losing at least a piece here. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you get the point. It's just, the game just like wins itself here. Or does it? Yeah, I mean, it kind of does. To like bring rooks over. It's like kind of mating, and you're also having pawn close to promotion. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. From this video, you're gonna be learning the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to attack the Grunfeld setup by pushing the h-pawn early on in the game. How to use the bishop pair effectively after black defends with bishop d6 against our typical knight b5 jump. And at the end of the video, I'm going to show you how to refute the sideline with 1b6 according to my Chessable course. Okay, we're facing a national master, facing the first title player of the run. Let's see how they are dealing with the Jobava London. We see g6. That is really interesting to see. Going right for the Grunfeld setup, and I'm gonna be using my theory, trying to go for the exchange sack in case he castles, but I guess he won't. Yes, he plays h5, which is very logical and one of the most common moves that I expect you to see. Now gonna be playing knight f3. By the way, I have like a 40 minutes long video, quite an in-depth theoretical guide about how to play this exact positions that you see on my YouTube channel, so you can check that one out. Um, and now after bishop g4, I think could do bishop e2 with knight e5. Could also go queen d2. I think I like queen d2 because kind of forcing him to take. Otherwise, knight e5 is gonna be pretty unpleasant. Opponent plays knight d7, but I think now we're getting really easy play because we're gonna be getting the usual play on the king side, but this time f3 will come with a tempo because this bishop is pretty awkwardly placed on g4. So I think, yeah, this is actually maybe even recreating my game against Lodic Lorenzo from Graz, where I just got destroyed. I did something similar like this, and then just f3, g4 came with like tempo, and I was just hating my life for that night. Luckily, I won in the next round though, so the sadness did not last for that long, but it was pretty disturbing that day. But the tournament ended pretty well because I managed to score my last IM norm, winning with black on demand with a King's Indian against the GM. So that could be, yeah, that could be a cool video. Opponent plays c6. Well, I think we have a choice between either kind of waiting with castling, but I think really castling should be the move because he's not like preparing b5 because of knight takes. And even if, let's say, the pawn is somehow not hanging on c6, okay? He goes b5, he can just play king b1. And like b4, knight a4 will usually be a nice move, blockading black's play. Queen a5, I think just king b1 is very nice. So black goes knight takes on e5 in this position, and the automatic recapture here, bishop takes. Always. I don't care. You win a tempo taking with a pawn. What is the follow-up? You've got to think about it long term. We're gonna be keeping an eye on this bishop, and then the idea is to just go bishop e2 and then g4. That's just like kind of crashing. Okay, opponent plays b5, but again, like his plays a bit too slow, and I'm afraid he might be running into some tactics already. Like just imagine bishop takes on f6, he's forced to take with a pawn because bishop takes allows knight d5 and we're winning a pawn because of queen d2 and knight f6. But I think if he manages to do that, it's okay for him. But maybe we have knight d5, queen d2, and then knight c7 check. Goes like king d7, and then we go, yeah, rook takes on d2. He'll most likely move rook c8. And then we have knight e6. Yeah, that's very juicy. Gonna go for that. Gonna playing knight c7 now. Queen e2 was pretty much like the only move, and then we just take back. So we see king d7. Just gonna be taking on d2 as I was saying, and then this is gonna be the plan. Assuming he does that because the rook is under attack. Here we see rook c8 as I was expecting. By the way, e4 is also a good move, because after rook c7, bishop takes, king takes, we're gonna be up the exchange in those lines. But it feels like so good getting the knight to c5. I think we're just gonna go for that. He plays like king e8, then we maybe go e4, knight c5. It's like so juicy. We're up a pawn. Yeah, gonna be sticking with the main plan. Yeah, he's got like this interesting bishop h6 move that I was about to point out, but I think just rook e2 is fine and d4 next. Okay, opponent plays rook d8. Idea to bring the king over, so maybe it was like a bit more precise by me to start with knight c5. Kind of hating myself for that, but just gonna be going e4 and still we're having big advantage. This is only move. And then do we have like an immediate win? I don't really say it, but I think can win the exchange. Like knight c5, king e8, knight b7. Does that win the exchange? Maybe it doesn't. But at least we can like take on e6, and he's got an awful positional. I mean positional position, if that's a thing. He's got an awful position. Positionally speaking. You get the idea, okay? Gonna give this check. Yep. Again, like knight b7. I thought there's this, and yeah. That's why I took there. Now I was thinking about this idea. G3 knight d7. Bishop h3, knight e5, pawn takes. It's just winning, isn't it? We're collecting e6. Should be winning endgame. Okay, we've got to like speed up with us. I have to talk less and focus more on the conversion, but it's just like completely winning, I'm assuming. Okay, knight e7, no it's not, because he takes and he plays king f7. He goes c5. But I assume that's bad in view of bishop h3. Then we also managed to protect the first rank. I thought he was playing there, but now we can take. I might take on f6 next and play bishop d5 just to keep it simple, because I'm getting low on the clock. I mean, f4 is like such a good move though in this position. Bishops are dominating. Yeah, I'm gonna playing f4. Like, the easy way to do it was taking in bishop d5, you're never losing. But I think just f4 rook d1 seems crashing, we're collecting the pawn. Don't really like the fact that I'm so low on the clock and this might get a bit out of hand with the conversion, but I think should be relatively an easy one. Whenever he moves the knight, we're giving up the light squared bishop for it, and we're just gonna be collecting the pawn on d4. If we can do that, it looks very simple. Maybe he has d3 to like complicate. Yeah, d3 I think is like a good fighting move. He finds it. And then... okay, if I take his rook, he's becoming active. But maybe I can play rook d2 and then dc, rook c2. But then I'm like losing e4. Not really a thing. Yeah, I think I actually messed this one up a bit already. Can we just like defend? Give like a lot of counterplay. I should have taken on f6 and played that opposite color bishop's position. Just, yeah, I think it was better to take the practical decision. Now it might be getting really tricky. I mean, I guess I can still take and play bishop d5 always and never lose. But it's not really what I had in mind going into this. Maybe like bishop c3, e5 is a nice way to follow this up. But I'm assuming he'll play a5. Then I'll play a3. Oh, taking that. Rook trade. Love to see a rook trade. And he's kind of forced to. Okay, taking that way. King c2. Gaining some time on the clock, which is also nice. This is a threat. Plays rook f3. Okay, I guess this is a useful move. Probably I'll have to play f5 at some point. Oh, he's got that. Okay, I've missed that. Whoops. King d2, king c3. Trying to like activate my king. I'm not liking what I'm doing. I can tell you that. I think I'm making huge mess out of a completely winning endgame. Stopping rook e3. Not sure why I gave that check. Sure, give me the pawn. I thought we could unpin. Ooh, he's got like a tactic. Gotta play b4. And then this. Still has rook e3, but I have rook d3. He had a trick because he had rook d4 and bishop c5 ideas. Oh, he has this move now. Gosh. Okay, I'll go there. Maybe he has king there. I'll throw in a check. This game is super stressful. You just bishop. Check and king e4 I wanted. Has to go back and then maybe rook g7. Okay, this I thought was not good. Get the pawn. This is actually the most stressful game that I've ever played. But we can take that now for free. I think now we're winning it in the king and pawn endgame. Just king d5. Might be winning the king and pawn endgame, luckily. Yeah, a5 just taking with a king, I think. And now this is a book win. Wow. Managed to keep that under control somehow. Definitely allowed way too much counterplay than I should have. I guess I was even worse at some point, and now we're just queening. Okay, king c8. Just gonna be advancing. There are no like stalemate streaks. And we also end up seeing the resignation. Okay, hey everyone, I had to quickly hop in and show you what the opening moves were for the next game because that part of the stream got muted for some strange reason. So I played d4, opponent went knight f6, we went for the Jobava London, and they played with d5, and after bishop f4, e6, we went for the common knight b5 move, and now black defended the c7 pawn by playing bishop to d6. We took the bishop pair, as we usually do with the knight, and then went for knight f3, black played knight c6, and now we have the position that you will see in the video. So yeah, thank you for making it this far. Make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already, and enjoy the rest of the video. e3 is like a very natural move. I remember in my notes I had like a strange move order, maybe with like c3 in this position, can't really recall. I think I'm just gonna be playing the supernatural e3 and then pretty much take it from there. I think I had a previous game where one of my opponents played knight e4, and we've met that with knight e2. But now we see short castle, and yeah, I think we'll just continue with like bishop e2. That's pretty important because bishop d3 will allow all kinds of e5, e4 potentially in the future. So bishop belongs on e2, really important. Opponent playing rook e8, preparing this idea. I think we can pretty much just simply castle, and whenever they go e5, the engine would like bishop g5, I'm like pretty sure. Bishop g3 is also decent, but I would say closer to equal. So I think I'm just gonna be playing this move that is kind of a bit more active. And on e4, this is a good question. Where do we put the knight? Either on e1 or on d2. I think on like d2, because we're gonna be most likely breaking with c4. And against h6, I'm not gonna be just giving him the bishop for free. I'm just gonna be keeping the tension, and if he's like overextending with g5, that could yeah, backfire pretty badly. So just gonna leave that on the board, the bishop. Yeah, keeping this pretty annoying pin, and then I think we're gonna be breaking with c4 most likely. A nice maneuver when the pawn is like already on c4. You could play like knight b1 and then get the knight to c3, from where it will yeah, put some additional pressure into the center. But okay, it wasn't really the case in this position. I just thought it's kind of useful to mention it. But looks like opponent is going hyper aggressive with g5. Just gonna be dropping the bishop to g3. And it's gonna be an interesting, an interesting example because we need to take advantage of that overextended kingside. I'm thinking about breaking with f3 at some point. Problem is it doesn't work immediately, because then we will have some issues with the pawn on e3. We see knight e7, preparing knight f5, I would say. I don't think we can like really stop that. And playing f3, not sure where that will prepare for it after like knight f5. So I think we'll just continue on the queen side with like c4. I've also considered this move, but I think we can at least play rook f8. So there's not much that we can gain with that, and yeah, just playing c4. Opponent playing knight f5, continuing in logical fashion. I think we can take there for sure. Could also take the time to maneuver. It's a bit slow indeed, but knight would be well placed there. The only other thing that I'm considering is taking, and after knight e5, I'm looking whether we have a way to put some pressure on this pawn on e4, but I can't really come up with an immediate way. Another interesting move is like queen b3, hitting this pawn, and bishop e6 kind of running into queen b7, I think. Then still rook b8, rook takes. We've got like rook d1. It's not that simple, but I think like queen b3 should be a good move here. Feels better than the slow knight b1, but I think it's kind of instructive to play knight b1, so I'm gonna go for it. We see bc, just gonna be taking with a bishop. There's no like much going on, and after d5 you can just play, I think bishop e2 is pretty common. Could also keep the bishop to like b3 from where it's keeping an eye on this pawn, but I think for the time being the bishop is kind of nicely placed on e2. Opponent takes on g3. I think it makes a lot of sense to take this way now. I mean, sure, the supernatural way would be to take this way, but not only because we activate the rook, but specifically because this pawn is not on g7. This knight is now like really loose on f6. Gonna be playing knight c3, something like that. It just feels like we can simply double up on the f file and we're gonna be getting like a winning position. Just knight c3, he can't take on b2 because of knight a4, and then we collect the knight. Okay, we see bishop d7 from my opponent. This is actually an interesting position where we could consider the exchange sack, but I think we're gonna be keeping it very simple. Just queen d2, doubling up on the f file, and I think it's gonna be really tricky for him to defend. I think he's gotta play, I was about to say bishop e6, but that's not even a playable move because the knight would drop, and knight g4 I thought we'd take at. Could also take on d5 intermezzo, which is even stronger. Hitting the queen and then taking the knight with like knight f6 coming if he takes back. So he'll have to take the knight, but there's bishop h5 as an issue, and then we double up and we're just winning. Queen d6, as expected, I think, just taking, and on like queen d5. I thought bishop h5, could also trade bishops, that is perfectly doable. I think we trade. I changed my mind. Now gonna play rook c1. Forgot about that pawn, that was not good. Rook f6, hitting this guy. Why can't we just take? I think we can collect some juicy pawns on the king side. King g7, rook h5, king g6 like g4. Rook's actually pretty good on h5. This game's getting like a bit messy. Wish I would have kept that smoother, but I think it's still like completely winning. There's like rook c6 just kind of crashing. Yeah, many ways. Just queen f2, I think. This is big threat, and then probably infiltrating with a rook. So he's gotta like, I don't know, play queen e6. Goes queen d5, but that's just bad because of rook coming over. And he's pretty much just dropping the queen, or he's getting mated on g5. So we do manage to get a game. I think even though he managed to like steal that pawn on a2, the position should have been objectively winning. Getting the right pieces, gonna playing d4 followed by knight c3. We see b6. Are we gonna do the Jobava thingy again? I guess we're just gonna be playing my chessable course against the sidelines. Yeah, no reason why not to. Just also showing you how to punish this sidelines. And after e6, I think we go bishop d3, bishop b4, knight g2. So we see knight f6 being played. I think we can go same knight e2. Again, don't go e5 because then that's just a horrible move of bishop takes on g2. And you have to know about c5. There's a very nice gambit with d5. That is pretty much the key to this setup, because black's desired break is this c5 move, and it's just like not really working against this. And I think this is giving black like a really rough time playing this b6 Owen defense, whatever it's called. It's still like played occasionally by strong players in blitz, like Firouzja plays it occasionally, but I think it should be very suffering. Just a3 now. Also, you can take back with a knight, gaining the bishop pair. And then bishop e7, I think we're in time with e5 now. Because like knight d5 can take and play knight f4. And then the queen's like already joining the attack. Yeah, I think when b6 it's called the Owen defense. And now there are many ways of playing this. I think queen g4 is like the supernatural one, hitting the pawn, and g6, h4, h5, queen g3, and big threat of taking there next. I think that's pretty much how this is getting refuted. Just h4, big threat next, so he probably has to play h5 himself. Because if he doesn't, we can do this. Also, ideas to take, and then bishop g6, but not really working that well. Just pushing. If we push g5, how do we continue though? Maybe I don't need to rush with it. I can just start bishop d2 or bishop e3. The idea of bishop d2 is to like go there, defend. Would have loved to go for the instant kill with h5, but I don't think it works that well. Might have to just play positional now, like this, and castling long myself. But we're like dominating both flanks of the board, so it's just a much better position. Yeah, I think the bishop will be nicely placed there. We castle long, covering this. Just getting ourselves defended. This is next, and good luck finding a good square for this queen, because I don't see one. Plays queen e7, but that will be a target after this kind of ideas. And yeah, I mean, if he has to play like queen c8, it's just like really ugly. But now he's just like losing tactically. Just pick up the pawn and then go back, I think. No need to go super deep with it. He'll play queen e8, but just go back. Yeah, just bishop back. Yeah, Owen defense is like not amazing objectively speaking, but it could be getting a lot of players out of theory, and it's not as bad if you don't know how to punish it. I mean, I did. Not so many people do like a lot of research on the Owen, like I had to do for my course, and can like easily get away with it. You can see Hikaru, Firuja playing it, just crashing in blitz. So we see Rook G8, just gonna be playing Queen F3. But there's also like a chessable course on it, I believe, made by Lawrence Trent. Someone actually asked me about a line that he's giving, and I'm not having it in the course. Forgot to update that. I'll need to make some time for that. We see King B8 being played. Now I think I can just do that. Getting the knight to the outpost. Could also just take, play Rook D1. Maybe that's like easier. Activating the Rook. Plays knight a5. Just gonna be taking. He's gonna be having really ugly pawns. This is only move, but he's gonna be having issues defending the king side. I mean the queen side. Already this could be an annoying idea. He still has like c5, bishop b6 to defend. So maybe just like bringing the knight over. And on bishop e7, there should be something, I imagine. Okay, now this is bad because of c4, I think. It's got queen b6. Still not so simple. Maybe I shouldn't relax, because this could be a mistake. Maybe he can still try to like survive. But c5 looks like such a good move, coming with tempo. Almost impossible to like not relax in these positions. That's the tricky part. So the thing is, I don't want his rook to like ever take there, so I might just play g3. Bishop e7. Now the next step would be trading his queen. Again, like anything wins, but I think this to like c3 is maybe simplest. Just queen c3. I mean, I still think like a caveman. Pretty much most of the time. But when I realize it's not working, I switch to something else. Or at least I try to. So once we see the queen trade, I think we're like quite happy getting into this endgames. He's most likely going to regain the pawn on c5, but I'm still having a much better structure on the king side. And on f6, I think can even take and play king c2, or perhaps knight f4, inviting a rook trade. This is though like the easy way to deal with it. Then like rook e1, hitting the pawn. Could throw in the check, but just rook e1 seems fine. And if he plays rook e8, I think we're going rook e4, and then f4, winning the pawn. And okay, just taking it now with rook a. I like to connected passer. It should be an easy win. We see rook d5, but can simply drop the knight, I think. Maybe throwing in this move is not a bad idea either, but just 93. I guess we're just gonna be winning this one slowly, like rook e6 next, and then just pushing pawns. He's got like no counterplay really. Rook f5. Again, that is like defended, but you're gonna be playing f4 anyways. Just getting ready to advance, and yeah, we're doing very well. Just rook e6, I think. Activating. c6 could be next. We see bishop g7. Again, anything wins. I think simplest just bringing the king to like e4. But that's losing the c3 pawn. Not that it's such an important pawn, but also I'm kind of attached emotionally to my pawns, which you shouldn't. Gonna be playing knight e5. I guess it's still completely fine activating and perhaps shortening the route of the king because we can get there via d3. We see bishop to f8. How are we gonna be dealing with this? He's hitting the pawn, could play c6. I mean, c6 has gotta be a good move. I mean, could do knight d7 either. Knight d7, c6. I think I like knight d7. Sort of inviting him to enter the losing rook endgame. Also, if takes, just take and potentially force it with rook e5. Don't need to. There's like an easier way, like rook g6, rook g5, and that's gonna be for sure winning. Yeah, we see exactly that. Again, this is probably like still completely winning, but if you wanna be sure, this is always the better way. Because you're gonna be getting the what is it called, the protected pass pawn. I think that's how you name it in the king and pawn endgames, and that is a winning endgame usually. g5, and yeah, he just straight up resigned. So okay, that was a good game. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. From this video, you're going to be learning the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to squeeze the Benoni setup when black plays an early c5. How to play the typical endgames for this variation after using the Queen h2 idea. How to absolutely demolish the Czech Pirk according to my Chessable course. And at the end of the video, I'm going to show you my secret way of dealing with the Slav setup, avoiding the most common bishop d3 plans. Starting off with the white pieces, gonna be going d4 and heading right into the Jobava London with knight c3, ideas of e4. So opponent actually going for c5, which is pretty interesting of a move, and I think we're just gonna be going for the most aggressive line, just playing d5. I don't think with a knight on c3 it really makes much sense to like deviate. Like in the normal London, I usually advise my lower rated students to deal with this, let's say when they go c5, to maybe play something like c3, well, to like keep it simpler in this position. But okay, I mean at this point, once you have the knight on c3, there's not like really much room for creativity. Maybe DC could be interesting, but I don't think it gives white an objective edge. And yeah, just going for the main lines with d5. He goes e6. We're just gonna be taking back with a pawn pretty much all the time, and gonna be developing. This bishop goes to c4. I'm trying to like understand whether it makes sense to play this bishop b5 check. That it's quite topical in some of these lines, but I don't think in this super particular one. So I think just developing to c4 is just fine. Just making sure this pawn is gonna be well defended. You can just castle. Whenever they play a6, we're gonna be going a4, stopping them from pushing b5, because then we have takes. And after knight d7, I'm trying to remember whether we are supposed to play a5 or not, because on one hand this looks actually very good because we're fixing the weak square, but it might also help black to speed up the initiative on the queen side a little bit after b5. Because if you think about it, if we just play rook e1, super flexible, they can still play rook b8, but they're not going to be threatening to go b5, because you can obviously just take and they don't really get any compensation. We see knight g4 with this idea, so just to stop that, I think I'm going to be playing bishop f4. Ideally, they'd be able to play bishop f6, but that will actually just hang the pawn. So this is a pretty annoying threat now. And yeah, I think black has a pretty unpleasant position now. Okay, we see bishop f6, but that is running into what I just pointed out. Take the free pawn. I guess opponent simply forgot about that, and how are we going to continue? Could just play queen d2, and then when they go knight e5, you know, we could potentially just trade everything. Another thing would be to maybe play h3, sort of force knight e5 right away. Could also start with like rook e8 if I want to. Have a pretty big choice. Also, knight e4 is not like a completely stupid move, but then maybe they can take the pawn on b2. There's rook b1 though. Kind of not believing bishop takes on b2 as a move there, but I don't want to give back the pawn for like no reason if I don't have to. So I think we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna be playing queen e1. I think that's like cleanest, just fighting for the e file right away. And now if they play knight e5, I think we have ideas to take and then play f4 in some positions. So I think this is pretty nice. And now whenever we'll be playing h3, I simply don't want to allow this kind of move to happen. Again, like even if they get into knight e5, it's not gonna be like a disaster, but black is gonna be getting some kind of compensation, some, finishing development, and if I can avoid that, I think I should try to at least. Okay, I wanted knight e5, and then if they take with a knight, I'm going f4. That was the point, and I think that wins. So now f4 is not amazing because they have check, and I think we're losing maybe, but maybe just take, and I think they have to take with a queen. Yeah, because knight takes on e5 was obviously going to allow f4, and then black is losing a piece because of the pin. And after queen takes on e5, we can simply go for the send game, I believe, where we're up a pawn, and we have a nice move to start with, which is rook e1, because they're unable to collect the bishop because of the back ranker, and they have to play something like f6, I'm assuming, and then we can just like move the bishop. Maybe exchange sack is not entirely stupid, but it's definitely super unnecessary. Could also just defend with b3. I've got like many moves here. Probably just keeping the bishop is best, I'm assuming. Could also go to f1. The thing is just gonna be playing this move with the idea to attack that pawn. So maybe bishop b3 makes sense. Then they have c4, bishop a2, bishop f5, but then maybe f4, and then we win the pawn on c4. So I think that's maybe cleanest. I don't know though. I just kind of like that idea. If they play c4, that pawn is actually, it looks active for the time being, but I have a feeling it might be pretty weak at some point. So okay, they go there. Can we go d6? Then they want c4. So I don't think we shouldn't be allowing that, but first start with knight f4, kicking the knight. Yeah, knight has to move. They go to g6. Can play g3 defending. I think throwing in d6 is also a very serious candidate, and then just playing knight d5. On d6 they'll probably go to f8 and then knight d5, bishop c6, something like that. We can play maybe knight c7. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So I'm giving a check, assuming king there, and then I want to play knight d5, defending this pawn, and on that I wanted knight there. And it's kind of hard to find a good square for the rook. That's what made me go for this, and knight e6 is gonna be super unpleasant move. Yeah, hitting the rook, this is big threat, and king is also in trouble. Rook d8 is running into a fork. That was the initial thing that I've seen, And they have to choose probably between these two squares, but then this is gonna be kind of devastating anyways. So if we can go for the check, collect the pawn at least. Yeah, could also maybe play d7 then knight c5. That's actually looks pretty clever. Maybe they have king e8 to defend against it, but it should be lost obviously somehow. King f7, just d7. And after the bishop takes, we have knight c5 and we're winning the bishop. Yeah, discovery check and then just collecting this guy. I think that was the easiest win. Yeah, okay, opponent also resigns, which seems pretty fair. I think that was actually maybe a pretty accurate game, but we've got like a superb position from the opening, so that's kind of how you want to be refuting this lines when they are playing for this early c5 Benoni. Just play d5, e4. You get into this symmetrical position where you have extra space, and it's pretty much always gonna be pleasant for you with the extra space. Remember that bishop c4 is a good move. It's a bit counterintuitive because it's kind of blocked by this pawn, but the bishop is playing a nice role in keeping that pawn really safe, and white is just having a very, very easy play in the structures. Alright, gonna go d4. We've got a game in the meantime, and gonna be going for the Jobava London. And against d5, just gonna be playing bishop f4. We see bishop f5, just gonna play e3 and then try to hunt the bishop. Okay, we see e6, I'm gonna be playing f3 and then just going g4. Trying to hunt down that bishop. We see bishop d6. That's actually like an interesting move. I don't see it like very often. I think I'm just gonna be playing g4 and h4. How's actually this line? Maybe I'm supposed to play knight e2. I think like bishop f4, pawn takes on f5 should be good for me. Yeah, I don't want to like play h4 because he can then take and then go h5, and that's looking bad for me strategically. Just gonna go knight e2, taking with a knight, and this and that. Generally we do castle long indeed, or sometimes the king stays on f2. Hans gives knight e2 immediately. Yeah, I might have messed up the move order a bit. I think knight e2 is the right way to start, but I realized it only after I played it, so it was a little bit too late. We see h6. Yeah, I think I can just go like queen d2 and castle long. Feel like I have the easier play. Gotta watch out for like knight b4 though when we castle. That could be annoying. Funny move, like all of a sudden c2 might be undefendable. I have to keep an eye on that. Maybe I'll start bishop takes and knight f4 and then castle long. I think that's what I'm about to do. Yeah, okay, he goes knight b4, hitting the pawn, but yeah, well, maybe I was supposed to start with bishop takes and knight f4 so I can have some piece on d3 now, like either knight or bishop. Probably knight I would have played, but now knight b4, I think we just play rook c1. We see bishop takes on f4, gonna be taking with a knight, hitting the bishop. Goes one step back. I think you can play a3 followed by bishop d3. Yeah, I think that's pretty typical. Maybe take with a pawn. Maybe taking with a pawn is like not too bad in this case. Taking with a knight also like interesting, controlling the dark squares. Like e5 square in particular. Because like c takes d3 has got maybe like e5 potentially. And that's maybe really strong for him. So I don't really like taking with a pawn from that perspective. I think just taking with a knight. Controlling e5. If they go queen d6, do you guys want to like see an endgame? I don't think you're gonna play that, but it's like funny idiots. It's better when there's like this pawns included. Like if I had h5 g5 on the board, that is actually a very good move. But okay, maybe knight b5 now, and like queen g3, queen f2. Maybe can still do queen h2. It does look interesting. Let's play some endgames. g5 was interesting instead of bishop d3. I don't know. Maybe it was indeed. Yeah, g5 was actually very interesting. Don't know why I haven't played it. I guess I just went for the autopilot move. But it might end up being a very instructive game if we get into the end game and we manage to win it. It's not really like better, I think, but maybe just a bit easier to play due to the extra space that we have. Opponent also like not sure whether he wants to trade or not. That's like pretty interesting. I think he would castle long simply. But maybe we just take. I don't think taking with a pawn is that amazing. Just taking with a rook. Knight d7. e5 not really a thing because of knight d5. We just need to like slowly improve our position now. Maybe we could do knight a4 with knight c5 ideas. Or just simply knight e2. Making room for c4. But knight e2 then he gets e5 and so I don't like that. Maybe knight b5. Castles. And then c4 is a thing. Then like a6, maybe that's a bit problematic. But like a6 cd, that's like looking good for us. And even like dc, knight, rook c4, a6, knight c3 also looking okay. Yeah. Okay, if this move we want to go for the intermezzo and if dc rook takes, that's the plan, and if a6 just knight back. And if knight b6 I'm actually planning to sack the exchange. Yeah, also by the way against the e6 we could potentially sack. I don't think it's like that amazing though. So if I go knight c3, the move that's actually annoying is not knight b6 because I think we get a good exchange sack. But the knight a5 move, but I guess just like rook a4 there. And this rook can be brought quite easily into the game. I'm hoping he goes there, yeah, and now the point was to do this. And it felt like this should be quite annoying for my opponent. I think it's like pretty fun position to play. Easy moves for white. Maybe not better objectively, but still quite annoying. And I think this is like best move. And I think maybe we go rook c2. And if they go knight d5, could be just playing king f2. Okay, that I thought it's worse because we can take with a tempo. Are we just taking? Taking could be fine. Rook d6 and then knight back to e5. Kinda don't want to take. Maybe I should. The thing is he's kind of forcing this knight trade, which I don't want to allow. Maybe we can play like knight d5, knight d1, if that's like not too slow. Maybe c5 is interesting for him. I wasn't sure if he can play it. Do I read chess books? Not that much anymore. I mostly write chess books. But I used to read a lot. The opponent plays knight d5. Yeah, this is interesting. I can either play king f2 and allow the trade, or I can play knight d1. I think we like want to keep more pieces. I think it's more annoying for him. And now this is like really annoying. Could potentially, yeah, just play king f2 defend and then bring this knight to life. To like d3 and then c5. And you see like opponent is going down on time. It's like a really uncomfortable position for him to play. It's not that the sacrifice was amazing, but I feel like the practical value is like pretty huge. Okay, I'll just keep playing simple moves like king f2, defending this pawn. And then, yeah, I was considering to play e4, but I don't want to like soften my pawns if I'm like not gaining anything specific in return. So I couldn't see what I'm gaining immediately. At what rating I will end the speedrun? I think all speedruns are going to 2500. So I get that question a lot. Just keeping my knight and then b4. if he doesn't flag. I hope he doesn't flag so we get to like actually squeeze him. Yeah, just b4 idea to like bring this knight over. God, I mean, opponent just flagged. Okay, I mean, I guess position was like very unpleasant, but I wish we could like maneuver him around. I guess we were better already. Oh, I could have played rook c5, by the way. No need to sack it right away. But I mean, I really like my sack. It was brilliant. Do you see it? Oh, I guess you don't. Oh, you can see it, I think. Yeah, it's... Rook c6 was a brilliant move, okay? Chess.com also agrees. I think that's already like a ultimate level of validation. Also, I like knight d1, keeping knights. Because the other one was king f2 and... Yeah, like I guess this is still playable, but I mean with not so many pieces, it's kind of easy for black to even play something like this if they are running out of options. I mean, this is not good, but just to give an example. So I think practically keeping knights is a better chance. Has to watch out for all of this kind of moves. Yeah, let's just go d4. Try to get an interesting Jobava London. And we see g6. I guess we're just gonna be playing the Austrian attack. Gonna be playing f4. We just transposed back into the Pirc. Okay, we see bishop g7, which is very normal. Just gonna be playing knight f3. Most likely gonna get a bishop out to d3 if he castles. Can also play c5. Okay, c6. He's playing like the Czech Pirc. This is just like not an amazing opening though. I have like an enormous win rate against this with the Austrian attack. You can do e5, but I mean, I don't think it's any good. I think we do this. You can have the pawn. I wonder how many kid players know the Austrian attack. I would say not too many. In general, people that play King's Indian don't play Pirc. Or maybe it's just me. So we see queen takes, and the general way to deal with this is by just playing queen d2, defending the knight, and then threatening to play rook b1 and winning the pawn. So they have to just go back, but then we've got like a bunch of interesting alternatives, such as rook b1, such as e5. Ooh, this is not a good move. That is for sure not a good move. Like, at the very least, we can just win back the pawn with like a much better position. I'm trying to find a way to like trap his queen though. I don't think we can trap the queen. Just gonna be keeping it simple. White is just getting huge advantage. This is also hanging and queen is misplaced. Got like really nice pawn center. Expecting this move. I think just taking with the rook. This is also not horrific, but I'd keep it standard like that. Okay, I mean, if I do it this way, maybe he's got like knight g4 in some lines. If I have to think about it more, starting to like that move better. Okay, let's do it. I think it's fun. Okay, opponent goes e5. The general way to deal with that, if I was having, let's say, this pawn on g2, was to take and play f5. But I mean, doesn't that just look like a hanging pawn? It looks like that to me. What is wrong with just like taking twice and playing f4? I would assume nothing, so gonna do it. Knight d7, but just like f4, keeping everything defended. So opponent plays knight d7 as expected, but just f4, defending everything, getting keys of like knight c5. I think we might be having a surprising winning move that is like knight b1. As weird as it may look, I don't think he's got like a way to defend the knight. And also I don't see a counter attack, so gonna be playing this strange looking knight b1. I think this is the killer in this position, because he's only moved to like keep the knight defended was queen a5, but that is taken by my queen. So I think this kind of backwards knight moves are like the hardest to spot, but I mean it's easy to see in this position, but because it just feels like his pieces are so loose, you just naturally look for something and then you spot it easily, I would say. And now we're just kind of winning, I think. Okay, I think opponent is just doomed now after knight b1. See, queen takes on a2, but picking up the free knight. Just an easy win now. Funny tactic, bishop c4. Just trading a lot of stuff. And like queen takes, there's queen d8. And after he takes, we take there, and he's got some problems with f7. He's got like rook d7 only move, but that is still lost. This was like a bit unnecessary, okay, but we're just having a little bit of fun with it. Yeah, and now bishop or rook takes? I think bishop. Then just like bringing out this rook. Or like anything really. So like rook d1, threatening mate, knight a6, bishop d4. I don't know, I guess I'll just play this and that. Seems to be the most clinical. Not sure we'd need this knight, but it's nice to have it, I guess. Maybe I could have pushed like e6 or something. But anything wins, I think, at this point. He tries c5, just bishop there. Bishop coming to d5 when he plays knight c6. We see that, but bishop back. And like knight b4 is losing another piece to rook b4. Then we pick up his rook. Bishop a7 missed. I've seen it, but I thought this is better. Okay, this knight's actually getting a bit annoying there. I don't like him having an active knight. This is not what I signed up for. Well, we can just play king h1, I guess, against the check. So how do we do this? I guess we'll need the knight. So watch out for this knight route. All the way to f7. I think that's how we do it. Rook h7, yeah, that's working, but I want to go for the mate. I want to get my knight to f7 and then knight g5 and rook h7 mate. Okay, but now another knight move with tempo. And then knight e5 will come winning another tempo. Yeah. This is big fat. By the way, another friend might be just to play rook g7 and he's in like a mating net because of knight coming. Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make. Why would we trade this strong rook for this, yeah, sort of useless rook with rook h7? I think it's better to like keep. Then yeah, like just getting the mate. Knight c3, can give a check. Can go rook g7. I think rook g7 is like nice. Watch out for this, boys. He's gonna be doing this. Do you feel what is about to happen? Oh gosh, he didn't. Now we're getting the mate, but I wish he was playing this. And then we get like rook g8, rook takes, and knight f7. That's what I was like hoping to get. But now it's just a normal smother mate, I guess. And we end up getting the win. Alright, we got the white pieces. Gonna go d4 and knight c3. We see the lines with knight f6 and then d5. Getting into the ultimate main lines of the Jobava London. Expecting e6. This is sort of the main move. I would say, yeah, the most common one that we're running into. He does play the Slav though, meaning that he's most likely going to develop the bishop to f5. And against that, we're gonna be going for the kingside play, of course. Just f3 followed by g4. And it's gonna be interesting whether he plays with like h6 or with h5. That would be interesting to see. Okay, I mean, this is the normal move. Maybe knight d7 is also doable. I don't really remember. I think that might be playable as well. Could also start with h6. I think, yeah, he does go for that. I'm gonna be playing g4 and then h4. This guy is taking like really weird timing. Okay. Opponent plays bishop g6. Just gonna be going h4. And I think they connect this line with h5, yeah. I think that's the trick. And then they play... They're playing like knight g8. And like the standard motif would be to play bishop d3. But I think I'll try out another idea. Let's see how they are dealing with the unusual plan of bringing the knight towards h3. And now the idea is to get it to f4. I think this is like quite surprising for a lot of players, because what you'd normally see in the Jobava London is like everyone plays bishop d3 in this position, I think. Or in these positions in general. It doesn't have to be that precise one. But here, okay, we get a super interesting game with the knight on e7. He might be playing knight f5, I'll play bishop f2. If he moves the bishop, I think maybe then we play bishop d3. We forced him lose a tempo. Okay, on bishop h7 we also have ideas to grab that pawn on h5, of course, so that's why they play to f5. Now e4 though is kind of tempting. I think we're just gonna go for that. When you can push in the center like this and gain a tempo, it's usually the right thing to do. Gonna keep developing. I think we're getting a really nice position right now with the center, and his pieces look kind of cramped to me. Big frat. This is also a frat. I'm expecting this and g6. Yeah. This is probably next, otherwise the pawn drops. And on g6, could start with long castle. Probably that's easiest, and just play it slow with the f-file. Put pressure on this pawn. Also, I had ideas of e5 and knight e4, but I don't want to give away these squares when pushing e5, so I think I might be delaying that for a bit. It's also kind of hard for him to castle short, because if he does that, I might be having ideas to sack the piece there. So I think we bring the rook. Could also play e5 now because we're killing the bishop. He's got knight f5. Can play knight e4 maybe. Like, I'm fine with that trade. Yeah, I'll start this way. I'm just waiting for him to commit pretty much. And then maybe we do go e5. Because like taking, I think, is kind of fine. Do you guys want to go for the super aggressive play? So I think the main defensive resource for him in that position is to play queen e8, with the idea to push something like f5 or f6. So on queen e8, I can't really come up with a serious plan. Maybe just e5, f5 and queen back. But that's like really messy. I want to keep it really, really clean. So I think for this reason, I'm gonna be going e5 and knight f5, just knight e4. I would be happy to see that trade happening, because this knight is a pretty good blockading piece for him, but I think now we might be threatening to actually do that, because in a lot of positions compared to what we have seen previously, we have ideas to play knight f6. Okay, he goes there. I think just king b1 is the automatic good reply. And see what he wants to do. Could also play this move next, so that the bishop won't be hanging, and we do that with tempo, which is pretty nice. I think he should start offering endgames, maybe with queen a6, because on queen b5 I can hit him with c4. So yeah, I would love to play this, but then this guy hangs. Could also sack. Do we want to like sack immediately? I mean, it looks fun, why not? He's got like even the fork with knight e3, but okay, knight f6, maybe he has king f8 and he's escaping. Oh wait, he doesn't have knight e3. Never mind, I'm just talking nonsense. We have queen f7 on knight e3. Okay, let's do it. I mean, it's too fun. You've got me. We've got a sack now. This was so unnecessary, but it looks so fun. So we're gonna be playing it. I just want to play that move. Maybe also this ideas. With like pawn takes, knight e6, rook f8, knight takes on f5, threat of mate in 1. Maybe that's not good, but if we have to like consider it at least. So we have sacked the piece, and some people might try to see the direct checkmate, but sometimes even, you know, slow play, like let's say queen f3 and just pushing the h-pawn might be good enough if he doesn't have counterplay. I would love a quicker finish though. Maybe like knight d6. This is like his best piece. Maybe we can even consider g6 ideas. And after pawn takes, queen takes. Okay, so he does go for the counter sack. I don't think that should be good. This should be the move, just trading his bishop and might be instantly winning. Yeah, I think that's insta win. Okay, I think he's just like helping us to finish faster, because now he's got no bishop that defends his king, so he was definitely not forced to do that. I can tell you that, but I think if he had a defense, the position was pretty unclear, maybe close to equal if he had one. Not sure that's actually defendable, but it definitely felt like giving me interesting play, so okay, I think here we just win the queen, like knight f6, queen h8, knight g8. So we don't have checkmate, but we have this move, and we can pick up the undefended queen. Yep. And mate on f7 soon. Okay, do you want a funny one? We'll play rook d8 first. Okay, he resigned, but like there was queen f7 mate on the next turn anyways. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. From this video, you're gonna be learning the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to play against the early queen b6 lines, how to attack the Grunfeld setup by pushing the h-pawn, how to absolutely demolish the King's Indian by using the Austrian attack, how to punish the early c5 Benoni plus some key principles in the opposite colored bishops endgames. And at the end of the video, we're gonna be dealing with a passive non-standard setup similar to what we could see from the Hippo defense. Can pretty much pre-move knight c3 bishop f4 at this point, almost. Yeah, there you see it, and we're facing the Slav. Gonna be playing with pawn to e3, and we see queen b6, which is fairly interesting. Black is attacking this pawn, so the standard reaction would be just to defend. And yeah, the point of this move is that we will no longer castle long as we would normally do against the Slav. But I still feel like we're getting interesting play based on g4, and I'm guessing we're gonna be using the f2 square for the king as a safe one. You know, depending on how safe a king can be on on f2. But in the structure is actually pretty safe, so you don't need to worry about it. And we have two plans. One of them is bishop d3, but I think I'm gonna be using the other one. Might be a bit trickier to deal with. Okay, so opponent wants that move, putting pressure onto c2. Should we really care? Because we have rook c1 at least. Okay, I think I'm gonna play bishop g3, and I'm gonna be meeting knight b4 with rook h2. And you see that's like really nice with the extra space. We can make this kind of moves that are controlling the whole board pretty much. And the idea is just to play knight f4 on the next move, and we want to put pressure on the g6 bishop. And this was pretty clever because on the next move we can play a3 and the knight will simply have to go back. And yeah, not sure that was such a clever knight jump for my opponent. We see f6, but that's actually really inviting me to play knight f4. Do we start with a3? So the thing is, I want to play knight f4, bishop f5, and then bishop d3. But the problem is he can take with a knight. So in order to get rid of that, I'll start with a3. And after the knight goes back, then we will do knight f4 with bishop d3. Ideally, we're going to be able to use that weak square on g6 after the bishop trade. So I'm going to be taking with a queen. I think that is for sure. And big threat of check. Also knight g6. I think he has to castle, but it doesn't really look very appealing. We have knight g6 as a move in this position, kind of forcing rook g8. They may be just taking twice on e5, collecting the pawn. Kind of want more though. Also, I believe, by the way, there's this knight h5, but I don't like it because he can simply castle. Obviously, the knight is untouchable because of queen g6. Yeah, can we throw in this check? He's got like king e7. I mean, not really. King e7 runs into knight d5. So if we actually go for the check king d8 only move, knight e6. I mean, that looks very promising. I don't know, I'll just play it. Yeah, that was the only move. Can go in with a knight. And then on king e7, could simply take on f8, I guess. Okay, he goes to c8, but isn't that like a pretty funny checkmate? I thought that's a pretty funny checkmate that we managed to get. And opponent resigns, which is pretty nice. Okay, getting the white pieces. Let's go d4. And then knight c3. Okay, he plays the Slav. Glad to see the Slav, and now it's going back into the Grunfeld. We're gonna be playing h4, and okay, here, I know you're gonna be screaming like, you have to play h5. But the thing is, with this c6 move on the board, that is defending the pawn, and I think black is slightly better objectively in those lines. I have played that as black myself, and the point here is to start with bishop e2 as white. Preparing h5, and now we're just getting the sort of positional lines with the knight getting into e5, and we're gonna be later on trying to expand with f3 g4, but we're gonna be playing for long castle first. And here, remember this, really important, do not take with a pawn because you're just like slightly worse. But this is just really pleasant to play as white, and queen d2, long castle. I really enjoy to play this kind of positions. And I can also tell you from the black side, because I played King's Indian most of my career, and at some point they started doing these lines, and I just hated my opponents so badly. It's just so easy to play as white, and with black is really annoying. Like, you have to know what you're doing very well. For example, I think this is a pretty bad move positionally, because in the future we're gonna be breaking with g4 or maybe even e4, so that's only helping us. And yeah, I think from like navigating with a computer in this kind of lines, something like a5, queen d2 and b5 should be recommended. Or even in this position, I think a5 is very interesting move, and like queen d2, b5 and some like really weird lines. If black knows what he's doing, I think it's fine, but people generally don't understand the opening so well. Not even in the main lines, but this is sort of a, I think people generally consider this as somewhat of a sideline from white's perspective. And now we can just castle and play rook dg1 followed by g4, or maybe just castle and sacrifice the pawn with g4. I think we might be sacrificing. It works pretty well generally, so Yeah, we'll see, I guess, when we get there. And b5, the thing is, if you're trying to create counterplay with black, going b5, white can simply ignore it, and after b4, knight a4, I mean, guess what? You're not only worse on the king side, but you're worse also on the queen side, because you gave away this important square on c5. So it's like a really frustrating line to deal with. Just castling. Okay, queen b6 is kind of pointless since it's blocking the pawns that you're supposed to gain counterplay. So I mean, I guess just pushing a5 and then trying b5, but it's definitely slower than white's initiative. And yeah, bishop e6, I told you the bishop is misplaced there. He's losing another tempo, so I think we just go g4. We're punishing these things. Maybe objectively speaking, e4 was good, but just gonna be sticking with the super standard play, and pawn takes we're sacrificing. Just trying to open things up. Could also maybe take back. Something that you should definitely bother about is you never want to take in just so you can keep equal pawns. It's not working like that. We just want to go for the full attacking mode. And g takes h5, maybe just rook dg1 and stay like that. 97, just take on h5. It's pretty bad for black now on the king side. They can't take, I think, because they're getting mated with rook g1 and d4. So if you get to take and push h5 is still a disaster. Yeah, I think black is simply lost, and this is like a very good illustration of why it is so annoying to deal with this line. So see, a5, we're already there, almost mating. You think this will be in time? Give him 2 extra moves, we can just play b3 and we still have it under control. So this is just completely winning now. I guess I'll start with e4, just because we'll need the queen to deliver the checkmate. I think taking on g6 was also fine. Just play d4 because it felt more flexible, so to speak. Okay, I mean, I could take back. Yeah, taking back is easiest. Just keeping the pawns and take on g6 next, followed by h5. Yes. Again, opponent has 0 counterplay and his king side is getting opened up. Absolutely no counterplay. Okay, rook h8, but just queen g5. Coming closer. Big frat. I'm assuming rook h6 will get played, but just e5 should be an easy win. In that position, even queen e5 was interesting. Plays bishop f7 instead, which, yeah, it's interesting, but could do many things here. Just e5 should be good. Taking is also fine. I guess taking is the easiest one. Just gonna go with it. And okay, taking with a bishop should be losing to this. And on rook h1, I have the intermezzo to take, and then I can take back the rook. So we can even win it without calculating more than 2 moves. Yeah. Collecting this next, and this is mating frat. Yeah, okay, he resigns. So that's like how easy you can still win in 1900s rating. I think even above that, because I mean, honestly speaking, I didn't really had any hard moves to make. Like, for example, starting with this, I had to play this precise bishop e2 move in the opening that I knew from preparation, and then, yeah, I mean, this common sense rule of taking with the bishop on e5 followed by f3, because the thing is, some people start queen e2, but okay, that could allow some knight e4 in some lines, so for this reason I started f3, and then normal development, just push the g pawn, and yeah, if they take, by the way, I would have gone there and just play rook dg1. I am pretty sure this is gonna be a mating attack, they can pretty much never take on f3, and we can play e4 and bring the queen. He won't be able to defend the king side, and they have no counterplay, so this is really, really nice. Getting the white pieces, let's go for the Jobava London. We do see the modern just going for the most aggressive setup. Gonna be playing the Austrian attack. Bishop g4. This is not an amazing line. Gonna be playing h3. Maybe we can recreate the Bobby Fischer against Benko classical game. Does go for castle. Yeah. Now I think we just go e5 with a big advantage, but we can like no longer get into the Fischer-Benko game. Maybe I can play bishop d3 and still hope to get something similar. Okay, I'll do it just so we can maybe get it for the content. And now f5 is the thing. But like, instead of this, you can just play e5 and I think you're having a crushing advantage. But now, okay, these positions are also playable. Queen f2, and they usually go like c6, b5. Okay, c5 I think it's inaccurate. Now we play g4. Could also castle, but not sure I need it. And big threat is g5 and f6, and we're killing all of black's pieces on the king side. So this is like an important reaction, by the way, in some lines. When black is able to get this, remember you take this way, because what like a lot of people do, they end up taking and going d5, and black is getting a lot of counterplay after knight d4. So this is like important move. I'm like explaining these lines quite a lot in my course. And then f5, and white has a nice initiative. He just plays a6, but that is clearly losing. Way too slow. I think now he should be sacking the piece somehow, because moving the knight and allowing f6 is just a disaster. Yeah, but the thing is we have a lot of space, and black is not really opening up any lines against our king, so it's not really risky. Okay, knight h5, just f6. No need to calculate this. No, like knight d5, threatening to win the queen. Rook e8 like only move, but then maybe just play c3. This is just a crashing position. Wow, we're winning his queen, right, with knight e7. That is so nice. He's got like no counterplay. Has to give up the queen. Poor guy. Poor guy. Jesus, that was the mate on the board. Okay. How do we finish this one quickly? Just by taking, I guess. Could also castle. I guess castling long is fine. I mean, I can take the knight, but I'm opening up some lines. Maybe just pushing the h-pawn. Obviously, everything wins. So maybe taking and only move to take with a c-pawn and then just push. Yeah, I think I like this one better. Bishop still kind of doomed. We open up the h-file and we mate. He literally has a minor piece for the queen. Okay, he goes there, but now the bishop activates. Some trouble on f7. Okay, bishop d5, hitting the rook. Bringing this one over. Okay, he wants knight f4 with knight d3. Okay, I'll have queen d2 against knight f4. Stopping the fork and threatening this one, plus also h5. Okay, first of all, he's not really threatening to take because he's still lost. I think he can take on f4. Maybe taking on f4 is like simplest, but then he takes on c2 and plays d. He is actually not in time with d3. Has to play rook back to c7, and then rook f1 is, yeah, that's just easy win. Gonna go for it. Yeah, if d3 we have c3. Plays b4, but just rook f1, sort of ending the game. Rook f8 only move, but that drops the rook. Okay, I thought that should be a mate. Just bishop takes. And I mean, anything like queen d6, queen f6, something. Yeah, like rook e7, bishop g6. Yeah, maybe I had like a force mate, just collecting his bishop. Seems easiest to me. Queen e5. Yeah, mate on e8. Okay, we've got the game. But I think it was pretty much thanks to this really important way of capturing and then playing f5. Like, this is really important, and to be honest, this is maybe one of the uh, typical reactions that got me the most points. Like, I won an incredibly amount of games just by taking on e5 and playing f5. Not in this super uh, theoretical position, but in like general cases, when you do this and you go f5, it's just like really nice. You play g4 and they pretty much have no counterplay in the center, which is really nice. So that is the one thing that I want you to remember, and then the rest. Okay, my opponent just played really poorly and he just busted already. We should have played rook 8, but it's still looking pretty bad here. Like bishop e2 next and push the pawn. Getting the white pieces, let's go d4 and then knight c3. We see c5. Okay, let's go d5. I've actually looked up these lines very recently. Gonna be playing knight c3 with the idea to take with a knight. e4. And then I think we're still taking with a knight. That I'm not sure I checked, but I guess a4. And now I wanted to take on e6 in this position. So like the thing is, I could still play knight f3 and allow these structures, but after doing some analysis with the computer, I came to the conclusion that taking on e6 might be even stronger. Let's go knight f3 and then bishop f4, e5. I think it's the plan. I could have gone e5 immediately as well, but yeah, maybe go for it now. It looks like his structure is really messed up. I think we're having nice endgames in general. This weak pawn. Bishop goes to like c4, I guess. We're castling short. Knight c6, we would be taking it because we're doubling the pawns. If bishop c7, maybe just knight back to like d3, hitting the pawn on c5. Preparing to castle. Can we take it? I mean, that looks like a free pawn. We shouldn't take there though, because he's got rook e8. But we can castle ourselves first, and I think we're up a pawn. Okay, I mean, he's got knight c6, knight d4, maybe a little bit annoying. But I think we should be able to keep it under control somehow. Maybe knight c6, bishop e3. Okay, bishop d6, just knight e4 looks very strong. Knight e6 may be doable as well, but just this, or maybe even using that knight. I think it might not matter really. Maybe it does. Okay, I want to be gaining a tempo, so I'm gonna be doing it this way. And now could just take and play knight d5. Could play knight d5 directly as well. Yeah, let's do it this way. Knight d5. Okay, bishop e6 maybe he's got, so perhaps knight e4. Maybe he could do bishop d5 and knight c6. Just chop it. Okay, I'll do knight d5, bishop e6, knight b6 and take back. I think that's fine. Just trading and I'm up a pawn. This looked pretty unpleasant. And okay, maybe taking would give him some counterplay. But I don't really buy it, so just taking and going c3. And if knight d4, I think bishop d3, knight b3, rook b1 is okay for me. Even we have the opposite colored bishops. Feels like should be an easy win. Knight d4, maybe even bishop d5 is better, hitting the pawn on b7. He's got knight e2 check, although as an additional idea compared to the bishop d3 line, but yeah, I mean, I think if rook d8 we start bishop e6, bishop e3, and then just seems crashing with the extra pawn and two bishops, so I think this is like only try for him, realistically speaking, when he goes knight d4. Okay, that should be pretty bad. Can just go even bishop b3, simply just retreating is quite powerful. Because if I go bishop e6, rook c6, bishop b3, he might be gaining a tempo in some lines, doubling up on the file. So now even knight f5 is no longer working because of bishop e6, so I like this one better. Just bishop e3, this idea is if knight d5, maybe just take it and rook d1, trade a pair of rooks, bring it over to the open file, just trading everything. We have the extra pawn. Could go bishop c5. We don't really need it, just bringing the rook. So trading rooks and then we're bringing the king. That is pretty much the play. Also bishop f3 will most likely force him to play knight c6, and if we manage to trade the light square bishop for the knight with the same colored bishops, should be always a win. Yeah, here knight d5, bishop f3, knight e3 might be a bit trickier to win because he plays b6 and it's not so trivial. So maybe just bishop c5. Could do bishop d2 as well. I think just do c5. Looks more active. And this. Big flat. Can we go there? And that is actually a better endgame because his pawns are weaker compared to like the previous opposite colored bishop endgame. Oh, I think I could have blundered. Okay, knight c3. Yeah, he had knight c3 and then bishop b6, knight a4. That looks actually drawish. Yeah, I actually blundered, but now it's an easy win. At least the bishop endgame will be instructive, but okay, I mean, this is dead lost. He won't be able to defend both pawns with this structure, and it's clearly winning for me. But he had a draw with knight c3 because I made that silly blunder. And okay, there's no way this bishop will protect both pawns, and it's just an easy win despite the opposite colored bishops. The thing is, people have a false impression that with the opposite colored bishops you can draw any endgame that you're down a pawn, and I actually used to think like that for a long period of my career, but after some more in-depth discussions with my coach, I came to the conclusion that it's actually pretty damn tricky to defend even when you are down a single pawn. Not to mention when you're like down two pawns, it's pretty much always lost. If like the pawns are not doubled, obviously, or anything like that. Yeah, now it's just free push with the pawns. We could even sack the bishop for fun. You can have it, mate. Yeah, it's yours. All yours, baby. I don't mind it. Okay, only forward. Okay, not a queen, but two. That's how I like it. Queen g3. Oh, I wanted to play queen a8 to f4. That would have not been a legal move. Okay, queen f4. Watch this. This is the weirdest geometrical motive I've seen in a while. Pretty nice when you're up 2 queens. Not gonna lie, everyone I think is a master with 2 queens on the board. Pieces, let's go d4 and nice 3. Wow, opponent pre-moves e6, bishop e7. We'll keep the Jobava. And yeah, how do we deal with this? I think we'll just castle long, give it a try. Maybe he's got e5, but I think d. And now, yeah, just like developing, playing e4. Next move, I think. And this should be quite a disaster for my opponent. I can play a3. I feel like that's a good move. And in case of b5, maybe there is d5. And like b4, d takes on c6. Yeah, that feels good. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have it on the board. And problem is, if we can take there, it's pretty much game over for black. And okay, I mean, we're gonna see that on the board. I mean, just imagine we have developed all of our pieces and opponent has how many is that, like 6 pieces on the back rank? And look at this position. He's also opening up the center, which in theory should be helping the better developed side. And I think here, just to kind of destroy him, we can take on e5 in some lines. But what is actually simplest would be to take with a queen, also hitting the rook. And after rook a5, we're gonna be having bishop e5, knight takes on e5. I think that's easiest. And if rook b8, I think their bishop c4 is ending the game because he's unable to defend that. So I think rook a5 kind of only move. Yeah, he plays it, but I think should be lost. This is like sort of similar to the Oprah game. It's just that opponent played worse than that person in the Oprah game. And we just like take with a bishop, pawn takes, knight h6, and knight takes on d7. Bishop d7, and could take either way. Threatening to mate, by the way. So that is why this is only move. And then okay, I mean, even knight c6 is a candidate, but simplest is okay, I forgot about the check, but I guess it doesn't change much. And yeah, take twice on d7. That's pretty much it. Could take with a queen just to trade queens, but I feel like taking with a bishop should be better. And yeah, like king d6, king e7, queen d6 is made, so king f8 only move. And now maybe simply bishop back, and we're gonna be up like 3 pawns. It's not gonna be like the most exciting finish ever, but it is completely winning. Yeah, the only thing that I need to keep in mind is that we're playing in 5 minutes flat. We no longer get the increment, but opponent hangs the bishop, so it shouldn't really matter. And opponent resigns. With the last pawn, there was also the last hope, I guess. So thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Hey everyone! In this video, we're going to be breaking down the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to build up the initiative after breaking with e4. How to open up black's king side by using a typical pawn sacrifice against the Grunfeld setup. How to take advantage of the ruined pawn structure after black allows us to take on a6. And at the end of the video, we'll be squeezing the Slav setup. And we're getting the white pieces. Let's go for the Jobava. Hopefully we can get an instructive game. Getting the bishop to f4. And let's see. Okay, we see a6. Like, this is an interesting move. Gonna be going e3, and the lines with bishop f5 are also like popular, but we only see e6 from my opponent. So let's go bd3. Could also have played knight f3, and the idea is to play it positional. I initially had in mind to do something like this, so we could go hyper aggressive with g4, but then I realized even if we go g4, that is pretty double-edged and not really giving us an objective edge. And I thought that this is just a way simpler setup than you can play, with the idea to go e4, and it is pretty much like risky for white. So gonna be going e4. I expect most of your opponents to take. Best move is like h6 or rook e8, I believe. Strange looking waiting moves. If your opponent is really well booked up, they will play that, but otherwise I think everyone takes on e4, and then you just get really pleasant positions. Bishop's under attack. They have to like take, but after they centralize your bishop, white is definitely having a very pleasant position. This is actually very similar to the endgames that we would normally get from my chessable course in the bishop d3 French. And yeah, it's just a nice dominating bishop. Expect a lot of them to take. Okay, opponent plays queen f6, which I think is a move. I think I've actually looked up this position. Maybe it was a thing. Yeah, this is actually not bad. I'm trying to remember. I know queen c1 is a move. I also know that maybe we can sacrifice the pawn. I don't quite see the follow-up though, so I think I'll just play queen c1, defending the bishop and the pawn in the meantime. And yeah, we see h6. I wonder if he had e5 in this position. I guess there was bishop c6 as a sort of a problem. Just goes h6. Well, can we play c3? That is like a very natural move for this opening. And okay, on e5, can't we do that? I mean, maybe he has some sort of pawn takes on f4 and it's a bit unclear, so maybe just stepping back to either g3 or to e3. Could actually go to e3. I think if we play bishop e3, best move for him would be to step back, because if he doesn't, then and we get the trade, that is very pleasant. But like bishop g3 on the other hand is keeping an eye on this pawn. So I think bishop g3 is like a bit better from that perspective, keeping this threat alive. And okay, I mean, rook d1 could be one of the next moves, followed by queen c2, bringing the last piece into the game. Yeah, just like rook e1, reinforcing this idea, so he has to constantly worry about the pawn on e5. Bishop c6 is like a huge threat. And I don't know, maybe he can defend with like that. Although, yeah, it doesn't look so great for my opponent. But even if, let's say somehow that's doable, we could simply play queen c2 and rook d1. And I don't know about you, but I'm like really enjoying this position. It just feels easier to play as white. We see bishop g4. I'm wondering why can't we just take on c6 followed by maybe knight takes on e5. Why is that a problem? Maybe he's got bishop takes on f2, and after bishop takes on f2 the point is rook e5 and he's winning back the pawn. That could actually be a reason. I think I could start with h3, although I don't like that move because this bishop will be kind of loose in some lines. I think I'll just play queen c2. I'm just trying to keep the position, not really forcing the matters that much. And now this is actually a threat because after knight e5, bishop f2, we'll have queen takes on f2. So okay, if he takes on f3, we're like really happy to play this position with the bishop pair, and he ends up doing it. Still, it's not like winning yet, but it's definitely a very pleasant position without much risk. And yeah, just rook d1, centralizing our pieces. I feel like we have played a lot of natural moves, which is like really nice. this is pretty much the goal of this series, to just win by playing natural moves. That is not like always possible though, unfortunately. But so far I think we have done a good job. Maybe just centralizing queen e4 feels kind of nice. Not threatening anything, but looked like a good move. Expecting some sort of rook d8. And then, okay, maybe we can take on that, and after rook d8, bishop e5. Like knight e5, queen e5, rook e5, rook d2 he's got. Okay, that's actually maybe drawish. He just plays bishop b8 trying to defend. Very understandable. Somehow would be nice if we could rotate like that, but kind of time consuming. Let's just make a Luft. I also have to speed up a bit because there's not that much time. And now I think maybe queen c4 feels like a nice move. Although maybe bishop h4 also interesting, with the idea that we're forcing him to play g5 and then just say that we have weakened this diagonal, and now maybe this is actually like a real thing that opponent has to worry about. Okay, now taking this way because it's helping me getting the bishop to that critical diagonal. He's gonna have to defend with queen g7, but the position is starting to look kind of passive, which should generally give us good chances of an attack. Okay, queen d6, I'm not sure what he's trying to do because queen belongs to g7, trying to defend against the checkmate. Maybe he has simply missed the idea that I'm trying to rotate my bishop. Yeah, I mean, this should obviously be losing. I don't quite see it though. Queen h7, he's got queen f6. And he's still surviving. Maybe start rook d1, taking the file. And on queen f6, maybe rook d7. So he probably has queen e6, but then bishop b3 seems strong. Yeah, hitting the queen, and this time rook d7 will come with hitting pawn on b7. Now queen h7 is strong. I mean, threatening mate not on f7. Also pawn on h6, and after queen f6, maybe rook d7. He still has rook e7, so it's not over. It feels like we have to make so many moves to win this game. It's kinda tricky. Thing is, we need this bishop. So rook d7, rook e7. And then I don't see it. Just gonna do h4. Kinda running out of ideas. Maybe I had rook d3, rook f3. Yeah, this was key move. Rook d3, rook f3. Now gh, I obviously take with a bishop. But key idea was rook d3, rook f3. Yeah, okay, this was a good move by him maybe. Just rook e1. Keeping pieces on the board and still trying to go for that idea. Has maybe g4. Okay, he missed rook f3 completely. So now we got the win. The win is in the pocket right now, but still having some issues with time. But okay, now it should be a mate pretty soon. Rook d1 can just take it, and otherwise seems to be mate. Yeah. Bishop d6, but okay, that can do it as well. Okay, I think ended up being a pretty nice game. I think only mistake that I did was instead of h4, I could have gone rook d3, rook f3 idea. And like rook d3, if he plays e4, then rook d7 felt better. And like rook e7 we can take, and after knight takes, take on e4. Okay, I mean, we're not mating, but we're up a pawn with like a winning endgame, I think. But we're gonna be checking it in the analysis tab. So okay, we've got this opening that, well, according to the computer, doesn't really give you anything. If they play h6 here, or rook e8, I think it's also a good move. Yeah, I told you I looked this position up. But most of your opponent will take, and queen f6. I think queen c1 was doable. I also remember something like queen d2, maybe giving up the pawn, but this felt simple. Bishop g3. Okay, so I think everything was sort of nice. Yeah, queen c2, again, very good move. Rook d1, all the standard stuff. Yeah, queen b3 maybe was more to the point. Queen e4, it's central, but not sure what he's doing there. h3 making a luft, and okay, bishop h4 was amazing to force this weakening, and he's, I mean, crazy mistake. Queen d6. What is that like ever doing? Queen was supposed to stay there, I think, to defend the king, and he's constantly worse. It's just that it's gonna take time to win this position. But like, why does such an amazing position? Like, if you could be getting into these situations as a Jobava London player, this is just amazing. We're getting this kind of positional games that are like easier to play. We have no risks, and we can just pretty much push it without any risks. And okay, in the game I got an amazing version, but still was not easy to convert, as you've seen. Yeah, okay, so this rook d3 idea was the key. I told you also right after the game that instead of this h4 move, I was supposed to do rook d3. Like, the thing is, if he's trying to stop me with e4, we have rook d7, and after this we can simply trade now and collect the pawn with okay, I mean, you can collect the piece. Pardon me, but taking pawn is also winning a game, I believe. So h4, yeah, I try to keep rooks, but again, this is now sort of defendable. But once he allows rook e3, I think he was in a lot of trouble and managed to get a win. But you see, like, we pretty much got into a winning position only by making natural moves. So I just developed my pieces. This was theory. I knew we had to break with e4, and then everything was like literally simplest moves. So he's playing queen f6, attacking these two pieces. I'm defending them. Goes h6, playing c3, very common move for this structure, preparing to at some point activate my queen. He went e5, simply step back with a bishop, although bishop e3 was also doable, as I said. Goes rook e8, put the rook on the open file while also gaining a tempo, because we're threatening this. And after bishop g4, yeah, I think this was his point. That if we take, he had bishop f2. This is the line that I was discussing about during the game. And he has rook e5, winning back the piece with equal pawns and complete equality. So I just play queen c2, connecting my rooks, defending against bishop f2 at the end. So he has to defend the e5 pawn somehow, so he just gives up the bishop. I take, he plays rook c8, bring last piece into the game, centralize queen, make a luft, force him to play g5 to create weaknesses. I just step back as only move. I take with the bishop because I want to create checkmate, and bishop c2 already winning position against like 2200 player. So I feel like this is gonna be going a lot in your games as well. So I don't feel like we did any amazing moves or anything like out of the ordinary. So I think this is why this opening is like so powerful. You can just play good and yeah, like solid positional moves while just increasing your advantage, while opponent has like a pretty passive position. Getting the white pieces against 2200. Let's try out the Jobava London. Going bishop to f4. See what opponent has in mind. I'm really expecting a lot of them to play c5 and takes on d4 followed by a6. But okay, now we see him trying to get back into the Grunfeld, which is kind of odd with this inclusion. I don't find it very common. I think on bishop g7 we can sack. He plays that though, which is fine. I can go knight f3. You could also play bishop e2 if you want to specifically avoid bishop g4 takes, but I think that's not a problem. You could do this with the idea to jump with the knight on e5. But like bishop g4, bishop e2 takes should be really okay. Now just queen e2, and the idea is to meet bishop g4 with knight e5. And I think we're castling long. Knight goes to e5, bishop e2, f3, g4 with easy push for white. That is at least my general feeling. Also, I don't think he has good version of throwing knight e4 in. I'll start knight e5. Could have also castled. Pretty tricky to play as black. Maybe c5 can even have DC ideas. Ooh, just c6. That is feels really slow. Gonna be cancelling and then f3 g4 kind of just going all out on the attack. Knight d7, we don't really mind, and always we take back with the bishop. That is something that you wanna remember, because a lot of my students used to take with a pawn on e5, which is pretty big mistake in this structure, because then the pawn can become pretty weak, and also your attack will be much slower. f3, just preparing g4. Yeah, important. And this is like really nice, because whenever they move the knight, we manage to trade their fianchetto bishop, which will give us actually much easier way to get to their king. So our attack will be much easier to deliver if we manage to trade the fianchetto bishop, obviously. So could go g4, pawn takes, and then h5. Just sacrifice like that. Could start at bishop e2. I think I like it better. Not to support g4, but to make room for this rook. I would really like to start with a super aggressive thing though. Even bishop d3 might be okay placed in this structure, but I think we'll stick with the standard square, and this is coming on the next move, and hg, h5, g takes, rook dg1. I think that's how this one plays out. If queen a5, maybe just king b1, and b5 we have knight d5 motifs. Okay, b5 is not really a threat because we have knight a4, so just push him. Thing is, it's really hard to create any play with black in these lines, because b4, knight a4, and congratulations, you're just worse on the queen side as well. So yeah, I mean, we get the access to c5 square, and they've got like no attack. Okay, now h5, just opening things up for our pieces. If they take, just bring rooks, and this is pretty similar to like the Sicilian dragon. It's just that black doesn't have any open files to attack us on the queen side, and even though we're down a couple of pawns, our attack will be pretty powerful. Okay, he wants b4, but he can just play knight b1, I guess, and no attack. So I'm thinking about what is like the most precise way to continue. Like bishop f6, fg is tempting, because like fg maybe, I mean fg should be good. I mean, what are we looking at? Just knight b1. Okay, like knight e4 shouldn't be a problem. Maybe g takes on h5, and we get some kind of puzzle rush mate. Yeah, like takes the queen, that should be a mate somehow. I mean, we create a windmill or whatever it's called. So g takes on h5, they play f6, and then what, like h6, or how do we mate? h6 might not be mating. Okay, so starting this just for the memes. I don't think they can take the queen. This has to be played. And after that, I think this actually mates because of fe, hg7, and that like felt winning. So this, oh, by the way, they have to take queen, and hg, there's big threat of rook h8 and bishop h5 mate. So fe maybe, but rook h8, bishop h5, king f6. I mean, rook takes on f8, and that looks really like kind of mating. I could obviously, yeah, this is a bit just for fun. I don't need to play this aggressive, but I could play just like a sort of a queen e1 move or something. And after they take the bishop, we have h6 as an easy win, or maybe even just rook g7. Do you guys wanna go for like the queen sack? That would be like really fun. Only if I knew how to calculate more than 2 moves. If you have a guide on that, I could pay good money for it, so you can just let me know. Okay, let's just go for it, okay? Whatever. Who cares about rating? Let's go for it. Okay, I wish I would have played it with more time on the clock, but yeah, like 92 this. Not so easy to escape threats. Okay, opponent in deep shock. He's trying to find a mate, but there is no mate, maybe. He should just grab that queen and hope for the best. I mean, no really other thing to do here. The thing is, he can't escape with king f7 because of bishop h5. What? He doesn't take? Jesus Christ, I spent so much time and he doesn't even take it. Okay, rook h8. So, yeah, this is just easily lost. Kinda strange though, his decision. But like easy win now. Without sacrificing. I'm up a piece, he should take the bishop, but just queen g1 seems to be winning. Even rook g1. I mean, anything wins. I guess queen g1, simplest. I mean, I tried. I wanted to sack queen, but what to do when opponent doesn't take your queen? I guess it was winning though. We'll check the analysis tab after. Yeah, just this and take on g5. I think he missed it. Okay, he resigns, doesn't even play knight g5. Can we get feedback? Okay, h6, brilliant move. Let's go. I called it. I knew it was a brilliant move, but like, okay, point was, I've calculated this line, but he's just in terrible shape after rook f8, I thought. No, rook g6 I missed. I've only seen this and thought it's winning, but rook g6 and checkmate. Like then, and now king d2, funny move. Great mating net. Just went for the brilliant move. Okay, I mean, he didn't take the queen. And yeah, like other lines, for example, if let's say, I don't know, queen a2 happens, we have rook h8 and bishop h5 was a nice detail. So he's like even not able to run with the king. Like if they're trying to run, this felt like easily winning. Although there's like taking works even better. Oh, and it's a forced mate. Because like rook takes, there's bishop h5 mate. And like king takes, we have a check, and king f7, this is mate. And if bishop g8, there is like, ooh, bishop a5. This is the kind of move I would miss. And now we have mating net. And e6, you have mate. So the king is just caught, and this is big threat. Okay, getting the white pieces. Let's go d4, and then just go for the Jobava. Opponent pre-moves the French. Gonna go knight b5. Yeah, see the most common knight a6 move. Gonna be playing e3. This is super common for the Jobava London. I've got into these positions quite a lot already. Knight f3. Yeah, I actually had a game where black played c5 recently. I think I took and I played queen d4 in that one. Otherwise, we're going knight a4, I think. With this idea, with slightly better position for white because of the yeah, pawn structure. Basically, that is slightly better. Can try to trade off that knight with knight d2, and then if we manage to get full access to the c5 square, that would be amazing, strategically speaking. Try c5, but it's not really a problem. We can like even ignore it, go b3, knight c5. Another thingy though is maybe taking and playing queen d4, or maybe taking and going pawn c4. The queen takes, queen d4. I think they have to play like queen e7 or something. Okay, I think playing that position is doable. I'm like not super sure about the endgames. I feel like we also should have something connected with c4. But I think that is like a bit too slow. Yeah, let's just take one e5. And after queen e5, maybe just gonna be going queen d4. So like queen e4 takes rook b4 maybe is like a bit annoying. I actually missed that in the first place. Not a big deal though. I think I'm just gonna be playing b3 now and maybe queen d4 on the next. But I could also maybe just do rook c1 with c4 ideas. Yeah, rook c1, so we're kind of forcing bishop e6. Otherwise c4 is strong. And on bishop e6, maybe then we'll be simply going like b3 followed by queen d4. Something like that. Have to speed up with this though. We don't have that much time. Okay, he just goes rook e8, allowing me to get in c4. That is questionable. Yeah, just gonna go for that. I mean, we've got a great position now. Pretty nice advantage, strategically speaking. Opponent is trying to go for the mate. This should not really be working, but against me, everything is possible. So I think we'll start with taking. Does take back. Could do rook c5, hitting the pawn. Okay, can we just stop it with f4, defending against the mate and hitting the queen? He's got like still queen h5. Could also do like g3 on queen h5. Yeah, I think we're gonna do f4 and g3. Queen will be defending the important square, and oh, I mean, we really need to bring that knight into the game. That is what is missing in this position. Maybe this is also like an interesting idea, because there is rook d5 and maybe that's actually winning. Bit of a strange position, but it feels like this should be good with his rook on h6. That is maybe not that active for now. And like bishop d7, we've got rook d5. That is the point. Thing is, his pieces are kind of stuck on the king side, while my queen is simply defending and also putting pressure in the center and on the queen side. So it just feels like my pieces are more active until proven otherwise. So we're waiting to see what opponent has in mind to deal with this f5. So we can take and bishop a4. There is the back ranker. I'm hoping at least. But okay, playing bishop c8 didn't really look that fun either. Okay, bishop e8, but now we have a number of moves. Even f6 is tempting, rook d8. Like rook d8, how is he going to defend? He probably has to... Okay, he trades and he mates me. That's how he defends. Yeah, best defense ever. So that is not a good move. Can we just go f6? Still need to be careful with this one. It's not such an easy win. Maybe rook f4 is the move. With these ideas. He's still kind of stuck. I really wish we had increment in this game. I have a feeling this game will take a pretty strange route. If he goes queen g5, I think we have f6 as a sort of a crashing move. Wait, what is this? This shouldn't really work. Only if I had time to calculate though. Can we just play rook d4 or something? Okay, I've got no time. I'm just going for the caveman frat. If he checks me, I play rook f1. Not gonna be the easiest win ever, but I can make a lot of moves with 20 seconds. Maybe start this way. Yeah, definitely not an easy one. f6, I take on h6 though. Okay, this looks better now than it did before. Okay. Alright, you got him. Okay, getting the white pieces. Let's go for the Jobava London. Okay. Let me actually play it in Jobava fashion, yeah? Okay, they play d5. Didn't punish my opponent, didn't play e4. But that is all good. They're going c5. That is interesting. I don't really remember how we're supposed to tackle it. I have a feeling DC. Like, I'm pretty sure h5 is no longer that good. But I'll just play like the typical knight f3. I'll keep it more casual. Maybe I'll get transpose. Did I have knight b5? Maybe I had knight b5. Although it's not very typical for this line. Okay, now this really is asking for DC and knight a4. Isn't that? Could do knight e5 as well. I'll just do knight e5. Let's just keep it simple. Queen d2 would be super standard. Was thinking to take on c6, but don't think we need it yet. And maybe bishop e2. Thing is, h5 doesn't work so well now, and maybe just this. Forcing him to go h5, I think. I have this ideas to castle long. Okay, thank you for that. Jeez. Alright, that was a bit unfortunate that he blundered the piece. Like, he should have taken and gone b5 if he wanted that, but I guess I was just better. Alright, getting the white pieces. Let's go d4. Try to get an instructive Jobava London. Another person starting the game with e6. Like, this is absolutely insane. And okay, I mean, against b6, just gonna be transposing back into the O1 defense. I'm gonna try to play my adjustable course. Okay, don't think I have covered this position, but I think a clever thing to do might be just to transpose into the exchange variation of the French and try to say pushing b6 is not as useful as having knight c3 in this structure. Okay, this is for sure not the refutation of this variation, but it might be just a clever way to get a small edge, you know. Opponent plays knight e7, maybe just like knight e2, getting bishop to f4. Trying to get rid of his dark square bishop, which is I think a good piece. He's gonna probably do the same by playing bishop f5, but I mean we're still slightly more active with the knight on f3 compared to knight on b8. Bishop g4, I don't like it because I think we're just gonna be winning the bishop pair after knight g3. I don't think this works because of bishop e7 and bishop e2, queen e2, we're defending that guy. Okay, I think he just lost in one move. As long as I'm not missing anything obvious. Yeah, like that was the point here, right? Bishop is defended, pretty funny. Rook e8 and I play, okay, just resigns, never mind. So getting the white pieces. Try to get an interesting game in the Jobava London. Going bishop f4, and let's see, we see c6. So I have something in mind. If they're playing bishop f5, I'm gonna be no longer going for the kingside play, but I'll try e3 and bishop d3 setup. But against the Slav, yeah, I mean, could still go bishop d3, try to play it positional, take with a c-pawn, but against the Slav, is just this just works very well. The thing is, it's doable against the setups with the pawn on e6 instead, but it's not that great. But generally against the Slav, gives white a lot of interesting play. We're gonna be going for bishop d3. So like, usually how these positions used to be played in the past, like 5 years ago, they used to pre-move h5 in all the positions, but nowadays it seems that it's better to keep the pawn on h4, so we have g5 ideas. But opponent plays g5 himself, which is a bit creative. I mean, obviously he's playing for a trick to take on c2, and if I take that, he's gonna be taking my exchange. I mean, every kid in the 4th grade can see that, so I'm just gonna be playing bishop g3, and Yeah, he's pretty much got a pretty useless move. We can just continue with queen d2 and long castle. Could play bishop d3 as well. I think bishop d3 is nice though, because his light square bishop is pretty useful in this structure. Can just castle long and maybe use knight h3 ideas. Could also play with knight e2. I'm wondering whether we can try to apply pressure on g5 and force him maybe take on h4. That would be like amazing. I think I'm gonna go for it, because only way to defend this seems to be moving the knight, and I don't see an amazing knight move for my opponent. So that means he's gonna have to misplace his knight, which yeah, should probably be in our favor. So sticking to knight h3, even though knight e2 was also perfectly playable. Expecting some kind of I don't know, knight g8 move or knight h7, because like if he takes on h4, that is just a dream position for us, with ideas such as bringing the knight to h5, or we could simply expand with e4 e5. Yeah, I think we could go e4 e5 even, like e4 d fe. I'm not really worried about knight g4. The reason is because we maybe have e5 and knight e4 simply. So yeah, I really don't buy that he can grab that pawn and get away with it. I'm not gonna try to calculate everything till the end, but just my intuition is telling me that he shouldn't be able to like survive these positions with the king in the middle and yeah, a lot of weaknesses. I mean, when I was younger, I used to try to see this position till mate and used to overthink a lot, and for some yeah, inexistent reason would decline this decision. But now with experience, I know that well, according to like all the rules of chess, they should be good, especially when they bought his gambit. But yeah, I know this should be good, and I'm just gonna be playing it, and we'll try to see it later, because it's also, once you have it on the board, all the plans are much more clear. Alright, just gonna be taking. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Hey everyone! In this video, we're going to be breaking down the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to play the Jobava London in the Alpha Zero fashion by going for the early H-pawn push. How to build up the pressure and squeeze your opponents from a typical queenless middle game. How to undermine the Slav setup. And at the end of the video, we will be dealing with the dubious early C5. Getting the white pieces, let's get another Jobava London. Knight C3. Getting our bishop to f4. We see e6 gonna be going for knight b5, and knight a6 is generally the most common move that you're gonna be running into. Playing e3, this is important, because after c6, knight c3, bishop takes on a6 will be a big threat. And against bishop e7, I'll show you an interesting line that I've recently looked up, which is this h4 move. And it's pretty useful if you're trying to play on the king side against bishop d6. I think maybe just putting the knight to e5 and then pushing the pawn. Ideas to castle long. Knight e4. I don't think this should be good for my opponent. I have a feeling maybe we can even simply steal some material. Like this. Bishop takes on a6. Maybe he's got bishop e5, but then I think he should be worse in those. If he just goes there, knight c6 is like really problematic for my opponent. Maybe not. This should be good, and we'll see. We'll decide. So I could do this, and okay, we'll decide after that. Okay, I knew this is a thing. So c3, queen takes on a6 is the point, but maybe we just push h5. So like h5, f6, I think there's knight g6 is a strong move. And he can't really take the knight because it's getting kind of mated. Has to play maybe like some sort of rook d8 move. I'm not sure though. Okay, bishop f4, I could simply take back with a knight, because if I take on f8, he wants to go bd6, but maybe then I can bring back the knight. So I think that's actually doable. I think he might have forgot about the fact that he still can't really take the g6 knight, I think, because he might be getting checkmated. Maybe he can take and try to play like queen a5, stop queen h5, but maybe have rook h5. That is still annoying. And f5, rook h8 might be mating. King takes queen h5, we take on g7, he plays king d8, and then maybe queen f6 or something. What is e5? This is clearly losing, and I think maybe just mate into, in fact. That was a funny one. But like, even if after queen a5 it felt like rook h5 was winning somehow. Okay, we get a resignation, that's pretty nice. Let's have a quick look on the game. So you see that actually pushing this h pawn turned out to pay off in this game, but not sure how good it was. So 95, 94, no idea what this move was. Okay, I'm apparently supposed to just go queen g4. This seemed fine, and yeah, okay, knight g6 looks very good. Yeah, okay, and apparently computer likes this move. And white is just slightly better because we have better pawns. Play it slow. Queen b3, long castle ideas. This was apparently a mistake if he was playing something on this diagonal, which is like super unnatural. The idea is that obviously my knight is trapped, and after we use we can no longer use that idea and get the checkmate, because after bishop d6, even if they play, okay, queen b5 was only moved to hit this pawn as well. Yeah, I've missed this. And this would have been maybe giving a lot of counterplay, because like rook h5, queen b2 seems to be good for my opponent. Maybe rook c1 though, and still not easy. Like, what I was calculating in game was queen a5, rook h5, and if f5 felt winning. Trying to work out this line in my head. Something like this, and I couldn't really understand what is this, but okay, we're just getting a new queen. So we would have been winning in this position, but he had queen b5 as a better move that I missed. So okay, played great game until I went greedy. Should have taken this way, and yeah, if they play like, let's say slow move, just h6, g6, and yeah, just like better. Queen c2, hit the pawn, if f5, then maybe queen b3 is even better. Some kind of computer stuff, but bishop is just, long story short, bishop is just terrible on d7 with dark squares, and white's just much better. Generally castling long, I think. Okay, getting white pieces. Let's try to get interesting Jobava game. See another Slav setup. I'm gonna be going for kingside play in case he would have played bishop f5 against this. Just knight f3, knight e5, and I feel like we can just play for long castle and get a big advantage. Just queen f3. Could have played bishop d3 as well, but I like this better. Could take with a pawn. What do we take with a here? Like both are perfectly fine. Don't really like d here, to be honest. I know it's doable, but I think it's just better. And okay. Could play it positional. He wants e5. Let's try to get into some endgames. From the white side of the Sicilian, I used to play this endgames quite a lot. It's not really like the same thing, but I think can try to play it against his bishop. Okay, our idea should be to break with c4, but let's just do f3, g4 for starters. That is pretty much always useful, and we're staying very flexible. He can do a5, bishop a6, I don't mind it. He just plays it passive. Let's do knight e2, maybe bring it to f4. He can play bishop a6, but again, I still don't mind it. Now idea is to play knight e3 maybe. If c5, just c3. Okay, king f2 I think is good. If e5 we just take. Could also play knight e3, but I think taking is okay. Yeah, maybe rook h5. Making use of the h-file. Then could potentially play rook d1 c4. That could be an idea. g5 would be like a pretty bad move because this pawn will always be weak and we can just play like knight e3. And yeah, just like rook d1 on the next move, I think. On knight f6 maybe there's rook e5 check as an annoying move. And king d6. Simply rook f5. Now this is on the agenda. G6 hitting the rook, but still same issue. We could just go back and pawn has been slightly weakened. Now we have c4 idea. Maybe he has knight e5, stopping me from going c4 because he has dc. But knight c5, it's kind of a pointless move because it doesn't stop me from going c4, and he can't play rook d8 because this pawn will hang and maybe has to use this one. But we can still take and create the isolated pawn, which will be pretty vulnerable in the long run. And if he takes, happy to take back with a bishop, getting some development, and then ideas to push with e4. Okay, opponent taking his time. He goes knight e6. So I think maybe we can take a free pawn, because the idea is on knight f4 we have d6 intermezzo, and that looks winning. But the problem is maybe he can simply take back, and after knight takes bishop d5, rook d5, he can try to get active with rook c2. And maybe we have to play king g3, rook b2, bishop somewhere. I don't know. Is that like better for us anytime? Maybe it is, because we're threatening to play rook d1. Maybe could go for that. Do I have anything better? That's also the question sometimes. To go like cd and then just bishop d3 to stop that counterplay. Play it slow. Okay, taking first and then we decide. Okay, just blunders the intermezzo. So you see, like, this is also sometimes not very practical to just try to see it in depth when you can like decide it later, because maybe if they blunder you just don't need to come up with a super solid plan against like the best line. So you see rook d8, we have ideas to take and go g5 among other things. Could also go g5 immediately, but I think just developing is okay. Bishop is pretty useful there. And if rook d7, g5 might actually be quite annoying because has forced to play king back to g7. Then we take everything and play g4. Could also do this move. Pretty funny one, but I think just taking, keeping it simple. Then g4. Actually, maybe it would have been better to play in this position instead of taking, to just go g4, but I'm like not sure. This also felt quite natural, and I think g5 is just winning because f6 or f5 trying to blockade things is bad in view of rook e1. Maybe that could be a good defensive idea, but I think now we've got an additional trick with the bishop coming over, which has just became available after pushing this pawn. And now could do bishop h3, forcing f5. Could also take and then go bishop h3, forcing rook d8 and then d7. That looks kind of winning. Because bishop h3, f5, it's maybe not so easy. Getting the pawn to d7 with rook d6 to come, I think it's pretty crashing. Big threat. So rook d6 is kind of forced to play king f7. Maybe then just f5. Yeah, just f5, trading pawns, trying to create another passer. King e7, just rook back. He's trying to push. Just f4. Before we have rook d4 winning. I missed that was an idea, but I think it's still winning if he takes everything, and we have king d4. Jesus, this is becoming much closer than it should have. Okay, I'll have to play rook h2. Here. Okay, this is winning now. Okay, we managed to flag him, but was close one. Okay, so mistake was rook d4. I should have gone this way, yeah. This was dumb. It didn't make any sense. I forgot he wants bishop c6. I feel like somehow it's still a win, because they can never take the pawn. And now rook d2 should be good. Yeah, and now all the endgames are winning. Pretty basic stuff. Yes. Okay, f6 is draw. a3 was good, like a3 is only move, not sure if you guys see it. Really happy that I managed to find this move with 10 seconds on the clock, because it's only winning move. This is pretty nice actually. f6 is also very natural, but apparently he has a3 and it's a draw. Didn't see that he has it, but it just felt like I knew a3 is winning for sure, so I didn't need to look for anything else. And then the rest was kinda simple. Needed the art of pre-moves at the end, and also, by the way, you need to give up the pawn in order to win. Oh, could have gone the other way as well. Yeah, could have gone this way to mate, but I was having too little time to figure it out, because what a lot of people would do, they just like in this position, they'll just like go there and I don't know, they kind of, okay, this was doable as well, but what people do wrong, they tend to stalemate. Hey Einstein, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I think everything was quite nicely done here. I really like the way I play this with taking and rook h5. Felt like it was everything really well played. And yeah, like this line I had in mind, and I told you that cd I could take, but maybe bishop d3. I was really considering this move. I would have probably taken on d5, to be honest. Apparently these endgames are only equal. Couldn't really tell though. I've seen this position and I thought maybe this and rook d1 could be a threat, because rook c8 I didn't like as a move for my opponent, because it felt like h6 would be hanging, but maybe knight c5 is strong indeed. So yeah, couldn't really tell during the game, but of course it helped that he blundered, because we just took. We're getting game, and let's go for the Jobava London. We're seeing the c6 lines and bishop f5, meaning that we're having the Slav, where I like best to go for the kingside play with f3 and g4. Here we see h6, which is an interesting line. Just going h4 followed by like bishop d3 and taking with a queen. That is usually what I like to go for. And on bishop d6, just knight e2, castling. Idea is to push g5. Yeah, knight a6, we see it on the board, but we can ignore it. On like knight b4, there's queen d2, same play. We don't really mind that. We see takes. Well, this could be interesting. I think the standard way to take back is simply with a knight, and okay, he's going queen a5, maybe just king b1. So on knight b4, you can just move the queen away without dropping the a2 pawn. And then we have a very tempting choice between g5 or e4. I think g5 might be better. Frankly speaking, playing a3 was maybe an alternative as well. Stopping knight b4 ideas for good. Because now, if I go g5, I still have to consider knight b4 every single move. Not that it's a great move, but I need to keep an eye on it, you know. But I think you can go g5 and then g6 is gonna have problems with a pawn on e6. Yeah, if they take pawn on e6 would have been dropping, and against queen c7, thinking about simply taking and fixing the weak square. So I think this is actually a pretty nice idea that, well, could also just jump on g6 immediately, with the idea that we're hitting the rook, and then the knight could be placed on a more active square on e5. And the point is that on knight g6, knight b4, we'll have knight takes on h8, hitting the rook, so that's why this works tactically as well. Now only move to go there, but knight e5 is gonna be pretty strong, I have a feeling. Even though playing the positional h5 was also decent, I feel like this is stronger, and I think only move queen c7 now. because queen e7 runs into knight c6. They have to go there to be able to take back with a queen. But on queen c7, okay, queen f6, but can just do that. Stealing the pawn, hitting the rook. No knight b4 because the knight covers it, and also hitting a7. So we see resignation. I mean, just how you get a quick win against almost like a 2300 player with a Jobava in 19 moves. So don't think I had to do any insanely crazy moves. Just got myself developed, and the only key idea that I used was this undermining with g6, followed by the, I would say, precise knight g6. Rerouting it towards the central square. And he had to play queen c7, but I still have a much better position, and I could continue maybe even with queen g6 ideas, or hitting the pawn, or simply rook g1 with long-term pressure on the g-pawn. Let's go for the Jobava London. And facing the d6 move, well, with c5, that is actually pretty bad now, because endgames are much worse generally for black. After you get your bishop to f4 and you castle long quick, because they are unable to get the king to the c7 square, which is usually the key in this kind of endgames. Now e6, but he's just like clearly worse. It's just a disaster pretty much. King of knight b5 has knight a6 like only move. I'll just start knight f3 with knight e5, and if knight c6, yeah, he goes f6, that's a good move, but not really saving it quite yet. We've got a way to like win this. I think e5 we've gotta like sack the piece. I'm not even gonna try to calculate it, it just feels winning. Wait, he doesn't play that, but knight c7, knight e6 is ending the game on the spot. So yeah, e5, well, could take on a8 and play g3, king c8. Do I have an alternative, by the way? No, I think we just take that, and okay, it should be completely winning here. So g3, king c8, what is next move? Could also do e3, maybe pawn takes e3 in that scenario. How do we rescue that knight? That is our task. Not an easy task. Perhaps he even tricked me. But that was only by accident, I think. Okay, to a cheap trick, I'll answer with another cheap trick. Because if they take with a pawn, I've got this idea. But that is obviously the correct move. And maybe on king c8 there is rook d7 and bishop h3. Yeah, that is crashing. Okay, finally. I've seen we're like rescuing the knight, and he's just getting crushed. He's getting melted now. Knight coming into c7. It's like equal material, but his king is so weak. Could just take pawn on f4 as well. So knight c7, he goes king f7 anyways. Yeah, cashing in the pawn feels kind of nice, and king f7. Knight c7 is pretty simple. Win. Now if they go there, there's bishop e6 annoying, with f5 maybe, or rook d1 simply. Knight d4, they can just go knight b5. Do I have better? Maybe. I don't really need it though. Maybe rook d1 is simplest now, activating the rook, and if king d6, just knight b5 and take. Yeah, it took me a while to find this move to give back the exchange, because I used to play it. I was about to go like really greedy, but then realized, okay, I can give it back and we're getting crashing position. Because intuitively I knew we should have a crashing position, because what black did felt so wrong, but I just had to come up with the concrete lines. Okay, how do we kill him now? He shouldn't really get to finish development here. Maybe he will, but he shouldn't, I have a feeling. Okay, just go back and bishop g2, activating the bishop. e4 was doable, but then you don't really want to take on f5, so why bother playing it? Could do rook d8, pinning the bishop. Simply rook b8, perhaps. Bishop d6, knight d5. Also taking is completely winning. Knight d5, king e6, trading is fine, but I think this is better than d3. Forgot he takes on h2, but shouldn't really make a big difference. Yeah, still managed to make it a bit messy. It's just today's theme. I feel like usually I think we're doing okay in terms of conversion, but today it's just been so messy all the time. I think pushing this pawn is best because it's gonna be supported by the bishop. And I think that's like a blunder now. Yeah, it's blunder because we have knight f6. I mean, he was losing, but this one makes it easier to win because we take this pawn. My knight is never getting trapped, and we are up 3 connected pass pawns, which should count for something eventually. Just push one of them. Now just get this pawn to b6. That's next step. Okay, getting my king involved as well to push c4. Knight c4, king c3. I think it's accurate. Not allow knight d2, but not that it matters. Yep. King b3 and c4. I don't really mind knight d2. There's just king c3 and king d3. The knight is kind of trapped anyways. Time to bring my own to d5. Pawn to b6. His knight is still doomed. Getting a new queen. Alright, we're getting the checkmate. Finally. I think that was pretty good sequence at the beginning. If we just go back into the analysis tab. Then I was supposed to play e4. Another move I had in mind was this. I knew this is good, but I wanted to go a bit brutal. And okay, I think it was really precise what I did. Okay, see? Only winning move is this sequence that we've seen. That was actually super important. G3 combined with rook d7. And bishop h3, and then it's just, he's doomed. That was really strong. Yeah, okay, then technique was kind of dodgy, but I think it was always around +2 range, and now after this is easy win, obviously. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna be breaking down the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to crush the Benoni and what I think should be the best theoretical line for white. How to punish the Grunfeld if black goes for an early 94 jump. How to absolutely demolish the King's Indian defense by going for the Austrian attack. And at the end of the video, we're gonna be having a look on a very underrated line, which is the so-called Guryenidze. Okay, getting the white pieces. And facing the hyper-aggressive c5 or the first move. I learned a theory here recently. I've prepared this for my London course, so let's see if that will pay off. Gonna go h3. I think this is like a pretty good setup. Just queen back to d1. And then I wanted to develop to like c4. But maybe could just go bishop e2 now. Play for the small edge. Because he played this early bg4 taking on f3. Normally they go a6, a4, and then rook b8, a5. I think it goes like rook. Okay, rook b, we don't play a5 yet. We don't need it. So maybe just rook e1. So like b5 we can take twice and we'll have e4 defended. And they'll probably do like knight e8, knight c7. That is the maneuver that they'll have to play for. I think this is okay. B5 is just down a pawn. I don't think he gets any play. And like knight e4, maybe that's interesting. Rook e4, forgot that there's bishop c3, but still I don't think that should be great, giving up the fianchettoed bishop like that. He kind of has to try it, but more out of necessity, I have a feeling. Oh, bishop c3, bishop d7, and he resigned. What is this? Yeah, he just resigned. Okay. Benoni player never resign, I guess. Just bishop c3. This is just like an easy win. His king is way too weak. Queen g4 f5 looks kind of bad for me, so probably not gonna do that. But instead, okay, I mean, could be taking, probably just queen d2. Queen d2 e5, I think taking should be fine. And then queen g4, hitting the pawn immediately. Preparing this move. Yeah, big flat. Rook f5. Well, could just do queen e2 maybe. That probably e5, but then f4 is kind of crap. Yeah, just taking on e5 next, breaking the fortress. If d5, there is simply rook e5. Yeah, okay, we see resignation. Okay, I mean, I'll show you what I think is the main theoretical ground for this. So I think what I'm playing is like best line. Okay, I mean, you see a lot of players going like, for example, okay, people generally play knight f6, not bg4 early. And you'll see a lot of players going bishop b5, bishop d7, a4. I mean, that's doable, but I don't think it's best. I used to believe it's best, but after checking it more carefully, maybe slightly better, but not much. And I think best is to do something similar to what I did. And at some point, it just ends up to these positions, I think. We play bishop f1, knight c7, a5, b5, ab. And now they take with a knight. And I think right now plays bishop g5. That's like a Grishchu game. And then like the trick is, well, knight b5 is not doable now. They play like knight d7 to hit the pawn. They go queen c1, and after knight b5, the whole trick is to not like take, but to play this freaking knight d1 insane move. And already this is pretty stupid. Weak pawn, you play c3, maneuver the knight to c4, and they've got like no counterplay. You're also killing this bishop, and white is pretty much close to winning in these positions. This is, in my opinion, like problem with these lines, and this is what I'm gonna be giving in my London course as a refutation to c5 kind of. But I don't know, maybe I don't understand these lines and someone can tell you better. Alright, getting the white pieces, let's go d4 and then going for our beloved Jobava. We see the Grunfeld setup. I'm gonna use the age push. Have like a really long video about this, like an in-depth guide on how to play against pretty much most of black's alternatives. It's like a 45 minutes long video. And I think we'll start knight f3. We don't really mind bishop g4 because we can play queen d2. And the plan is to like prepare long castle. Should also play knight e5. I kind of messed up the move order a bit here. I'll go knight e5. Plan is to like play knight f3, knight e5 immediately normally. And can just castle, I think. This is some mainline stuff. CD, ED, bishop f5. I think that's like how it normally gets played. Then we play f3 maybe. This is like definitely one of the main lines of the variation. 94, maybe that is doable. I can't really recall. So like 94, 95, knight c5 is good. I think we've got to take this one. And okay. Could they go DC? Can he avoid a queen trade? Kind of doubt that. And if he can't avoid a queen trade, then we're crushing. He's got like 28 as a move, but okay, he didn't like that. We are up a pawn though. A pawn is a pawn, even though it's a double one. It's actually pretty huge in this position. Should just not plunder the bishop because of f6 and should be good. Bishop g3, f5, f4 idea, so maybe just all the way to h2. Might be a bit safer there. And now could do rook d6. Wait, I've got an idea. Probably a stupid one, but I wanna like go rook d6 and sacrifice on e6, but it's so dumb. I'll go rook d6 though. Probably was best to keep it simple and play bishop e2. But now at least we're developing with tempo. And could actually go for that if I want to. But it's not amazing. Okay, maybe rook d8. Maybe bishop f6 is a move to stop rook d8 and hit this pawn. He's not really hitting it because e5 drops, but now rook d8 looks to be an easy win. e5 under attack. Okay, he finds f6. I actually forgot about that little idea. Well, now we only need to open up the bishop. Maybe we do go f4, so we can take with a g pawn and then play f4 once again. Maybe we don't need it. And could try to make an argument for playing b4. And then like if bishop a2, maybe we can try to trap that bishop with c4. Pretty funny bishop trap. This is pretty hilarious. Okay. Not sure it was a bishop trap because he had bishop a4, bishop c2, but it definitely looked winning for me. So, and like bishop a4 should be lost to rook d2. That's nice, controlling the square and king a3, and he's got no way to save the bishop. That was nice. All right, getting the white pieces. Let's try to get an interesting game. Going for the Jobava London. All right, against the g6, just gonna be going for the most aggressive setup, the so-called Austrian attack, and specifically the vice variation. And on bishop g4, just h3. Maybe we're gonna be getting something similar like the famous Fischer against Benko game. Yeah, like e5 now. This how theory goes. And key idea that you wanna remember: a lot of people would just go d5 or takes followed by d5, which is not amazing, and black is getting a lot of play. But the key idea is taking this way, which is not very logical. Taking, you know, with a d pawn because you're taught to capture towards the center. But now you just play f5 and they'll play knight d4. We're gonna go queen f2. By the way, in the Fischer game, I think black took on f5 in this position, which was like pretty weird. But after knight d4, just queen f2. We've got like a very simple and strong plan. The idea is to go g4, g5. But opponent plays knight h5, which is, I don't know, looks strange to me. Is it such a good move? Like, what is the idea? Knight f4? Maybe that's the idea. I guess we'll just castle long. That's kind of always what we do in these lines. c5 is pretty common, but the good thing about it is that, well, from black's perspective, they are supporting the knight. But the downside of it is that we get an amazing knight as well on d5, which is even better, I think, for us. And now g4 could be pretty huge threat. Also c3. Remember that we can kick the enemy knight with c3, and they can no longer play something like c6 because the pawn is already on c5. Like, he would love to move this pawn backward, but yeah, it's not really a possibility, at least last time I checked. And I think, well, could start with c3, but we need to just like backseat gaming, just go king b1, right? I wanted to do that, but maybe they can take on f5. Then if you take back, knight will be hanging. So let's just go c3 actually. No backseat gaming. Time to actually like focus on the game. Rook c8. Pretty funny trick, because if we take, they want to take back and win this bishop. But now it's time to go king b1 and huge threat. They've got to move the knight. And then we're like completely winning. g4 / bishop c4 ideas. Ooh, we go c4, but that is not really gonna help. Like the easiest thing to do would be just bishop f1, so that our bishop is safe, knight still has to go back and could play g4. Even bishop e2 would be very annoying. Yeah, he goes knight b5, but this is gonna be like such an annoying move now. Just bishop e2. Could also go g4, but then knight f4 is maybe giving him a glance of counterplay. So just bishop e2. And the trick is, this is coming, and then f6. And the black is getting murdered. Has to try like knight f4, but then we can take with a knight and win the free piece because the queen will remain under attack. So I think black is kind of busted at this point. Maybe f6 like only move, not to resign immediately, but yeah, it's still pretty lost, I would say. Queen a5. There's no threat on the queen side, and we just play f6 like I said. Everything is well defended. And he's just gonna be getting checkmated there somehow. I mean, I don't see the checkmate yet. I just know that it's gonna happen. Would be nice to also come up with a concrete idea though. Not gonna lie, that is also nice sometimes. What is my idea? I don't have any idea how to play this game. Not even gonna explain this move. I'll let you guys try to guess why am I playing it. Like I'm explaining all the time. It's really like up to you sometimes though. Try to guess what is going on. It's like part of the process to improve. Okay, I mean, I'll tell you what he wants though. He wants to get there. That is actually pretty clever. Okay, opponent Giga Chad. Let's just go 97. I think maybe I could have done that like on the previous move as well. That was Giga Chad move, but it like no longer works. Cause like Queen G3. Wait, this is mate, right? For it's gonna be checkmate. Then he had to probably like take rook takes on e7, but he still lost because we take and pawn on e5 was falling. So finally we do get the resignation. So okay, 25 moves, Austrian attack, vice variation. That's the way to go. As I explain it in my course, of course. Go ahead, have a look on that. But yeah, I mean, it's just like very simple. Just by watching this game and remembering the key idea that you're supposed to take on e5 and push f5. That is just always easy win. I mean, I won million games with this idea, really. Just go d, e, push f5, and yeah, do this next, and you are crushing it. Okay, apparently I did a blunder. Apparently knight d5 was like a huge mistake, so everything was good until here. And I was supposed to play g4 or king b1, but knight d5 was huge blunder, because he can go gf. I actually forgot that's a legal move. And he could have gone for it, but now after I played c3, I think it's just a win. King b1, c4, I think bishop f1 was best. Knight b5 and bishop e2. He's absolutely busted. I just couldn't see the win. Okay, h4 was not bad. Like the idea behind h4 was that maybe I can play g4 and open up the file. Because if I go g4, I felt like he could try h4, keeping it closed. So that's why I went h4. Also preparing some ideas like rook h3, rook g3. But after rook e6, it was really time to play knight e7, and computer agrees. And the point is that we're throwing in queen g3 now, and there's no way to stop checkmate, either on g8 or g7. And if they sack the exchange, could just do this. And yeah, like if king f8, bishop h6, and king h8 we take on e5, we check with a win. And getting the white pieces, let's go for the Jobava London, try to get an interesting game. We see g6. Could go for my course. Okay, let's just play the Austrian attack, and just demolish this opening. Okay, it's gonna be a Gorgian. It's knight f3 is like okay move, bishop g7 h3, but I think best is just going grabbing full space. This is what I'm giving in my course, and by the way, this was not amazing move. They're supposed to do e5. Wait, how is this line going? I think they are supposed to do like actually forgot. Was it h5 in this position? I'm kind of confused. Okay, maybe this is fine, and maybe they're supposed to do h5 now. Yeah, h5 in this position. It was the theory. f6. This is just inferior version. Just play knight f3. And after pawn takes, I think generally this is gonna be a surprisingly strong recapture. So I think an idea is to go h3, but even simple bishop e3 should be good. And knight f5, bishop f2, and like bishop g4, we play h3, bishop takes, queen takes, yeah, knight f5, just bishop f2, and this is a big target to g4. Even if they play h5, now this is gonna be pretty weak. And after this, I think d is the best way to recapture, yeah, because we're gonna be combining it with g4 and long castle. Okay, could do this if I like really want to punish him, but like g4, knight h6, and I'm having two pawns under attack, so maybe that's not amazing here. So just gonna do queen d2 and castle, and only after that g4 is definitely gonna be very unpleasant for my opponent. What I really love about this setup against the Gurgenidze is, first of all, it's very good if they play best line possible. Like let's say you take the line that Hikaru plays as black and it's close to +1. I mean, +1 on the engine positions are not that simple. Like there are some correspondence games that you have to know the plans really well, but the line is also quite suffering in correspondence as well. And if they do something besides the main line, it's just crashing +1, +2, close to +3 in some lines. Here can just do long castle, I think. And on b4, knight e4 is like a funny move, but probably just knight e2, sticking with a simple one. Could also do knight a4, trying to control the queen side. Could do g4, knight h6, h3, just fully dominating that side. Could do king b1 first. Yeah, let's just do g4, h3. Looks good enough. Yeah, these pieces are so restricted by my pawns here. Yeah, see a nice picture, and yeah, like this is interesting sometimes when you can exploit the file, but I think you can still take. Although queen d8 looks winning, maybe that's like doable actually, because he's gonna have to take back the queen, but we take his bishop at the end. Is this useful though? Because like, are we gonna get a knight to g5? Maybe that's an idea, because I could do like the typical knight a4 or like knight e2 and get something similar. But okay, I mean, let's just do knight e4 to look educated. Maybe actually gonna use this idea, or might just go to c5 anyways. Yeah, bishop a6, pretty typical. Could do knight c5 or knight g5 as well. It's like knight c5, bishop f1, rook f1, queen c8. Would it be better to have the knight on g5 in that position? I'm not sure. Maybe the answer is yes. I'm not sure why, it's just my intuition. Maybe it helps that this knight is protected in some lines. By the way, we have this as well as an intermezzo, and queen c8, knight takes on f8, but then my knight gets trapped, so perhaps just keeping it simple. Queen c8, and maybe now this move. And knight e6 can no longer be stopped. And that looks pretty crushing once the knight is gonna land there. Yeah. Next up, I think can pretty much just break with f5 and Black should be collapsing. Okay, I mean, he's allowing me to grab the exchange. Here I think I'll just take this one and go e6. Just try to play for the checkmate. I don't think we need to go greedy. Big frat. Maybe he plays c5, but that drops pawn on d5. b3, we could simply play a3. Okay, rook f6, but just taking. Can pick up the rook anytime. Maybe do knight f7 as well. This is like an easy win, I mean, with rook d5. fg, rook d7 first. Could also just do fg, by the way. Anything wins. But just this is, I think, nicest with queen c3. So queen c3, queen f8. Maybe I just take first, and then this is deadly, taking is deadly, everything is deadly. You get the idea. Knight b4. You can feel the glance of counterplay. It's in the air. Just gonna be keeping it simple, can go for the endgame. Collect a knight, I mean we're up a rook. There's no way we're getting flagged here. I fought. The only thing we have to watch out for is not to stalemate opponent somehow. But it's like an easy checkmate now. He's gonna have to force the mate himself. Okay, got him. Yeah, that looked like a clean game. Even though he maybe could have defended better by not blocking this with rook f6 and have played king g8, but it still should be lost, like queen c2, and this setup simply shouldn't last for long. I mean, just f5 will be coming, and his pieces are like all over the place. His coordination doesn't make any sense. So thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Hey everyone, this video will be mainly about the 3e6 line, showing typical themes arising after bishop takes on a6, such as how to punish the aggressive queen a5, how to deal with the annoying knight e4, how to squeeze the bishop d6 line, and at the end of the video we'll be taking down the Grunfeld. Getting the white pieces, let's go d4, getting the knight to c3, bishop to f4, c knight f6, just going knight b5, going e3, c6 is like most common, and now see bishop b4. I really like to play against these lines, and then we go knight f3. That's like not really a problem. We can sacrifice the pawn. Yeah, he can have that. We don't really mind it. I'm just trying to figure out a way to play now. I think rook b1 should be good, and then knight e5 could be annoying. Could go for it right away. Could start rook b3. Bishop d6 is also a move. I think bishop d6 is actually a good move now. And then we're getting like knight e5 kind of stuff. So bishop b4, queen c4, knight e5, queen b5. Queen's almost getting trapped. Yeah, I think I like this. I was expecting that move, and now I think we have like a forced win here. It like really feels to be that way. Okay, I think rook a1, queen b2, there should be a win. Oh, there's just knight e3 and we're trapping. Yes. That's kind of doing it. Finally, we managed to get a queen. Okay, I think that was a pretty accurate game. Like if you're running like a game review, I think it's gonna be pretty nice. I don't know. Was this precise? What do you guys think? I think this game was kind of okay. We do get white pieces. You know what's coming. Gonna be going for the Jobava London and see what my opponent will play. Thank God we no longer face the Slav. We faced that a million times. We do get back into the e6 lines, just going to play knight b5. Most likely to see knight a6, but yeah, now e3 important, and after c6, just knight back. Bishop takes on a6 is a pretty big positional threat, so knight c7 kind of had to be played. Now I think we can definitely take, and if he combines this with some kind of knight e4 jump or queen a5, I think we're safe to castle. It's not super easy to understand, but apparently is not that amazing for black to win this pawn, and they're investing like a lot of time for it. I've looked these lines up with a computer, I believe. Pretty tricky to remember every single detail, but I know this is good. Now we just have to find the move if we can. So I could start queen d3 as well, kind of forcing bishop a5. Do we want that? I think his bishop is kind of misplaced there, so I'll start with knight e5. Is he gonna go c5? We can at least take it. Then like bishop d7, I'm thinking rook b7 could be annoying. And okay, if he has to play bishop e8, I'm kind of skeptical about that setup, but maybe it works, who knows. Okay, we do see bishop d7. I was saying that rook b7 is perfectly playable with bishop e8. Kind of forced, but how about just going queen d3, hitting the bishop, forcing bishop a5, and then taking the pawn on a6 that is actually free. Expecting some kind of bishop b6 move there, but I have a feeling maybe queen b7 is very nasty because it's creating a double attack. So I think this is actually simplest, and you see why it's so annoying for black to play the game basically. Even though they were up a pawn, technically speaking, I think the position is now very dangerous. Yeah, this is first thing that comes to mind. I think he's just winning a pawn, honestly. Just trying to come up with the best version, like knight takes, bishop, queen takes. They have rook c8, there's queen a4. They still have some rook c4, kind of getting counterplay, which I would avoid. So I could also play c4, which I guess is just like slightly better, and we don't really need to complicate with it. But like queen b7, is that all about it? It feels like there should be something promising, but maybe just playing c4 is fine. I think I like it. Sticking with a simple move, big positional threat of going c5, and if they go dc, we've got a long-term weakness to play for. Like dc, for instance, we could take with a knight. We could play rook fc1. No need to rush with it. And okay, once we see f6, I think it's big achievement for us, and we can just take 1d7 and play c5. And rook b7 is like pretty huge threat next. Getting rid of the bishop, and maybe bishop d8 only move already. Like bishop c7 feels really suspicious allowing rook b7, even though maybe it might be stronger to take and then play rook b7. So he goes to d8. I could go and infiltrate, probably place queen c8, and then we can simply double up. And even though I'm not seeing the immediate win, it's definitely gonna be a slow win here. And I think I have a funny trick, like bishop d6, rook f7. So like rook f7, king f7, queen c8, and rook b1. Okay, that's actually, maybe that's the best line. I'll force the issue a bit. Maybe it's not necessary at all. It just felt like it's kind of good. Could also double up with the idea that I'm threatening to take, but he plays rook d7, and I don't think it's easy to make progress. Maybe I have ideas to take and then just double up. Yeah, I'll go for the simplest stuff. They can't take my queen because of checkmate, and yeah, we'll just keep it simple. And now rook b1 with infiltrating. This is now dead lost for black. This is just the easiest way to play it. And okay, it's not like he's dropping anything immediately, it's just that his position is so passive, and eventually we'll manage to either collect this pawn, maybe the a pawn. Yeah, giving a check. Has to play like king g6 or king g8, but I'll just maybe go g4, grabbing more space. I'll try to slowly squeeze. Could actually get the pawn all the way to h5. Yeah, let's fix the weakness. Pretty important. His pawn is on the dark square. There's no way to activate his rook. He's completely tied down. Gonna be getting the pawn till there. Yeah, he still has no threat. I'll start this way just so when I play h4 the pawn will be defended. Simply improving my position. No need to rush with this. And okay, g6. Opening up the 7th rank for me. Rook a8. He still has He's lacking any active ideas. He just can play the waiting game. Can break with f3, e4. I think actually f4, f5 is the most effective way to break, because then my king is coming over. I think that's pretty instructive. Should have gone f5 maybe, but I guess that was still lost, and now it's an easy win because my king is coming over. Maybe it's not so simple yet, because he's not forced to take, but looks very promising with like e4 move. Yeah, just play e4. The king takes. He's very passive. I'll break with d5, and I guess we just win with the passed c pawn. You can always throw g5, but take and play king f3 at the very least. Huge threat. Yep, he can do that. I can take and go bishop e5 and winning the h pawn. Do we need it? I think it's kind of simplest. Otherwise, I would have pushed with d5. Could also go d5, but just these two. Keep his bishop passive. Gonna play rook g7 next. Maybe I gave him a little bit of counterplay, but I'll just play d5, ed, take with a king. Still completely winning. His pawns are way too slow. c7, king c6 may come next. Bishop e7, but rook h7. Could also do f6. Huge threat. Hey, we've got him in time. Okay. I think that may have been a pretty instructive game. I think it would have been maybe even more instructive if he was waiting passive. So with that I mean when I played e4 to not go g5. For example, if he just stays, we're playing d5 and winning with a c pawn because he's just like so passive. Let's get our deadly opening on the board. Is it gonna be another Slav? Please tell me it's not. Okay, e6. This lines I'm like having a lot of fun playing against. Getting knight b5. Knight a6, e3 important move, and c6 just knight c3. Will he allow me to take? He apparently allows it. Just taking on d6, then on a6 playing knight f3. I think white should be better in these lines. Just a small positional edge. I think line goes castle castle c5 or c5 immediately. I think we take and play some kind of queen d4 move. I think we can start castling and then castle we play queen d4. That's the important idea to remember. And if they take, I think we go pawn takes, and on this I think knight a4 is strong, inviting them to take. Probably keep taking with a pawn. If we take with a knight, they can get into e5 and it can get pretty unclear. I think taking with a pawn is easiest, keeping this bishop kind of bad. He has to do something because like queen c6, maybe we have knight e5, still annoying. Decides to take. I think taking with a pawn is by far the best move, and just gonna be a slow game. If we could trade this knight, that would be pretty amazing, just to play against his bad bishop. We're probably gonna get into something like that eventually. This is pretty annoying though. Okay, I think I've got this. Knight e5, f6, knight e3, bishop d7, knight c5. I think that's the play. Just getting the knight to c5 is pretty huge achievement. Hitting the bishop, probably will trade. Okay, this was bad, I thought, because of knight e6. Could also play like the positional rook e1. I think we're still better. But like knight e6, what is he doing with the rook? Plays rook c8, I expect. Rook a, there's fork, and then rook c8. Can go back with a knight. He can take on d3, can't he? Yeah, I think we just play positional now. We shouldn't rush. Shouldn't go greedy. Just rook e1, unpinning, and this is next. He's gonna have a very hard time dealing with his weak pawns. Even after he gets to trade, we always take with a knight, and once we get rid of his knight, this weak pawn on e6 is gonna be pretty tricky to deal with, I would say. Yeah, so he takes. Is this any interesting? I mean, plays e5. If you could somehow push the passed pawns, maybe you can try to make an argument for it, but this is the solid choice. Knight's defending very well the pawn. Idea to play f3. c3 is always like really nice. This is such a solid setup with the knight on d3. Like this is ideal square for the knight in the structure, and big threat of going f3 followed by a pawn on e6 dropping. And I think his knight is almost getting trapped. which is pretty funny because like f3 knight g5 h4 is winning the knight, but f3 knight d6, I think we have like knight c5 move that should be kind of winning. I think I'll start doubling up. Just feels that we're avoiding counterplay. I think it's even better because like if f3 knight d6 knight c5, I feel like maybe he gets in e5. Maybe that's nonsense because we can take on a6, but it feels like we're keeping it more under control, doubling up first, and f3 will be huge threat. So I think both moves were maybe playable, but just a matter of taste at this point. He's got like no counterplay. Like try to come up with some play for him. This pawn is always defended. I've got no weaknesses. He's got two pretty obvious weaknesses. Guess he's gonna be having more fun playing these positions. For sure it's gonna be white, so f3 is kind of coming. Now we can just go knight c5 and cash in the e6 pawn. Or the a6 one. Black to choose. Yeah, could just take on e6. That's like a pretty fat pawn. Could take there, but that's sort of a meh pawn. And then return to c5. I guess we'll just take this one because it's just so much more valuable. And on knight e4 there's knight c7, I think, as a nice move. Hitting d5 and f3 is huge threat. I don't think you can ever sack the exchange in a good version, and should I have been worried about this? I haven't really considered it. Maybe we can just play b3, can't we? Like, why wouldn't we play this? I don't see, so I don't see, I will play. And b3 just knight back. Yeah, knight d6. Knight is amazingly placed there. Also hitting the pawn. And okay, I don't think he should be allowing this trade because I think he's just dead lost in this endgames after we trade both rooks. Should have definitely tried to keep rooks to create counterplay. And what would be like a precise way? I think knight a4 is like the easiest way to win. Just keeping everything defended, bringing Mr. King over to the party, and then can activate the knight. And that's just dead lost. Absolutely no counterplay for black here. Playing f3, controlling this square, and then just knight c5, and game wins itself. So king d3, he wants knight e4, but we have f3, right? His knight's getting kind of trapped there. So let's see. Yeah, he doesn't try it, but now could simply go knight c5, play a4, fix the weak pawn. This is so lost for my opponent. Okay, a4, knight e4, I'm pretty sure we can always take and be winning. Yeah, knight e4 is just always lost, I think. Pawns are way too strong. Maybe just h4. Sort of a nice move, it felt like. Okay, I'll do f3, why not? If g5, I think maybe we take and we go knight e6. So okay, knight e6, and then g4, king e3 seems winning, reaching the f4 square. Feels to be the simplest. Yeah, could even take, but no need to take. Yeah, that's like a really easy win. King d7, knight c5, and then king f4. How about knight f4, king c6, knight d3? I think that's doable as well. Let's just start it this way, forcing his king back. Felt kind of nicer. Okay, taking 3 pawns. He's dead lost. He's just trying to flag me, I guess. Shouldn't really succeed, but let's go here. King d7, kind of only move. d5, taking a7. Taking a lot of stuff. Knight c6 next. Yeah, trading his knight. Now it's over. Okay, it's gonna be a stalemate, guys. Watch out. Let's give a check. Can skewer him. Okay, should be like a pretty fast mate, but I don't see it. Okay, there you have it. All right, I think that was like a very good game for this line. I'm actually like really happy that we managed to get that one in. yeah, just no counterplay. I think we were much better the whole time. Just getting a solid edge from the opening and just kind of a positional grind. I think this was honestly like a 95 at least. We only scored like a 91, but you have to keep in mind the game lasted for like 70 moves, so I think that's actually like pretty huge. Okay, we're getting to face the first IM of the series. So let's see, this is gonna be an interesting game. Going for the Jobava landed. Do I know my opponent? Jay Bonin. I don't really know him because never playing in the States, so gonna be going e3. He plays the Slav setup. This is like super common for this rating range, 22, 2300. Everyone's playing this way. Although he's mixing it with a Grunfeld, so it gets even more interesting. Now h5 doesn't work so well, and I explain it in my Jobava London theory video. But bishop e2 is the key idea supporting the h5 push, and now he blocks it obviously. Gonna be getting the knight to e5, switching to the positional plan, and yeah, then we do queen d2 castle. Long on knight e5 we always take with a bishop, and I think generally these positions are a bit easier to play as white, but let's see. Queen b6 is an interesting attempt. I've played rook b1 in a game, thinking to try out a3. Not really hoping that he'll take and we have knight a4, but maybe keeping ideas of long castle. I'm not sure. Like rook b1 you can combine it with the b4 push. I think that's like more standard. Let's do rook b1. Playing it positional, I think we're gonna be castling short. Then going for the b4 push. Okay, bishop e6, that's not such a common square for the bishop, I would say. Going for the push, making some use of this rook. Goes a5. Well, that's interesting. I think we have knight a4. That's a pretty good move, hitting the queen. Like queen d8, knight c5 seems to be pretty uncomfortable to meet. Also b5 looks interesting. Then we take and he's got like the weak pawn. Like knight c5, hitting this guy. He probably plays like bishop c8. So I think maybe just starting b5 is better. Because like knight c5 after bishop c8 could potentially get hit with b6. This I thought we'd take on c6, create a weak pawn, and then maybe go c4 as a small positional sack, because we can regain it pretty quickly. Like bishop f5, there's e4. Otherwise c5, knight b6 is a pretty big positional threat. Okay, queen c2 I wanted. Try c5. But I think this works very well now, because like bishop c4 takes, queen takes cd. Wanted queen d, but maybe knight f6 is in time. Perhaps just dc is good. He wants knight e5, but I'm not sure that's good. Like queen c3. Could also start rook f d1, cd, rook d4 as an idea. Maybe just queen c7. Can we actually throw in d5? That would be a nice move if it works. Bishop d5, rook f d1. Bishop e6, yeah, I think d5 is a nice pawn sack here. And rook f d1 with, yeah, bishop e6, maybe knight c5 ideas. I think that's actually pretty clever. Also knight b6 is a thing in the upcoming positions after he moves the bishop. Yeah, like e6, I think there's e4 at least. Okay, knight f6, but I thought we have this and that. What am I missing? Like knight b6, rook b8. Knight e5. He wants rook b1. But then we have queen b1, knight e5. And then there's e4. And on knight c3, there's queen a1 winning because of the pin. I think that's actually pretty accurate. And then we might be simply winning a piece in these lines. Take it. He can't take with a knight because of rook b8. So has to take on b1. But we're taking with a queen. And then we go e4. Yeah. Knight e5, e4. Knight c3, queen a1, and I think that's winning. So could also start queen a1, by the way, and then e4, because like e4, knight c3. Okay, even queen b2 is better, because like queen d4 can take it. Like in the other line, he had knight e2 check intermezzo. Could also go this though, and like c3, e4 should be a win. e4 directly as well. Probably e4 directly is easiest, and knight c3, queen b2. Yeah, even if he's giving up the queen with queen d4. Yeah, I think you should try queen d4, but then it's still lost. Takes and bishop c4. Not like the easiest win, but it should be a win. Yeah, we're gonna see that on the board. I mean, he only has a rook for the queen, so it should be relatively simple. This idea next. Okay, e5. Time to target these pawns. He wants also this guy. How do we play it? Maybe f3, keeping everything defended. Should be a nice way to start. And rook c, there's bishop f7 that he has to watch out for, I thought. Because on takes, we can pick up the rook. That's like a pretty important pawn that we managed to steal. And just queen b7, he can't go d3 because of check and take. He can throw in the check, but seems to be relatively safe after king h2. King f6, bishop g8 seems kind of mating, among other things. Brings the knight, but bishop d5 look kind of crashing. Yeah, I don't know what he has in mind to do. Oh, bishop b3 was cleanest even. Of course, that was better. Now I could have played for some kind of checkmate. Could still do queen b8. Pretty over. Collecting the rook next, or actually mating, so to speak. More important than the rook, it's gonna be a checkmate. So he resigns. Alright, we managed to take down the first IM of the series with a Jobava London by playing the positional way with b4. I think that was an interesting game. I think maybe also pretty accurate. We'll have a look. Apparently d5 was blunder? What do you mean? How is d5 ever a blunder? I think this was like a very interesting move. Okay, apparently opponent is fine after e6, e4. And that's because he has bishop c6 and somehow everything is defended. Yeah, so I was supposed to just do dc. Queen c7 and takes. But I mean, this is not simple though. It's not like a simple win, that's what I mean. Maybe knight b6 in this position, but still, it feels very close. It feels like I can lose this pawn, but okay, this should be probably winning. I actually like my d5 idea, even though he has a precise way to defend against it. Turns out, as in the game, he wasn't this simple. And okay, this was mistake because he has bishop e4 that I missed. But okay, the rest was kinda nice. Important that you do queen b2, because as I was saying, in the game like this, he can go for same queen sack, but he has knight e2 in this position. He has a lot of pieces. This is very tricky to win now. So that's why I played queen b2 instead of queen a1, so that in this line, knight e2 doesn't help because we can just take back with a queen and yeah, have a winning endgame, this time with the queen only for the rook. And yeah, then the rest I think was pretty simple. He could have played queen b7, but we kind of debated him in playing that move, and then I think it was all good. Oh, I had bishop g8 mate. Queen b8 was also fine though. And he resigned. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Have you ever went fishing using dynamite? Because this is really what it feels like playing the Jobava London, at least below 1700. So whether you're just starting out, let's say your rating is 800, whether it's 1200, 1500, you name it, this is one of the most effective openings that you can be using with the white pieces. Literally giving you wins in 4 moves against players that are very decent on a regular basis just because of the surprise value that we get. So let me explain. First of all, I know a lot of you may be quite familiar already with the normal London, which obviously starts after the moves bishop to f4, knight f6, e3, let's say black does whatever, and white goes for this very famous pawn pyramid. Now, this is more of like a slower setup. White is pretty much playing more of like a waiting game. And when you're going for the Jobava London, we typically start with the knight. And then, point is, after black goes knight f6, we go bishop to f4. This is everything but a waiting opening, because white is already having a massive threat of going knight b5, typically going right after Achilles' heel. That is what I like to refer to black's weakest point, the c7 square, highlighted with the red color. So in today's video, I'm going to be walking you through my thinking process as an international master against players that are roughly 1700, highlighting some of their very common mistakes and hopefully you can learn a thing or two. So without further introduction, let's just dive right into the action. All right, everybody, getting another white game. I'm gonna be going d4 and I'm gonna start with knight c3. See a very common position already on the board. Opponent develops king's knight. Gonna go bishop to f4. And here they have a choice. It's gonna be bishop f5, pawn to e6, or perhaps even knight e6. Man, 1500. This is like better than 90% of the players around chess.com. They still make this pretty absurd mistake, just allowing knight to b5, which is really the main trap of the whole Jobava London. So knight b5. A lot of people see this as sort of the reversed fried liver. I don't care how you think about it, what do you compare it with, this just wins. Opponent goes e5 because this is like the only sort of reasonable way of defending against it. I've seen like so many reactions from black in this position, you have no idea. Like the funniest are those around like 800 blitz. You get people doing all kinds of things like king d7. Imagine I had students facing rook b8 more than once. And somehow they didn't even go bishop takes on c7 in the first place, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, this is leading to like pretty funny games. On e5 just gonna take with a pawn, hoping he's gonna go knight e4, because on knight e4 there's a pretty funny trick. There is queen takes on d5, temporarily giving up the queen because there is knight c7 winning it back. On knight h5, hitting the bishop, really important move. Okay, I cannot stress this enough because you're gonna be getting this sort of winning positions on a regular basis and you don't want to miss them. I saw people for some reason just going back or doing any kind of like crazy things. Just go e3 defend and also attacking the enemy knight. They're gonna be taking, and a6 is important here for black. Important that you go to d4. That's like the best square. Going to c3 can get you in trouble easily after bishop b4, and d4 becomes annoying. So a6, knight e4, I would say from this point you should have a relatively easy time converting. And yeah, can pretty much figure out things on your own. So yeah, I'm gonna go knight f3, just preparing to retake with the knight, or in other words, just continuing to develop. Plays bishop to g4. I mean, I really want to double up those pawns. Potentially try to target that. We go bishop e2, finish development, knight d4 ideas. Rook b8, we simply have b3. Do we? Then check could be tiny bit annoying. Oh, he plays queen b8. That's even more elegant. I think at this point, just fine, give up on that pawn. If he takes it with a queen, I feel like he might be making a little bit too many moves with that queen. This guy clearly has just seen some sort of Alpha Zero recent video now that he starts playing h5. Problem is, king is in the middle. So I don't think any of this should work. And typically the way to refute king in the middle is just a move like c4. Just wide opening the center. Threatening cd5, and potentially we already have bunch of interesting ideas like sacrifice the bishop on f7, like things like this will be in the air. So yeah, playing c4. I really like that castle move, by the way. I think it's really instructive. It's like the position may become pretty complicated once queen b8 gets played. You think, oh, maybe we do b3, then bishop b4 gets played. It's like whenever you're like at a party and there's like a very crowded room and you just go outside for a minute, take a breath of fresh air. We make this calm move, castling, and the position really stabilizes and everything is under control. Okay, pawn going back. What do we do? There's a weak pawn. Could potentially target that. There is cd5 as a very reasonable move as well. Yeah, I think we just start knight e4, just like literally unpinning and threatening to take on c6. I don't really see a good way for my opponent to defend against that, and on bishop e2 just take it back with the queen. Idea to take, idea to also infiltrate and then take. So I'm gonna place queen to d7. That feels like a fishy move for me. I mean, even taking is not bad. I mean, it's not like we're gonna get mated by a single rook. I mean, that's definitely a thing. There is h3, kind of forcing things off. I really want to go with easy, straightforward play. Okay, we'll give him the open rook. Yeah, can have that. Fine by me. Was feeling pretty generous today. So, yeah, now queen a4 comes to mind, targeting the pawn. Even the direct e6 may be pretty tricky to deal with for my opponent. I think I'm just gonna play just because it's really in the theme of the way we have played this game so far. So king in the middle, rule number 1, try to open up the position. Why? Well, you just see it in this game. We have knight e6, he cannot take it because there will be rook e1. Big problems with the king, and now the knight is just saying, okay, Mr. King, you're gonna be trapped in the middle of the board for a while. So he literally cannot castle anywhere because that would simply not be a legal move. King cannot go through check, and he has to deal with a bunch of nasty discoveries. So he decides it's better to just start walking with king f7. Okay, fine. Gonna cash in my free pawn. Could have cashed in g4 as well. There's literally 100 winning moves in this position. Everything wins. The position just wins itself. So yeah, gonna take it now. Big threat. Also additional threat. Knight g5. Pick up the queen. So I think at this point, position is resignable, and the opponent does take on d5, which definitely allows mate in 1. So we managed to get the win. Remember, developing both knights against the Jobava London simply loses on the spot. After knight b5, white is already completely winning, and on e5, nice trap that you want to keep in mind. In the game, we saw the move knight h5, another typical alternative, knight e4. Here you want to remember this very beautiful move, queen takes on d5. In case they take, there is simply knight takes on c7, king has to move, retake that, bishop z5, defend against the checkmate, and white is completely winning. So, yeah, besides that, I don't think there's anything interesting from this game. Just curious on queen b8, what does the engine think? Okay, queen b8, top line castle, you see? Just, there was no convenient way of defending, like b3, he could maybe take, throw in bishop b4, we have to move the king. It's, okay, not a disaster, but somewhat inconvenient, so for that reason, it's way better not to be materialistic, just let him take if he wants it, and then try to open up the position. Yeah, just exploiting the king that's in the middle. So with that being said, I think we can move on to the following game. All right, everybody, getting another white game. Gonna hop into another Jobava London, of course, and opponent goes for the early bishop to f5, which you can definitely make a case, like a separate case for how to refute it, how to play specifically against it with like f3 or things like that. However, you know me, I'm a simple guy. I like to, yeah, just keep things very casual, get the Jobava London first, and then we see what we're after. So typically, whenever you have this situation with like the bishop onto f5, I like to think of it as sort of an actor that did underperform onto a show. Like, you know, how it used to happen, like back in the days where perhaps the public didn't really enjoy your act that much, and then all of a sudden people just start throwing tomatoes at you while you're onto the scene. Now, thinking back at it, as crazy as it may sound, tomatoes are pretty goddamn expensive with this inflation. So, are you next Bill Gates, like throwing tomatoes? I don't know. So, I like to really think of it as this bishop onto f5 being a bad actor, and now we just throw tomatoes at it with the pawns. We're gonna go f3 and just really start yeah, basically attacking this bishop back and forth. Typically, they just slide it back. Going all the way to c8 would be really unusual. Okay, this was unexpected. I've been playing these positions for a while, and I have to tell you, this one I don't get to face very often. So I'm just gonna be playing e3, just acting like, all right, play it cool. And typically, in these positions, we develop bishop d3, knight e2. Usually, bishops get traded and we castle long. So I'll just try to do something very similar. G5 hitting my bishop, just sidestep. No need to go to e5 because the bishop can easily become a target. So I'm glad that he played g5. Now we just have a hook for h4 ideas. Gonna go knight e2, queen d2, long castle h4. That is pretty much the plan. And white has no difficult moves whatsoever. All of these is what we would generally play on a regular basis. And oh my god, he's going queen to b6. Now, do you guys think we're actually gonna be trapping his queen in case he takes that one? Well, not immediately. Like, if you go queen d2, queen b2, he's gonna walk away with it. But, just a but. What if we play the move a3? I think he's instantly taking that pawn. Like, I'm even tanking it. Like, I'm trying to set up a trap, trying to come up with something. All my money on the move that he's gonna be taking on b2, like, instantly. He's not even gonna think about it. Just watch. This is just absolutely insane. The queen has no moves. Look at these people. He just dropped his brain on the floor and now takes with the queen on a3. What is this guy even up to? Oh my, what are we witnessing? Just a free queen. Massive, total collapse. This is unreal. This is worse than the Nepo collapse after losing against Ding in the tiebreak. This is unreal. Just a free queen like that. Oh my. Alright, so jokes aside, let's try to focus on the educational part. So, we've seen that whenever we see a bishop onto f5, what is up with this guy there? Like, just pretty, pretty bad actor. Just go f3, g4. Attacking the bishop. Now, opponent did something pretty funny. The actor was tired, all of this nonsense. He had, a little bit of a longer day at the office or at the theater. So he went back onto c8. It was like, I had enough. But then, we just continue with the normal play. Make sure to keep in mind this idea. Whenever black goes queen b6, and you're playing the London, and they're trying to sort of take away that pawn on b2 from you, if you just ignore, that's not gonna work out the same because he has square on a3. But make sure you do a3, queen takes on b2, knight e4, queen is literally trapped, no squares. Just look at it, it's beautiful. Taking b6, b5 is covered, all of these are covered. Queen has no move, so with that being said, I think we can move on to the following game. Alright everybody, getting another game with the white pieces. Gonna open up with a queen pawn, and we are ready to get another Jobava London, or perhaps a King's Indian, because the opponent goes for fianchetto. You can start with both bishop f4 or e4. I like e4 just because it's a little more forcing, creating a direct threat in case of bishop g7, e5 is very annoying. And on d6, we're gonna stick with Jobava play, just getting these pieces in, and normally we get to see the move bishop to g7. And at this point, you basically have two ways of playing it. Like, if you consider yourself a semi-decent player, the proper way of doing this is to go queen d2. They're gonna castle, and then you basically wanna castle long, do bishop h6, f3, defend d4, go h4, h5, trade the fianchetto bishop, take on g6, bring your queen to h6, get rid of the f6 knight, and then checkmate on h7. So, if you're considering yourself somewhat of an ambitious player, I recommend that. All of this, of course, while wearing an imaginary suit. But if, you're a moron like all of we are, I recommend the move e5. because that is simply gonna be giving us so many free wins after de5, d5, and then if he trades queens, white is almost completely winning already. It's just a matter of whether they're gonna take or not, but typically they do, like 8 games out of 10. And I know this is somewhat counterintuitive, like how this variation can be so good and why are they entering it all the time. It's basically like this, yeah, like the peer players, they know what is up to do this sort of things and checkmate them. So it's very natural for the peer player to try to get rid of the queens, which is usually the main issue of why they lose most of the times. So it's very natural for them to enter the endgame, thinking that they're safe, maybe pawn on e5 is weak, but they're actually just busted already. You can catch so many strong players in this, you have no idea. Even players that are easily 2000, you can just destroy them by playing this setup. And normally I expect knight h5 or knight d7, and against both we're gonna have the same key idea. Now knight h5 is attacking our bishop. I know the main reflex for most of the players would be to just, he's attacking my piece, I need to move the piece. No, that's how weak-minded people think. He's attacking our piece, we should look for a stronger threat, or at least a similar threat. So only like last, if there is nothing more interesting, you want to retreat. So in this position, I recommend you go for a counterattack, which is targeting Achilles' heel here, the c7 pawn. And you could do that in two ways. You could go knight b5 or knight d5. Now question, which one do you think is better? And in case you decided to go for knight d5, you're somewhat lucky because you mainly wanted to protect the bishop. But the key concept is that if you were to play knight to b5, in the other position, black has saving move, knight a6. So notice that the bishop cannot move through knight, and that is not a thing. And opponent, after we play knight d5, he took my bishop, thinking that we're gonna be, okay, taking the rook, but maybe the knight gets trapped. But we're not gonna be taking the rook. We actually just have checkmate in 10 moves. So look at this. How easy of a checkmate you can get against people that are 1600. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Look at this. You go into this player's profile, you click onto their rating, and you're gonna notice this player is within the 97 percentile. Like, imagine this person is better than literally all the players that you're gonna be facing on like a regular basis. And you can just do this small opening exploit going e5, which is like just slightly dubious. If they know like the best move, knight h5, bishop d2, and then the e5, you're gonna be down upon, but position objectively is equal. You take, they take with the bishop, go queen e2, castle long, push the pawns. It's leading to fun games. I play this. So if they don't, when they go e5, just important to not confuse yourself here playing the move knight b5 because they have knight a6. So you cannot take their knight. That's the problem. When you go knight d5 on knight a6, you have bishop takes on a6 and white is completely winning. And believe it or not, they literally have no way to defend the c7 square. So white is much better. They are supposed, I believe, to just castle at this point. I forgot how the variation goes. I think it's just something like knight e7, king h8. And I remember checking something like perhaps bishop to c1. I'm trying to understand what my prep was. Yeah, I think bishop c1 is a fine move. Bishop e5, you take that, and then something like bishop c4. And white is still like better in an open position with the bishop here, but they rarely find this kind of things. So yeah, going knight c7 against castle would be less good because after knight a8, bishop e5, your knight is getting trapped. So opponent will end up with extra material after something like this. So yeah, King's Indian, remember, go e4 and sure, if you want to do the proper way, queen e2, bishop h6 works. But if you're looking for a life hack to literally win most of your games, e5 is a pretty evil variation. So with that being said, I think we can move on to the following game. Right, everybody, getting the white pieces, and we're gonna try to spice things up, and we're gonna be going for the Jobava London. And I am actually super glad that we get to face this kind of opening, because it would really throw off, like, especially a lot of the lower rated players that are watching this thinking, okay, we play d4, they go e6, and now what? This is like not theory. What are we even supposed to do? So, for starters, we're basically like a chameleon. We're playing knight c3, and then point is to play bishop f4, still trying to get the Jobava London setup. Now, if opponent would have done probably something weird like a6, h6, whatever, I typically just recommend to go and take very aggressive measures just by transposing into the so-called Austrian attack. But he did realize, okay, time to play more standard and step in the center. So therefore he played the move d5, which is pretty much just a fancy way of entering one of the starting positions for the Jobava London. Now, knight f6 is leading to all the kind of standard and well-studied main lines, while black could also deviate with moves such as either bishop d6 or perhaps even bishop b4. Could be an interesting alternative to my opponent. So let's see what he decides to uh, go for here. Typically, for people that do play this move order, I would really expect them to play bishop to d6. And here we get to talk a little bit about the first rule, or maybe one of the rules that you really need to know best, because you get this tension with the bishops really often in the Jobava London. And the tricky part about this is, perhaps if you are like following the channel for the normal London system type of content, in the normal London, you actually know that on a number of occasions we would just be playing the move bishop to g3. However, as you play the Jobava version, which is more aggressive, I would recommend you never do that move. I mean, it's the Jobava London. You know what Jobava looks like. If you don't know, Google it. He is not the kind of guy to retreat, so therefore we just play the move e3. Ready to take back on f4 with a pawn and entering a pretty interesting pawn structure. And in case they don't take, we're just ready to play knight f3, bishop d3, typically meeting c5 with d takes on c5. So yeah, opponents, they will usually take and perhaps go knight f6 or go for c5. Now the move c6. This is something that, well, it looks kind of nice, like setting up the pyramid, but the bishop is trapped on the wrong side. So imagine like your house is on fire and you simply don't have the keys. You're like completely trapped, and that is literally how the bishop feels on c8. It should be out on f5, you know, like on this square outside the pawn chain. So for this reason, white is just better. We have a more active bishop. So just gonna go knight f3, bishop d3, castle. Funny thing, if you look at this type of positions with modern computers, I know for a fact they will recommend the move h4 in this structure. It's just very interesting to give white some sort of attacking possibilities. I'm just gonna keep it simple here, bishop d3. And in case he castles, which he does immediately, I'm afraid that might be a losing mistake already. So feel free to please pause the video, go ahead, take your calculation glasses on, and try to find the winning continuation for white. Because I really do believe that going for the Greek gift, if not completely winning, should definitely be very dangerous. So we're gonna go for it. I don't think at this point you're risking much. I just know for a fact if knight g5, king g8, I think he is probably like 100% lost. So he needs to try one of these two moves. But like none of them seem really particularly appealing. So he plays the move king g6. Now, normally queen to g4 would be the, let's say, usual way of continuing with ideas like knight e6, discovery. But problem is, even if you do that, take the queen, then your queen is gonna be under attack. So queen e3, I think, is quite an instructive motive, yeah, provoking this f5 idea. And now the idea was to swing the queen all the way to g3, still playing for discovery. So I believe only move for opponent king f6. We already have the choice of playing knight h7, winning a little bit of the sacrifice material back. But I think it's just better to keep going with force play. But he simply blunders, playing the move queen d6, which is again a good moment for you to pause the video and try to find the main reason why queen d6 is a huge blunder and just loses the game on the spot. Problem is that he had to deal with this discovery. Because now we just have check, pick up the queen, and in the meantime, poor bishop on c8 is still trapped inside the house. Now, this was not the cleanest great gift of all time, but it's definitely something that you should really have in your toolkit if you want to become like a really successful chess player in general. This is one of the most fundamental attacking patterns that exist in this game, this so-called Greek gift. So, yeah, when I took on h7, just to sort of walk you a little bit more through my calculation for a little bit of context, when I make this move, it's not like I see force mate. I just seen situations like this enough times that it gives me a feeling that this is gonna be a pretty advantageous situation. The main thing being that he placed the knight on e7 for absolutely no reason. If you just go back, he could have definitely gone for a move like knight f6, and the knight would have been way better in defending against that potential motive. So knight f6 would have just played bishop d3, castle, and play for like a small advantage. But on knight e7, even though you could still go for short castle and still have a better game, bishop takes on h7 becomes a very interesting move. And at this point, it's very easy to guess that king g8, queen h5, threatening mate on h7, his only move to avoid would be rook e8. White at least has a perpetual with queen f7, queen h5, and you could do that forever. In this position, obviously, it feels like there should be more. You could look at it with a computer. The computer recommends even a move like long castle. I think the main point is that you're just sort of introducing the rook for potential attacking ideas, and black is simply unable to bring pieces into the game. So now the whole thing will transpose more into sort of like a positional attack. Even though we are down a piece, we just need to bring more pieces over, and black is like pretty much paralyzed. So he did the better try. He felt like king g8 is just not gonna give him any chances, and he chose the move king g6. Now, if you look with a computer, even though we are down a piece, it does show a positive evaluation. True, it's not showing a winning evaluation, but it still claims that white is slightly better with a plus 0.5, which translates into the fact that white has an extra half of a pawn, if that makes any sense. So he decided to go king g6, and I think the key idea to remember from this motif is that I think queen g4, even though it seems okay, would have been pretty unclear to me. It felt like it could potentially ruin this whole thing. Like, imagine black would have found a move like knight g8, which is for some reason the best. And now you go for the tempting knight e6. Yeah? I was thinking, okay, maybe they could do something like king f6. And if you go ahead taking the queen, being very happy about the fact that you just managed to touch a woman for the first time in your life, then black is going to be taking your queen as well. So there is no profit in this trade. And for this reason, I was super skeptical about queen g4. But there is the other concept. You could do queen e3 and then queen g3, and you're going to reach the same effect without having the queen on g4, which could potentially be on a more vulnerable square. So on queen e3, he doesn't have any like knight f5 because of g4. We win back the piece, and then the attack keeps going. And I was obviously very lucky that he made a huge blunder at the end. He was supposed to play the move king f6, and I would have continued with long castle, which, yeah, according to the computer, also seems to be the best. And I was just thinking, all right, we don't have a clear way to checkmate the enemy king. But you cannot really tell me like that is comfortable king on f6. It basically has nowhere to go. Maybe we can just go for slow ideas like rook e1, keep an eye on e6, go h4, h5, and black needs to make only one wrong step and they're completely busted like it happened in the game. So yeah, I hope you find this idea instructive. So make sure to always watch out for this type of motives when you have these pieces and there is no knight on f6 and also no bishop that could come at the end on f5. Because what happens when you go for ideas like this? Let's say the only thing that could backfire, if this pawn was not on e6, black could play the move bishop f5, defending h7. So that would be really painful news for us. But there is none of that, and the sacrifice works perfectly here. So with that being said, I think we can move on to the following game. All right, everybody, getting another white game. Gonna open up with d4, and opponent plays the standard d5. I like to start with a knight while playing the Jobava because starting with the bishop is really inviting c5 type of ideas. So knight c3 still, it's not very clear what you want to play. Maybe you want to go like Veresov attack or maybe you have other ideas. So Veresov attack and basically Jobava London. There's not really many other ways to continue after playing this move, and just c5 looks more scary because dc5 could potentially lead this pawn on fire. Now, if opponent was playing c5, e4 is my recommendation, however, and yeah, on knight f6, just getting a very standard position so far for the Jobava London starting position. And now they have a choice. Bishop f5 is common, e6 is common there. A6 very common move as well. All of these like c6 stuff that I would expect you to face. And I'm super glad that we get to face the move bishop to f5 because I really like to think of it the following way. Like, remember back in the days where you used to, or maybe even now, I mean, who knows, used to travel using the public transport during winter. And whenever, let's say, your bus had to take a stop and it was snowing, there were these like super annoying kids outside that were just literally snowballing the bus while it was stopping. Or maybe it's just Romania, maybe it's just the hooligans around here. So, this is literally how you want to see it. This is like the bus on f5 and we just start snowballing the bishop. Look at this. g4, boom. Hitting the bishop once. Hitting the bishop twice. Threatening to trap it. And now they basically have two main reactions. h6 or h5. Or, yeah, happy if they don't do anything and we get to trap it. So opponent plays the move h6 where you typically have a choice already between either advancing or going for e3. Personally, I like to go for the move e3, just keeping ideas to go g5 later in the game and still keeping the option of taking with the pawn and attacking the knight. You want to be super careful with that though. You shouldn't forget about the fact that the rook remains undefended. And first instructive moment of the game, opponent plays the move bishop to d6, okay? He's creating a positional threat of taking, and taking with a pawn would not be ideal. Now, remember this rule. Whenever they play bishop to d6 in this structure with f3, g4, okay, you really want to think about it, the structure with f3, g4. It does not apply in all the cases when they go bishop d6. So, whenever they do this, you're going to be able to take back on f4 with a knight, meaning our moves are either knight h3 or knight e2. Now, knight h3 looks a little bit trickier because it's on the edge on the board, and knight e2 would be a little bit more logical just because it's closer to the center. However, one of the main ways to develop for white is bishop d3 and then exchanging these bishops. So for that reason here, we are going to be sticking with knight h3, just keeping the bishop's path open so we can finish development. Now, for low-rated games, I mean, these are already not low-rated games anymore. These are like 1600 players that are like better than 95% of the players on chess.com. But still, even among this level, they make mistakes like prematurely taking on f4, giving us a tempo, while they're supposed to just go knight c6, queen e7, and somewhat wing it, I guess. Nevertheless, we just have a very simple plan, which is really what makes me love this opening. See, bishop h7, he just like has no idea what to do, just makes a move. Fine. we're gonna win a tempo anyways. We're gonna be trading that bishop. So we're playing bishop d3. Happy to take back with a queen. Okay, we always take back with a queen in this structure with f3 g4 because we want to castle long. We want to connect our rooks, and once the rooks are connected, we want to push g5. So I'm going to play c5, which I think is typically an interesting move, but in the current position may be a little bit of an inaccuracy because it really rings a bell whether queen b5 should actually be winning or not. Because only move to defend both pawns. I mean, pawn on b7 would be this and also block the check. But that leaves the bishop vulnerable, so it's not working. And on queen b5, knight c6 looks like the only semi-reasonable move. There is queen b7, double attack. Hitting c6 knight and hitting the rook as well. Like his only move would be rook c8, and that is really kind of problematic for my opponent. So yeah, I think we're gonna go for punishment here. Typically, yeah, they need to be super careful with this advance. And now bishop takes on f4 just blunders because queen c6 intermediate move wins a piece, and he has to find rook c8. Only move, otherwise he resigns. And he resigns, I think, anyways, though, because there is bishop d6. I actually forgot about that. So yeah, I think he's completely sauced at this point. There's no way to deal with this. I mean, he can move the knight. I'm lying. Okay, guys, I'm spreading misinformation right now. I'm lying. He can actually move the knight. And that's not so bad if he plays knight. No, what am I saying? He's completely busted. Just take. I'm just hallucinating. I don't know. It's just these positions get so crazy winning so fast. It's just like even I have a hard time believing that this is actually something legal that you can just go ahead and play. Just look at this. It's literally okay. He took what? Just keep our calm. Okay, maybe even take on e7, even better. Yeah, stronger move. Hit the queen. Just look what I'm able to do. This 1600 player. It's simply unbelievable to me. You can just literally collect every single one of their pieces without having to do any fancy moves. Just play like 9 moves of theory roughly, and you win all of their pieces. And you're better than like 95% of the players. I mean, still, okay, I'm a little bit exaggerating. I'm making it sound a little bit easier than it is. I know, but if you follow these rules, you should definitely have an easier time than most of the people. So we're having 2 extra knights, okay? So generally when you have 2 extra knights in an endgame, you're in a pretty good position. It's like hard to miss it. It's like the girl texted you first. You really need to be dumb to mess things up. So just gonna take on d5 and gonna go for the fork. And yeah, I mean, imagine how much easier things are gonna be below this rating range. So say you play this as a 1000 or as a 1200. It becomes dramatically easier than this, if that's even possible. So just gonna try to open up the position now. Go d5, try to give my rook some open files, and then gonna exchange his last piece, which is the rook, and after that, we're just gonna be, yeah, I guess promoting. Rook to c6, go check, use the discovery, hope he plays king e8, there's rook e6, king f7, rook d7, king g6, rook g7, checkmate. King e8, okay, there's simple move, rook e7 and pick up e6. Make sure not to stalemate. He has 2 pawns that can still move, so briefly checked whether rook c2 can be a problem. But yeah, there's clearly not that, and this is coming. Okay, you can already start giving up rook for the pawn at this point, but I'm not gonna do it because we may get checkmate. Only move a3 or king in the middle, and at this point we can literally get promotion with the, I mean checkmate with the promotion. So finds the resign button, and yeah, just a very easy game, very easy from the opening. I wish we would have played in more of like a simpler way, like in case he plays better, like this. First, it's important to take and improve your knight, and then you go g5. So yeah, whenever they go like, let's say, long castle, these positions are considered to be somewhat even, but yeah, I think white has a bit of a practical edge, especially for fast time controls in this sort of symmetrical positions. Just imagine they take, maybe really promoting soon. So yeah, when they play c5, of course, there's not a disaster if you castle, allow c4, queen d2. Those positions are still very interesting to play, like queen d2, then take on d6, go knight f4, go g5 after, try to break with g6. I think white still gets very interesting attacking plans, but of course, when you have move like queen d5, which is just exploiting this concrete issues, because queen d7 allows bishop d6, and black can no longer recapture because of the pin, I think you should definitely go for it. So with that being said, I think we can move on to the following game. Alright everybody, getting the white pieces, gonna open up with a queen's pawn, and pawn starts with e6. We see that this sort of French defense type of move is very common for this rating range, and well, do not get scared, because it is most likely just gonna be transposing to the normal Jobava London stuff. So yeah, just going knight c3 and then bishop to f4. Of course, no need to play the move e4 and transpose back into a French defense. That will not really make a whole lot of sense for us specifically. And typically through this move order, expecting a lot of bishop to d6. Maybe some bishop b4 as well. And also knight f6, which is just leading to one of the most standard starting positions for the Jobava London, where I recommend the move knight b5. Now on a6 though, which is very logical, stopping knight b5, you already want to be precise the way you play this. In this specific case where the bishop is already locked, I would say it's not that big of a difference. Typically, if this pawn was on e7, it's important to start with a move such as e3, because you want to keep ideas to meet stuff like bishop f5 with pawn to f3, and then we start yeah, launching the pawns. But yeah, on e6 still I'm gonna start with e3 and then knight f3. Now whenever he has the bad bishop, the only thing that should be in your mind is, okay, we need to checkmate this guy. Otherwise, there is no way to simply make use of your position and your setup at all, because at the end of the day, it's just sort of a symmetrical pawn structure where the only advantage that we have is the fact that our light squared bishop will be better. It's gonna go to like d3, and it will be keeping an eye towards the enemy king. So once you manage to develop all these 4 pieces, then what's next on the list? We want to improve the knight. So whenever you have d4, d5 type of positions, the e5 square is pretty vulnerable, and our knight will be having a very nice time over there. So we're gonna start with 95. I have to say I'm not worried about bishop takes on c3, pawn takes. That is actually only gonna be improving our position, since his dark square bishop was his only active bishop. Keep in mind, this bishop is passive. This guy is the only decent bishop in black's camp. So giving it away for the knight, unforced, and maybe better said unprovoked, will not be the best strategy for black, clearly. Now when c5 happens, this is quite interesting, because if you have been watching the channel for the normal London system type of videos, the situation is a little bit different here, because in the normal London, let's say typically we would be having the pawn, instead of c2, it would be placed on c3. So this basically allowed us to meet c4 with bishop back onto c2, keeping the bishop on this juicy diagonal, attacking the enemy king. But now we have a different situation with the knight there in the Jobava, and c4 is actually quite annoying. So I would recommend to, whenever you see a move like c5, try to take it, only if d4 is not a problem. So say you get on the first moves like d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop f4, c5. In that position, I recommend e3, because dc, d4 is annoying. So remember,
you always take on c5 unless d4 is not a problem. Here we can just take. So takes back with the bishop, and once you manage to go for this 95 idea, the next step is to bring more fuel to the attack. Do not go for the premature attackulation with g4, g5. Bring the queen first. Idea is to swing it to h3, from where it's gonna be creating a really nice duo with the bishop on d3. And only then we wanna get rid of this knight so that we could potentially checkmate. That is pretty much uh, all of our strategy in a nutshell whenever we face these positions with the restricted bishop. Now, opponent does something that is very instructive because he plays the move d4, which is very appealing to a lot of people because it's very natural to try and get some type of counterplay. However, I think we're gonna be getting one of the nicest traps. So I think it's very tempting for a lot of people to react to that, but I'm gonna be like, oh no, my knight. You can take my knight. Oh no. What is this? Now, obviously, I'm creating a little bit of tension with the enemy queen. So I'm not saying even castling is the best move. I think my initial reflex was perhaps go ed. But yeah, he does not fall for the trap. I was obviously intending to meet dc3 with bishop h7 and then winning his queen with probably good position. Now on queen a5, still there is this idea of going knight c6, ed4, bishop d4. I'm not super sure that is so much better. Like bishop h7, knight h7, rook d4, there's z5 move. Gotta be really careful with queen's placement. So I think because our strategy is to get rid of the knight, knight to g4 really fits the whole picture here. Because if knight g4, that just allows checkmate. And typically a very good defensive move for him would have been g6. But the problem now is that g6 leaves the knight unprotected. So I don't quite see an easy way for opponent to defend because a move like this just allows us to take. I know I could have perhaps sacrificed in the first place as well. It would have been pretty interesting. But I decided to speed up a little bit with the move because we don't have much time left on the clock. Only 28 seconds, but looks like the king is about to get checkmated, which, yeah, is definitely some good news. He takes on c3. Shouldn't really bother us. I think just bishop back looks to be a checkmate to me because the king has no square. So if you didn't already know, checkmate ends the game. So, okay, we made one blunder. What is the so-called blunder? Usually, I think such information is pretty misleading. Okay, so apparently, computer considers castling a blunder. Okay, it's like -0.3. So that is the so-called blunder, which is clearly a little bit of a bug, I would say. It's true, I could have started with knight g4 with like similar idea, but notice this time g6 is kind of solid, not easy to break now. I would probably have to take on f6, go knight e4, bishop b4 looks a bit annoying. It's hard to see the c3 move in advance, and now black is in trouble. So my point with castling was that dc3, bishop h7, winning the queen is usually pretty big. However, the computer feels pretty good even against a move like knight takes on f7, which just looks very scary to me if I had the black pieces. Computer evaluates this as being close to equal because black has one rook and two minor pieces. Now, my human assessment was the fact that the enemy king is so vulnerable. This should definitely give us a practical edge. However, you see that computer is not really concerned. But I think this is definitely a key idea that you want to remember, and just make sure to keep in mind this setup of going knight f3, bishop d3, standard Jobava setup. In case you would have jumped on e4, typically you want to take and then go for a move like knight d2, attacking the e4 pawn. A common way to win a lot of games in lower rated games is to go knight e5 and they will play the move f6, allowing queen h5, and then you just get a winning position. G6, knight takes on g6 just leads to a disaster for black. So I've had that, I've seen that quite a lot in my students' games. And after castle, knight e5, continue with the standard plan. I mean, ignore what the chess.com coach is saying, okay? That's not very precise information. So typically just want to do this, go g4, get rid of the knight, and you should be getting a bit of a mating attack. So remember what I said in the beginning of the video. You see the bishop being restricted. On c8, this is a side, okay, we need to go for checkmate on the king side. So we managed to do exactly that, and with that being said, I think we can move on to the Halloween game. All right, everybody, getting the white pieces. We're gonna be sticking with our guns here, going for the little surprise opening. Gonna be playing the Jobava London, and wow, we get to deal with c5 on the second move. How interesting, because this is one of the very few spots where we actually are unable to play like normal with bishop f4, because cd, queen d4, knight c6 is a very tricky move to deal with, developing with tempo. So e3 also won't do the job, because it's just blocking the bishop and we can no longer play the Jobava, and that pretty much just sucks. So against c5, the idea is to be playing a reversed Albin gambit and go for the move e4, preparing to meet de with d5, and on cd4 we take back with the queen, and white is already much better there. So they are supposed to take on e4, and we're gonna be playing the move d5, and that could potentially lead to a very nasty trap. It would actually be pretty sickening if we manage to get that for the video, not gonna lie. The trap will take place in case of e6, but they can also play the move knight f6, which is, yeah, knight f6 is a little bit better, but white still gets nice position. So he actually plays e6. We might actually get this on the board. Point is to start with check, expecting bishop d7. You want to go d takes on e6. He's going to go bishop b5. No way he goes bishop b5. There's absolutely no way. Like, he should take this way. There's no way he takes the bishop. I refuse to believe it. Okay, so he takes this way. Now, point was, if he takes the bishop, we had pawn takes on f7. He cannot recapture because the queen hangs. Has to play king e7 there. And then we take, promoting to a knight because it's check. And then we win his queen. That's like one of the most hilarious traps that you could get in the Jobava. And now after fe, it's just, yeah, nothing really special. White is just better with a number of moves. I think check and then queen e5 is supposed to be quite precise there. I have a hard time recalling this, to be honest, but yeah, I'm gonna start with this. Seems pretty forced. Has to play knight f6, and then maybe, yeah, well, knight f6 could go probably bishop g5. Tempo move, developing, looks good to me. Okay, so queen f6, huh? That's interesting. Queen f6, we could definitely just play developing move, bishop f4, and inviting him to take, and he gets his own rook trapped in the process. But we can also play a move like queen c7 that's a little bit sneaky, creating a subtle threat of perhaps queen b7. Not only that, but even queen c8, because the bishop is pinned. So definitely many ways to continue already, which it's usually a good sign that our position is pretty promising. I think starting with the bishop is probably what the doctor ordered. I don't know, do you guys trust doctors? I want to go greedy. I want to go queen c7. I want to go risk it for the biscuit. I feel like the b7 spot is like really, yeah, fragile in black's camp. How is he gonna even defend? I don't see a way for him to defend. Like, bishop c6, that's not a move. And queen d8, that's not a move either. Queen b7, what is opponent doing? Queen takes b7 simply. Bishop b5, can pick up the rook, or could even wait a little bit and take with a knight. I think taking with a knight is better. Like, take, he saves the bishop, you're still like winning, but have a little bit of patience, guys. You need to like really behave. You see something that is like so tasty on a8, like you just wanna eat that rook instantly. I get it. I have a thing for free rooks myself, but you need to be disciplined. That's what makes the difference from a random pleb that you are to a less random pleb. So knight e7 can go knight c7, take the rook, or can go for the fancy queen move. I think we just keep it simple at this point. And the guy just hanged his lady. We're gonna take it, I guess. What is this man doing? He needs help. Somebody help this. Somebody needs to help this person. I feel like he's a little bit upset. Okay, bishop to e7. Fine, exchanging pieces with such a massive lead in development is typically a good idea. Gonna get castled. He has to play knight e5 now. If he castles, then the knight remains undefended. And yeah, there is a thing with rook d5, but queen d6, hitting e6 should be good enough. Like king f7, at that point, rook d5 is even stronger. Plus, there's also an argument to be made for knight h3 with knight g5 ideas. So you could do both. Which one are we gonna play? I think knight h3. Threatening this in case of h6, knight f4 is very nice anyways. So yeah, h6, knight f4, get that on the board. Threatening on e6 and also on d5. Just simple chess at this point. No need to sacrifice or do any like fancy things. That would be like super unnecessary. So yeah. Trying to go for fancy ideas while you have such an obviously winning position is just like basically having a third nipple. You cannot do anything with it. Plus, maybe pretty tricky to explain how you got it in the first place. So, opponent just finds the resign button. And for those of you that are actually curious to see how that crazy knight promotion was going on, going back to this position after d takes on e6. If black would have gone for the somewhat tempting bishop takes on b5, there is pawn takes on f7. King cannot take because queen remains undefended. Notice that the rook is not protecting. And on king e7, point is you take, promote to a queen. He takes on d1 intermediate move with check and then recapture. So that is iffy. But we take, oh, not queen. Oh, god damn it. I need to disable auto promotion to show this. How do I do this? Guys, I need to... Alright, boys, we're back after a pretty tedious process of trying to find where the auto queen button was. Look at this beauty. Look at the sweet take. And then we get the horsey. Do you see that? I mean, how nice. He's gonna take, and then it looks like, you know, king and queen, they get along pretty well. They may perhaps even... yeah, keep up this relationship for a while. However, there is bishop to g5. The guy that she told you not to worry about. Completely ending black's career. And you just win the game. So, just a reminder for how this starts. You play knight c3, and in case they go for this weird c5 on the second move, you remember this is the only position where you are supposed to go for e4. Do e4, point is, they take, you go d5, making life uncomfortable for this knight so they cannot develop. And I should be doing pretty well. So with that being said, I think we should move on to the following game. I really appreciate you making it this far into the video, and in case you wanna take your knowledge of the Jobava London to the next level, please feel free to check out the rating climb that we did in the past using this opening. So thanks again for watching, and I'll see you around the channel. Take care.
Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna be learning the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to outplay your opponent from an equal position and get a practical edge. How to play typical endgames arising after the e4 break. And at the end of the video, I'm going to show you the best way to punish b6 on the first move.
Let's go d4. Knight c3. Yeah, I'm not going for the French. Not this time. And yeah, I mean, I've had a quick look on this. I know d5 is good. It's not like a big advantage though. It's I think this is maybe playable for black, but I think still should be easier to play as white. I haven't analyzed this. I just put it on the engine and I've seen d5 is good. I haven't gone in more depth. Maybe I should, because this is like second time it gets played against me. So Have to play it with e3. Would have loved to play e4, but his knight was in the way. Maybe just queen d2. Gets d5, could play like c3. Not sure I love my queen on d2, maybe on d1 was better. Could be playing bishop d6 next. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep it simple here. Just castling if bishop d6 we trade. Keeping it very, very simple. We'll just try to say that this pawn on d5 maybe is like a little weak. Even though I think black should have no problems. Maybe throwing the a-pawn. Queen d2 was not clever. I think better was just queen d1 honestly, but might end up being the same thing. Maybe for ideas. Also, could try to push the pawn. Yeah, could like double up. Ooh, I think that's a good move now. Kind of a positional threat. Could combine it with queen a4. Maybe he has bg4. I think he could have done that, and it's pretty tricky to defend the knight. Maybe I have to play bishop back. But after this, I think maybe we have slightly easier position to play, because 95, 93. Okay, 93 still has bishop f5. Yeah, I mean, ideally we could get the knight to like f4, but maybe starting this way is clever. Kind of hitting the pawn, and I want to play 93 without allowing him to pin me. So this is the main goal. And on rook e6, okay, I mean that's fine, but I feel like the rook was a bit clumsy there. Queen b5, rook b6. I think just queen f4, even though that's knight's place. I think queen is also reasonably placed there. For now, maybe then we can like swap places after 93. Yeah, I like it. Maybe b4 is a good idea, like cb, cb, knight c5. b4 it probably has like b6 though. Yeah, I think the play is just queen f3, knight f4, something like that. Trying to put pressure on d5. I think he's still fine though. Just trying to squeeze something out of nothing here pretty much. Yeah, like b4 may be interesting though, because b6, perhaps 95, but just rook c8 seems fine. Yeah, before b6, b5, rook c8, and it's just, we don't get anything for weakening with b4, so we'll just do the knight f4 maneuver, and then we'll try to double up and slowly improve our position. Plays b6 anyway, so yeah, try to double. I think he can actually even go d4 now, maybe. If he's like really scared about a weak pawn, I think he can break through immediately. Maybe we have cd and d4 there with 93, saying that the knight is a nice blockading piece. I think I'll do that if he plays it. Okay, so if I go there, he wants bishop g4, but there's queen g3, so maybe we can debate him. Yeah, okay, like bishop's kind of loose now. Pawn on d5 kind of hanging. I think that was a mistake. So if you see that your opponent is trying to do something silly, you may want to very well play some kind of slow move. Like that's what I've noticed in Petrosian games, and I think I read this quote while analyzing some book with Petrosian's model games. Like when you notice your opponent has a bad plan, just let him do it. So I think that's like pretty much the strategy that we applied. Now I think just f3, bishop e6 takes, and maybe knight e6. I have to think about it a bit. f3, bishop e6. Oh, by the way, I think I can take twice. Knight e5, queen d, queen g4. That looks kind of drawish though. He's got queen a2. Yeah, that's like a draw. It's a pity we can't go for it immediately. Do we have h4? So like h4, queen f5 kind of only move, and now e4 wins. No, I think we started this way and then f3. f3, bishop h5, and maybe e4 there. I feel like this should be like a win on the spot. We'll just need to find the concrete moves, but this has to be winning. I think we start at f3 because like on queen f5, e4, queen c8 is kind of holding. I mean, not really, but yeah, f3, bishop back, and then e4 feels kind of crushing. He can't take as rook drops, and after e4, well, I think he has to move the queen to like e5. But there should be like a win with ed5, simplest thing. Yeah, bishop there, e4, queen e5. Could actually take and trade both rooks as well.
Oh wow, he goes g5. That's like a bit extreme. This can't really work. I think we have hg 95 as the simplest. Rook d5 and then e4. Rook d2, e5, rook d1, king h2, bishop f5, queen g5, bishop g6. That's not clear. Like, easiest thing would be just queen g4, takes, pawn takes, and wrap a pawn. I feel like there should be something better, just like knight e5 and rook d5, rook d5, takes, queen g4, he's got like queen a2, but now queen g5. We're up to pawns in the queen endgame. It's not like easiest win ever though. Okay, I think I've got a good one. Okay, watch this. So we go e4, rook d2, and then rook d2. And he's got two pieces hanging. He has to play queen c8, but then rook d, queen d8, queen g4. And we're up a pawn in the queen endgame, but I think it's a winning one. Has to play queen back, and then actually queen g4 is on queen c8. Yeah, now this is strong. Because like if they take, I have rook d8 and they're kind of paralyzed. And now we win g5. This was like really precise. He had to play queen f6 and we were getting that endgame. Now he's just like running out of time and the position was also losing. But okay, I think that actually turned out to be a pretty instructive game because we managed to win by having no opening advantage. I think that was absolutely 0-0 on the engine. And yeah, I think the computer also seems to agree. We're gonna be having a quick look on this game, but just spoiler alert, we've got a pretty good score. So yeah, I played d5 this time. In like the previous game that we have in the rating climb, I have played e3 and won a very strange game. But after d5, yeah, he took, I think he played normal. Okay, apparently computer suggests e4. Yeah. I wasn't familiar with this idea, yeah. I mean, I can totally understand it, but I just didn't know that e4 is working, so I assumed it's not. That's why I played with e3. It would have been obviously better to play e4 and white is having big advantage. I just assumed that e4 is not a thing, so I played it with e3 and it's just equal all the time. Yeah, by the way, I think queen d1 was even better. It's kind of same. And yeah, it was equal, but I think it's really interesting to see how you want to be playing this structure as a London system player. Because I think this is a pawn structure that maybe a lot of you may be getting in your own games. Maybe not from the Jobava, but from the normal London system, where black manages to get in this e5 push, and then they pretty much manage to equalize, but you can still yeah, create some play. Let's say it's just an equal game, it's not over yet. So went rook d1, it was always really kind of equal for them. And yeah, here, as I told you, like they were supposed to play bishop g4. I think that was like an easy way to kind of annihilate my play, because looks like best is just to play bishop e2, breaking that pin. And yeah, taking, okay, I mean, if I have to play queen e2, what is my next, I don't know, 10 moves or 5 moves? I don't really see a constructive plan, and this pin is like really annoying. So bishop g4 was good for him if he would have spotted it. But after rook d6, I think we managed to unbalance the structure a bit. Maybe taking with a pawn was better. I thought, well, if he was doing pawn takes, I had an idea of, yeah, as you know, I wanted this. But okay, I mean, the computer simply ignores it and finds this idea to go for the quick attack. Okay, I mean, I understand this is great, but I don't think a lot of your opponents will play it this way. So yeah, like my idea was if we could somehow get to, let's say if they play like a passive move, if we get in b4 and could get into this structure with a knight on c5, this is definitely pleasant, but okay, opponent needs to cooperate a little bit. So rook c6, we went knight e5, and yeah, like knight e3, bishop f5 was just equal with bishop takes, so that's why I came up with this queen a4 move.
idea to play knight e3, knight f4 without allowing the trade. And yeah, like as I was saying, f4 is the square where I wanted my knight to be, but for the time being the queen can stay there as well since it's like pretty active. And knight e3. Yeah, I think at this point when I play rook d2, I feel like d4 is playable, trying to kill all the fun, but I was about to take with a c pawn and play e4. I thought this was interesting. With knight d3, and okay, if we manage to like somehow push the f pawn, we could definitely get some play. But apparently computer likes to take and go for this structure where they have to take with the f pawn because of the back ranker. So now on queen a8 there is rook d8 for instance. And okay, I mean this is playable, but I'm not sure you can realistically beat someone from this position. Even though they have the weak pawn, imagine this is a draw without the pawn. But I think definitely I would have probably taken and played e4, try to get a knight to d3, nice blockading piece, and play that position. They went queen g5 and I went for this move, trying to jabay at my opponent. He can do anything here and is equal, as I don't really have enough pressure to win d5, and it's just an equal game because both sides have no weaknesses. But on bishop g4 it already got very tricky, because he's all of a sudden dealing with like a very unpleasant pin. So notice his plan, jabaited him, and yeah, I've seen e4. I knew this was a move, but I thought yeah, they can like go queen e5 and oh, not queen e5 in this position. There was other line I calculated this. I honestly thought I think they could have gone back. f3. Yeah, this was like winning as well. I missed that we have knight h5 motif. Okay, you could do other things as well, but yeah, this should have been good enough. On bishop h5, e4 was about to come, queen e5, and then take on d5 with something, probably with a pawn. And on g5, yeah, there were like many moves to win, but I think this is pretty cute, with the idea to go e4 and then yeah, don't take on f5, because in this position you're actually losing because they have too many pieces. So this is like really bad. But I think just what I did was yeah, they were supposed to play queen f6 as I told you, and playing this endgame. I thought this was winning, but apparently it's a forced draw after queen d2. Yeah, they've got like a lot of play. I haven't seen that during the game, so it would have been perhaps better to play simple move, knight back, and then go e4, take on d5, win the free pawn. Well, this was nice, and now after queen g4 he's like kind of paralyzed, because he would love to trade queens, but then I can take on d8 intermezzo and then capture the queen. And also he can't take my rook because his queen will be now hanging. And in the meantime, this is huge threat. And if they play something like f6 again, trade queens and infiltrate with the rook with objectively speaking a winning rook endgame. Alright, that was I think kind of nice. We can go for next one. Alright, we're getting the white pieces. Gonna be going for the Jobava. Bishop to f4. We're seeing a6, that's interesting. e3, and is he gonna play b5? Like, that's interesting when they go b5. Then I'm probably gonna go h4. I think that is given in Hans Niemann's course. And like after e6, you could go g4 if you wanna play really aggressive, but I like the positional way. And on c5 we just would have played dc. Yeah, okay, now it's even a worse version for him because he wasted the move on playing bishop e7. So he could have gotten into this position by taking in one go on c5. So I'm already, I think, probably slightly better after we get in e4 because we have the extra tempo. And yeah, after the knight takes, bishop takes, all the endgames are like really nice. And if he doesn't take on e4, we could get in e5 and ideas to Greek gift, and he has to like really watch out for that. For example, after castles, could potentially Greek gift. Yeah, the knight takes. Yeah, we're probably gonna get into the end games. I think we take with the F rook, because probably we're gonna be pushing this pawns and this rook might be useful there. And bishop d7, but now it's hard for him to castle. So I think we should have a pretty large advantage here if I play it accurate enough. Bishop d6 looks tempting, trading the bishops and keeping his king in the center. Like bishop takes, rook takes, king e7, we double up, he plays rook hd8. But then I don't see how to make progress, and bishop e8 is coming and he's fine. So probably just playing with c3 and b4 is good. And yeah, he can't castle, the bishop is hanging. Castling long is also not a good option, I think, because the king is then weak. And after f6, yeah, I think could throw in b4. Could do bishop d6 as well this time, and bishop d6, rook d6, king e7. I think we maybe got like an improved version. Still not very convincing though. This is like really nice for white, but 3 is part of the plan, and now maybe like we need to reroute the knight. I think that's a pretty strong idea in general. Not sure we're in time with it though. Yeah, that's actually a bit too slow for my taste. Bishop e3 is not a stupid move either. Probably will do b4, a4. That feels the most natural way of pushing this endgame. I think he has to play to e7. Otherwise, we're getting bishop to d6. And yeah, just a4. I think it's just worse because e5 moving away the bishop, and he still can't castle because this guy will drop. Could also go there. Might be even better. And like f5, there's always this move. So yeah, rook c8, but can't we just go b5 and bishop b6? Also ideas to take and bishop f5. Could also do bishop b6. Yeah, like bishop d8, maybe rook d7 is kind of crashing. King d7, bishop f5. King e7, bishop c8, bishop b7, and we're up a pawn. I think that's like easiest. Maybe there are easier wins, but I think we'll go for that. Yeah, we're winning the rook. He wins my bishop, but we collect his queen side, so I think it's a very reasonable trade for us. Probably dropping another pawn. He has to play knight b8, and keep in mind that he doesn't have the right to castle, so it's pretty busted. This is also coming. We have rook d1, don't we? Could also start a5. So rook d1 takes and then c4. I think that's like precise. Oh, also, yeah, I can just take on a6. Forgot about that. I'm up so many pawns now. Wanted to take the knight, but just take the pawn on a6, obviously, if you can. Now doing this trade and pushing. e4. 1c3 maybe. I think just knight e1 is simplest. e3 taking f1. Bishop b5, knight e5 maybe. Let's do a5 and if bishop a7. I wanted b5 but forgot he can take. But a5 is useful move regardless. Just king f1. Avoiding e3 tricks potentially. We just don't have to rush with this. I need to rush a bit though, because I have no time. So I think I like rook d5 kind of move. Idea to play this without allowing knight e5. e3 could simply take and then do this. Yeah, but now this is actually pinning. That was the point. And after that trade, it's pretty much game over. Yeah, he wins a lot of pawns, but I think it should be enough. Yeah, there you have it, the resignation. Alright, I think that was actually pretty precise game. In particular, that idea when we gave up the exchange. I think that was kind of nice. Gonna be running a game review first. Can go to only like 86. Okay, this was blunder. Bishop d7 is big mistake. Apparently computer finds knight e5 and f6 you have this and now it's crashing. Because yeah, he's losing b7. Yeah, knight e5 was precise there. I agree. But I mean, I played it from like a general perspective. I think this is also really nice. the way we did it. And d5 was mistake, and I think bishop b6 is just fine. And okay, I mean, any human I think would play bishop d8 here, trying to get rid of that, but yeah, rook d7 is first line, and just completely winning now. Yeah. Okay, king f1 still top 3 moves, and rook d5 was best, which I'm like happy about because I spent a lot of time on it. And yeah, I went for b5. Maybe it's not the most precise, like he could have gone for this endgame, but I think should be lost after either rook d4 or rook d7. Those are the 2 moves I had in mind. Should be an easy win, but okay, what he did was even easier for us. Okay, getting the white pieces, facing almost a 2500 opponent, so getting into some higher elos. Okay, opponent plays it this way. Can't really get in like a Jobava, but I guess I'll just try to play what I'm recommending in my chessable course. Going for 92, pretty important, and I just feel like white is kind of crushing here. Like an important line is after knight f6. He could go e5, but even castle c5, d5, sacrificing the pawn. That is actually one of my favorites. Plays knight e7. I'm not like very familiar with this. I guess we just play a3 and get the bishop. We're just much better. Yeah, 2 bishops for free. d5, e5, f5. Interesting. d5 feels like a crushing move. I'll just play it because like if he takes, I have bishop takes, and this is big frat with bishop c4. Yeah, taking there. This is still a frat. Also maybe some Greek gifts. We don't have enough pieces though, so sticking with this one is also crushing. Could take, but then queen e7 seems fine. Could just do maybe queen there. He wants g6 though, so not so simple. Probably just developing, and it's kind of resignable, isn't it? Like this is huge frat. Yeah, okay, that's how you win against 2500, I guess. Taking free piece. Just bishop back. Queen e rook e1. Okay, opponent still not giving up. Do we have like a cool way to finish this? Guess we'll go for the simplest. That stakes, and we just play queen d4, centralizing, bringing rook over. Queen g5, going for the cheapo. Okay, I mean free piece, but that's because he was just getting destroyed from the opening. But okay, that's the price you have to pay for playing Owen defense sometimes. How do we play this? Like it's very weird because it's hard to concentrate from such winning positions. I guess we'll just sidestep. I don't know. Okay, bring rook. Rook f5. Could consider queen g4, but then maybe he'll keep queens with queen f6. But then maybe bishop e4, and that's kind of it. Like rook f4, queen g6, it's forcing them off. Yeah. Maybe rook g5, yeah, yes, but now queen f3. I gifted b2 pawn, what am I doing? I'm giving away free pawns. Okay, this is kind of problematic though for opponent. Thinking about that move, I think we'll play it. He has rook e5, but then could even do f4. Yeah, I believe that is gonna be the checkmate. Yeah, okay. That's nice. Getting to 2400 feels good. Okay, maybe it's even that way. So they go knight f6, we play knight e2, and then they go c5, and now it's the pawn sack. Yeah, this is really nice. You sack the pawn. Okay, it's important to castle, and then yeah, it's this line. I never really remember it. And here is just like crushing. Like they can't do this because of some bishop a6, if I can recall it.
Oh, it's actually bishop f4 and then bishop a6. Yeah, I have this in my course. And after pawn takes, they're just like busted, I think, after queen h5 and you sack. After d6, this is like best line, but they are just getting destroyed. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Hey everyone, from this video you're gonna be learning the following typical themes of the Jobava London. How to squeeze typical lane games by using your better pawn structure. How to punish the Slav setup if black does not trade the light squared bishops immediately. And at the end of the video we will be dealing with the quick bishop b4, the so-called anti-Jobava London. Alright, getting the white pieces once again, rematching my opponent, gonna be trying out another Jobava London, and yeah, looks like he's no longer repeating bishop b4 queen d3 line, so he switches to d5. Gonna jump onto b5 immediately, and against knight a6 gonna be playing with e3. c6, yeah, knight c3, this is one of the most common lines, threatening to eliminate that knight if he allows it. And on bishop d6, well, I think he can take there immediately. That's also reasonable, but I like even better to take on d6 and play knight f3. Most of them will play c5 and we go dc queen d4. That's something that I like to do quite a lot. Looks it's gonna be the case, and I think they're taking most of the times. And okay, I've had opponents playing queen b6, but the knight a4 looks nice, forcing this queen exchange. And taking with the pawn is important. And now I think we have a very nice positional advantage. And okay, on knight e4, he's threatening bishop d7, saying that my knight will have no squares. But I think knight e5 is good. And on bishop d7 we want to take. And on f6 we have knight e3, and bishop d7, knight c5 is the trick. And we get to keep the knight on c5. And if we can trade a pair of knights and establish the knight on c5, I think that is a strategically winning position. And even though he could do something like bishop b5, a4, bishop d3, knight e3, trading the bishop, even that is still suffering for black. But in this position, bishop b5 seems to drop the pawn on e6, so it's not really a thing yet. And his position is like not easy to play. Goes a5, could do a4, fix that pawn. I don't really want to take and create a messy pawn structure, because d4, knight c5, bishop c6 might be getting a bit complicated for no reason. Okay, I mean, against that he will probably play f5. Still better after f3, I think, but maybe we can play the simpler f3, I'm wondering. Honestly, I think we should just do this and ruin his pawn structure. I'm just gonna go for like what I think it's the best line objectively. Could have played easier stuff, but this seems to be really strong. And okay, like there are many ways of doing it now. King d2 with f3 is one of them. f3 directly. I just like king d2 is like hard for him to make a move. He probably play king e7, but then f3 is very strong. And then pawn takes, bishop c6, we have like rook e1, just kind of crushing. Yeah, I really expected him to do this, but f3, expecting takes and huge problems with this pawn. Bishop c6 is very likely to happen. Which rook will we using? I think it doesn't matter that much. Maybe rook from a, even though I think shouldn't be a huge difference. Yeah, okay, so he goes rook b8. I could like even ignore that idea and just do my own thing here with d5. That feels winning. I'll just play b3, no reason to allow any counterplay. Just try to keep it everything under control. We have a typical situation with a good knight against bad bishop, it seems, and plenty of weak pawns. Yeah, just like bringing the rook over, like rook e5, rook e1, doubling up. Very little counterplay that black has in this position. I think he should try bishop c6, otherwise I don't think how he is willing to put up a fight, just like rook e5 could do now. Then rook e1. He'll maybe try bishop c6 now, but it's still not helping, I thought. Just like rook e6. Pretty like unstoppable in those lines. I've got like so many ways to improve this position while opponent can barely make any moves. Like that's why it's so nice to get into this situations where you have the strategical advantage. I mean, maybe we should say positional with a better pawn structure. So just like rook e1 next, and very, very tricky to make any moves as black here. The knight is just like dominating everything. Yeah, he's just trying to play passive, but passive defense never really works. Hopefully I'll be able to show why. Okay, not sure what was the point behind rook e7. Now it seems like we have at least knight d7, king d7, d5, which probably is a win. I don't really want to win this by calculation though. We'll just win it by squeezing with c4 and then king c3, move the knight away, push c5. The knight probably rotates to f4 and it's gonna be like, he's gonna be dropping material, long story short. He'll try a5 I guess, but just king c3. a4 could even take. He can hardly make any moves. Yeah, so you see he's staying passive. This is never really a good strategy, but okay, I mean, what else can he do? His position is just so bad. Now we just expand. I mean, we've got like all the time in the world. We can go for a coffee, just push the pawns. We can play g4, I mean, we don't really mind it. Move the knight away. And then like c5 could bring the knight to like c6 if I want to. Okay, now knight f4 is a thing. Yeah, I could even do c5. Like, which one do I want to start with? I think we'll do c5. Maybe just like knight f4. And then we've got like all the time. We could literally, I can just go downstairs and grab a coffee. I have like a minute on the clock to find the good continuation here. I'm just like trying to stop the counterplay that is trying to organize. So c5 should be good. King d7 first. Otherwise d5. Yet he shouldn't have allowed d5. Now this is going downhill. I'm not pretty sure there was an easy win against king d7 as well, but yeah, it looks like he's not gonna get there. Just like c6. And okay, he takes on f3. We've got like the million pawns over there. I guess simplest is just rook f1. He cannot touch these pawns and gonna be taking it. Has zero sources of counterplay. Such a nice position. We just do rook g3. Let's just do the simplest like knight f4. Idea to take on e6 and not really much he can do. Okay, rook f6. Time to bring the king into the party. King to c5. Just slowly squeezing opponent. King c5, okay. Could do d7 like anytime. Can actually take that because he's unable to take the knight because of checkmate. Alright, could take on e6. Okay, he finally resigns. He couldn't really take the beating anymore. Alright, we're getting the white pieces. Let's give it a try. Just getting our usual stuff. Facing a Slav. Would be funny to just play e4 and get into the Caro-Kann. Do you think they'll expect it? Probably. So yeah, this is gonna be going e3, expecting bishop f5, and then just gonna be going for the typical kingside play with g4 and h4. C has a choice between h5 and h6. He goes for the more aggressive one, let's say, and this is like pretty interesting. Okay, I think actually against knight d7 I like knight h3, but against this I think it works better to just play bishop d3. Okay, and he plays it this way. Can we just do e4? I don't think it works. It's the pawn takes and queen d4. Although knight f3, okay, I don't buy that. I think this is amazing for white. Yeah, he just plays knight d7, and I think now white actually has a superb version of this because of the leading development, and he's kind of lacking space. Still could do long castle, like queen d4, maybe even bishop e3 or knight e2. This type of ideas. I mean, could do knight e2 as well. Maybe it's simpler because on like queen b2, obviously rook b1 is good enough. Picking up b7, and if they go long castle, I mean, Might still push the A pawn with like a pretty big initiative there. If we can get A5, A6. So it's very hard for black to make any moves at this point. Does go A5 himself. I wonder why we can't simply castle long, and you see I'm having so many easy moves while black is gonna be soon running out of ideas. And yeah, just queen d8. You love to see it. How do we deal with this though? Like bishop d6 feels kind of a natural move. Expecting knight c8. Bishop takes on f8, knight takes, knight f4. That could be something. Could also go bishop h2 with the idea to play knight f4. That is also correct. I think we're doing that. I think he's mostly preparing b5, honestly. But on b5, I think ed will work just fine. Okay, a4. I think a3 is a good move, but it's not like a forced one. Do I want to play a3? I think it's decent. Let's just play it. I mean, generally as a rule of thumb, you don't really want to be pushing pawns on the side where your opponent is attacking. But in this case, I think it works quite well to stop his play. And now I had in mind to play knight f4. Could also do ed and like bishop d3, queen d3 kind of move. Could also do bishop d3, d6, by the way. Looks winning. Probably queen d3 is the easiest. Yeah, could have played knight f4. I'm really not sure which one was best. I guess both are leading to big advantage for white. I just went for this because I felt like it's maybe a bit simpler. Because the thing is, on like knight f4, he was not forced to move the bishop. But on the other hand, like what else is he going to do? It's pretty tricky to find a move as black in these positions. And could take, probably just play knight f4. Yeah. Simple threat, rook e1, and he's gonna be having a lot of issues with that knight. And I think his idea is, if I'm taking with a queen, he wants something like that. But queen d3, g6, rook e1, bishop g7, I think we might have moves such as knight g6, pawn g6, queen g6 check, king f8 only move, but then bishop d6 seems to be winning, so I think could just do that. I don't see other way for him to try to get developed, so g6 kind of only move, but just lost, I think. He could try to throw in some nonsense with b4, but it doesn't really work. So you see g6 getting played, and now we're just gonna be doing the knight sack. Okay, he played it this way, but still we have either knight d5 with knight c7 or like knight g6. And after pawn takes, queen takes, king d8. Where is my win? Okay, let's check out knight d5. So pawn takes knight d5. Let's say queen somewhere like queen b7, and then we have knight c7, king d8, knight takes on a8. I mean, that should be like completely winning. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go for that. Seems to be pretty simple win because he is pinned. Queen's under attack, expecting queen b7. Queen c6, I guess another move. Well, another idea that we have to keep it simple is just this with d5 and then d6 with d7 and pawns almost promoting. But I think just like knight c7 should be completely fine. Knight c7, d5, and then yeah, it's just like crashing, completely crashing. Yeah, just like d5, I think it's a nice move to throw it in before taking on a8, and then also maybe play d6, and the knight can't really move because of rook e8, so I think that's maybe even more precise than taking the rook immediately on queen b7. I think d6 is the way to go. Even though in this position I think every legal move kind of wins. I think it's nice to throw in d6 next. Yeah. Can't move the knight because rook e8, and like this is huge threat. The knight is kind of doomed on d7 as well, so here is just like resign time, I think. I don't really see a way for black to create any counterplay. Goes there. Well, can obviously just take on a8 and be up a free rook. Just taking this one and can collect on a8. Assuming rook e7 works in all kinds of variations, but just going for the simple one, and yeah, we do see the resignation. So okay, I think that was actually like a pretty precise game. I'd be curious to run a game review of this. Gonna have a look in the analysis tab as well. Okay. Actually, this one turned out to be I think a pretty precise game. We scored like a 95, so this is pretty good. Yeah, so just to point out quickly what I had in mind. Well, I think queen e3 was best, honestly. And yeah, like main line that I was calculating was in this position that he plays bishop g7, and then, well, you can win with anything, but just taking was easiest. And now queen is hanging, but not anymore if you play bishop d6, pinning the knight, and also his queen will be dropping on the next move, and white is just like completely crashing. So I think it's just that's like pretty much how you punish these lines when they're not taking on d3. You get in e4 and you're gambiting the pawn, because like you take with a f pawn, and like on queen d4 you have knight f3, or even knight b5 actually. Wow, this was even nicer. Okay, I think you get good advantage after knight f3, just like plus 1.5 almost, but like knight b5 even nicer, threatening to fork and the queen, and they can't take the pawn because of queen that's dropping. Knight c6, but you take it. They're not able to take back because the knight is pinned. So yeah, this way white is completely winning. And after this, pretty much it was just like a winning position from the opening. Yeah, just looked really bad. Yeah, we're getting the white pieces and we're facing an IM. I'm gonna be trying out the Jobava London. Not interested to see the French defense. And yeah, let's see. Is he gonna go for like the anti-Jobava with bishop b4? Yes, he is. Just playing queen d3. And let's see what my opponent has in mind. Idea to play a3 next. Yes, that's what we do. On bishop d6, I think we take and we play e4. And on bishop c3, I think just taking with it with the queen should be decent. Taking this is okay, but I think the point is just to take it like that, and probably play knight f3 and d3. Just enjoying the two bishops. Still like a pretty strange square for the queen, but the queen should find peace eventually. I guess on b3 is okay placed. Maybe in the future some c4, but you want to watch out for knight a5, which it also gets played. Just do queen a2, and c5 there is dc as a strong move. Because knight takes, there's b4. Very annoying fork. And the queen is like pretty nicely placed. We have b4 ideas. Not saying gonna play it, but it's an idea to keep in mind, and I think I like it with c4, just going super aggressive. Could have definitely played it more simple with like bishop d3 and castle, but I feel like if we can get it in this fashion, might even be better. Whenever they go a5, we have b5, and that's good for us. And in some variations, maybe we're even winning the pawn. Yeah, b5. That has to go back, but this is definitely in our favor. Could just play a4. That is pretty standard. Not really worried about knight c3 ideas, because I have at least such a like queen b2 move, and I think I like to see that because it's developing my bishop, and we're ready to castle. Okay, opponent is giving up the pawn, and I think we should take it. I don't really see compensation. Oh, bishop d5, he wants knight c3. I think that's the trick. And then, so queen b2, knight d5. Yeah, we don't have to take. Maybe just like bishop g3. Could try to ignore that, or could play even bishop e5. Like bishop e5 better, because if we force f6, that's definitely a weakening move. Idea just to play there. And okay, I don't mind knight c3, I just move the queen away. Same in case of knight b4. Just queen like b2. Yeah, I mean, as long as I don't blunder my queen somehow, I think we should be doing very well. Even queen c2, keeping an eye on e4 and threatening this seems better. Yeah, just bishop back, and not sure how he's willing to rescue the knight. This is huge threat. Yeah, so I mean, I can play e4, win the knight, but Oh, I think maybe I should, because he wants bishop g6. He has an idea. But even in that case, I mean, I have bishop d3. Okay, he wants knight b4 as a trick. So e4 it's important, and then bishop g6 only move, and we have bishop d3. And that just wins. Yeah, hitting the pawn, but I can just defend and threatening to take knight. I don't see how he is going to defend against that. Could have played it more positional and safer, but I think this way we're just winning the piece, and yeah, why not? Why wouldn't we? Okay, e5, trying to go for some like crazy counterplay. I can just eliminate the knight though, and I don't think any of this should work. Bishop d3, queen d3 is safest, e4, queen c3 takes, and I can castle at the very least. e4 directly, same motive, just queen c3. Just too many hanging pieces. Yeah, he tries e4, but I can just simply take, and it's gonna be like an easy win. If he takes the knight, we trade bishops, and if he takes the other way, could also collect on c7, but safest always, just get yourself castled, and the position will be easily winning, even easier if you manage to trade queens, but I think you can just collect that way. Preparing queen d6 ideas. Yeah, he tries bishop e4, just gonna be going like knight d2. I think avoiding that bishop takes on f3 threat. Oh, I blundered. Blundered pretty massively. But it's still like a pretty easy win after rook e1. And when he moves the bishop, we have queen c4, getting rid of the queens. Plus, rook e7's massive threat. He should play like rook c8, okay? He's almost checkmating, okay? Almost. Okay, even better might be to play f3. And like bishop f3, knight f3, and then rook e7. But just to keep it very simple, gonna do queen c4. And he's almost checkmating, but not quite. And with the queens being traded off, well, okay, it's not really a threat yet, but it's an idea. And yeah, just gonna be taking, playing rook c1. I could go greedy, but then that could potentially allow some rook activity. And yeah, just controlling the files. The pawn is not running anywhere. He wants f4, can just activate the bishop, and yeah, then the position is gonna be like easily winning. Plays rook e8. Just gonna be supporting that bishop even more, and just do rook e3, rook takes on d3. Okay, I'm gonna be using that rook to g3, this time defending against his check. Could start with taking, I mean, guess he wants h4 and rook g6. Opponent trying to fight in this position, but I'm just gonna be doubling up on the g file, and it should be a pretty easy win. Yes. Just rook c7 and trading rooks, trading even more stuff. Taking pawn on a5. Pretty huge. Let's just do a little h3 move, making sure that the king will not infiltrate. Not like it really mattered, but I think it's kind of a nice detail. And could give a check. Force king h5, otherwise we're winning the pawn. And can push. And okay, he resigns. Fair enough. Thanks a lot for making it this far into the video, and if you're looking for more content, make sure to check out some of the previous episodes from the same series. Hey everyone, in this video we're gonna be having a look on the game that I played against Grandmaster Simon Williams, also known as the Ginger GM. The reason why I wanted to share this game with you is because it's featuring a very interesting setup that Black can use in order to counter our Jobava London, which we haven't seen throughout the rating climb so far. So the line that I'm talking about is after Black goes for 3e6, we're going knight b5, and then they are defending the c7 pawn by throwing in this interesting check with bishop to b4, because in this position typically most people would play either knight a6 defending c7, or they would just decide to block with the bishop by going bishop to d6. We have ran into this quite a lot during the rating climb. I think this is seen among all levels, from beginners to even international master, as we advance more with the series. But before we dive right into this, if you're really new to the channel, then I want to show you a quick trap that you can use to get instant wins with the Jobava London. If you're looking to pick up this opening, a lot of the low rated players are gonna be going for a huge blunder as early as move 3 by going knight c6, where you can just get a free win after playing knight b5. This is happening in a lot of games. If we're checking the Lichess database, I believe we're having over 60,000 games here. I think you can see it, which is like a pretty insane number that you can, as early as move 3, get a winning game. And we have faced that quite a lot below 1400 in my rating climb as well. So in the game we see e6, knight b5, hitting the pawn. We see bishop b4, c3, and now black plays bishop to a5. And we are arriving at the main crossroads from white's perspective. And it is at this point where we can step aside from the main crowd and try to get an edge by going for a very cheeky trap that I first seen while I was watching one of Hans Niemann's live broadcast on Twitch, where he went for this super cheeky a4 move. But the reason why a4 is so good, you have to understand why the alternative is not amazing. So the reason why b4 is not amazing in this position is that black simply has an easy way to deal with it. Just simply step back, and after a4, they have sort of an only move, but an easy one to just go a5, blocking our threat of trapping the bishop. And with knight e6 coming on the next move, the computer even thinks black should be slightly better in these lines. So the key move is to start with a4, but you may be wondering, well, what if they're just gonna be doing the same thing? They're gonna be kicking the knight with a6. And this is kind of important for them to do, because they can't really play any kind of random move, such as, let's say, they castle in this position. Then white is getting a completely winning position after the strong b4. And bishop to b6, a5. We're trapping the bishop, winning it on the next move, because a6 doesn't save black, as you can just take the bishop since the rook will be pinned. So they really have to start with a6 previously. And now the trick is not to retreat with a knight and play b4. But this is not all, because after they're going ab, it would be really terrible to take that bishop on a5, because that would allow black to take on a4 first. And after queen takes on a4, they have this knight c6 move, and black is much better already, because I don't really see a realistic way that you can keep your pawn on a5, and yeah, black will just be up a pawn. So the trick is not to grab the piece immediately, but in this position, go for something really interesting, which is just going AB. And you can notice that there is a pretty uncomfortable pin for black to deal with on the A file. And if we can collect that bishop on the next move, that we put ourselves in a position where we are having the extra pawn plus the bishop pair, which is even nicer. And in this position, my opponent made a pretty big mistake by taking on b4 with a bishop. And my guess is that he simply forgot that I can retreat my bishop at the end of the variation, because after rook captures bishop c3, if I would have had to play queen d2, this would have simply been a brilliant trap by black. But I'm lucky to have bishop d2 here, and white manages to keep the extra exchange with a technically winning position. And even though white has a pretty large advantage already, I still think it's very instructive to see how you should be converting this type of positions, because we all know that famous quote saying the hardest positions to win are the winning positions. So in this video, I'm gonna be giving you my set of common rules that you can use to maximize your winning chances from this kind of situations, and without really having to calculate a lot of steps in advance. Just by using common sense ideas and maximizing your pieces, looking for the weak squares, you will be able to win this kind of situations without really having to do anything fancy. So in the game, black took on d2, I took with a queen and went knight b to d7 because the knight is under attack. I developed knight f3, like at this point I simply need to get myself castled and we'll take it from there. So the plan is to just go e3, bishop d3, and get myself castled. My opponent went knight b6, hitting the rook, and I played rook a7 with the idea that I want to keep an eye on the b7 pawn in case they want to play bishop d7. We could potentially be capturing it. But if you would have played something simple like, let's say, rook to a1, that would have still been completely winning, and there's nothing wrong with that move. It's just a little bit of a personal preference there. And after rook a7, my opponent went queen d6, which which is a pretty interesting move connected with a concrete threat of going knight e4. But here I think you can simply play e3, as after knight e4, we need to keep that b4 square under control. The computer is suggesting this queen a5 move that you can see highlighted by the arrow, but that's a little bit unnatural to me because I wouldn't really like to trap my own rook on a7. Therefore, I think just going queen b2 like I played in the game is perfectly fine. Just keeping an eye on that b4 square. Because if you do something careless, like let's say you play queen c2, then black is getting a lot of counterplay suddenly, and you might be already finding yourself in a worse situation as white simply because your king is too weak and black has a lot of annoying threats. So in the game, I went for the simple queen b2. We see castle by black. I played bishop to d3, preparing to castle myself. Now we see an interesting move, which is f5, supporting the knight on e4, but a big downside of it is that it's giving away this juicy e5 square for my knight. So I simply continued with castle, and after f4, we get the first sort of critical moment of the game where I actually invited to pause the video and try to think about what you would be playing yourself if you were playing as white here. Because despite the engine screaming that white is winning with any legal move in this position, I think it's actually quite an important moment because we're dealing with a typical situation where your opponent is trying to create a desperate attack, and it's really up to you whether you're entering the complications or you're simply making your game easier, getting a huge win rate in the long run. So first of all, I'll show you what I think the thought process of a lot of players would be in this position, and then we will be coming back to what I played in the game. So I think a lot of people, when they see this move, well, might just very well take on f4, which is fine. But what I don't really like about pawn captures on f4 is that black can take with a queen, and they're getting into a position where they could be technically advancing their pawn to g4, and even though that might not be achieving much yet, in some positions the f2 square might be quite vulnerable. And then on the other hand, a number of players I think would realize the fact that the rook on a7 is not really doing that much, so they will just try to play something like rook a1, bringing it back in the game, but black would be getting a lot of time to advance. With g5, probably activate the rook, and then black plays g4. And even though white is able to get a strong knight with knight e5, I think this type of positions when black manages to get f3 on the board are very dangerous. Even though if you're turning on the engine in this super specific position, it's gonna be screaming that white is winning with +8. But this can always get very double-edged with such a pawn on f3. So in order to avoid this chaos and just keep it simpler, I think what you should be doing in general when black is trying to create this kind of attack, well, you just want to be trading queens off, exactly, because once we manage to get rid of the queens, there's clearly not gonna be any mating attack, and black has no realistic chances to stay in the game. Here my opponent went for the trade, which I think it's similar to resignation, because all the upcoming endgames are generally gonna be an easy win for white. I mean, at least I see no way that we can lose this position, and if I was in black's shoes, I would have definitely played something like queen d8. Good or bad, I think this has to be played, and we just need to keep queens on, maybe throw in g5, g4, somehow hope for a miraculous perpetual check. But to me it's pretty obvious that the only practical chances that black has are with the queens on the board. So after queen takes on a3, it's pretty obvious that black has no attack, and I have a pretty huge threat of rook c1, hitting the pawn on c7. My opponent played knight c4. I got rid of that knight, creating a weak pawn on c4, which I proceed to attack with rook a4, which is perhaps maybe the only mistake of the game, because black could have ignored my threat and developed his own bishop with bishop to d7. Main point being that, well, if I'm taking that pawn on c4, then they can take on b5, and my both rooks are on the same diagonal, and I'm dropping the exchange. I would have probably played rook b4, and then, yeah, I mean, white still has a pretty huge advantage with nice threats such as knight e5. But my opponent played another natural move, which is knight d6, preparing to play bishop d7 this time. But once I realized that is a huge threat, I was of course ready to just play the move knight e5, centralizing my knight, attacking the pawn on c4 while also stopping bishop to d7. Opponent took the pawn on b5, I took on c4, they played c6, and now we're having another instructive moment for the game, because a lot of players would simply try to calculate forcing variations, such as, for example, taking the pawn on f4, or maybe playing something like knight d3, attacking the pawn and so on, where you need to realize that, well, you have an inactive piece. which is the rook. And if you realize that the next move it's pretty automatic and it's clearly the best move, and that's why I played rook a1. And the reason why this is so strong is because the rook is really well placed onto the open file, plus it's also creating a concrete threat of going rook a8, pinning the enemy bishop. The game continued with pawn takes on e3, I took back, and black went knight d6, hitting my rook. I retreated all the way back to c1 with a simple idea of playing rook f1, trading the enemy rook. And here I'll give you a small tip. When you're the defending side, you should always try to keep the rook on the board, because this way you're generally able to create more counterplay. Because just imagine in this position, if you're taking these two rooks from the board, then white is simply gonna infiltrate with the rook, and it's gonna be a nightmare for black defending with a bishop against rook. While with the rooks on the board, it's not so easy for white to infiltrate just yet. So the game continued with knight f5, and here I played a pretty precise move because I did not went for a slow move such as rook a3, even though that is still kind of winning. I think rook f1 is just much quicker because we're creating a big threat of going e4, and then for example the main theme of the variation is, well, they can't really take the pawn on e3 because of the rook trade, followed by the rook infiltrating. This is why it was so important to play rook a1 a while ago. And in the game, black simply tried to sidestep this pin by going rook to d8, but after the strong rook a8, threatening e4 followed by rook f7, black had to take on e3, but on rook f7, the position is simply lost. The game continued with knight g4, trying to deflect my knight because I can't take on g4 as my rook from f7 will drop, but I was able to play the simple rook c7, forcing resignation because after knight e5, d5, black has no way to defend that bishop against the threat of going rook takes on c8. I hope you enjoyed this video, and in case you want to learn more about the Jobava London, make sure to check out one of the videos that will appear on the screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the channel.